Good afternoon, guys. This is Nick Haslam, and this is Cosmic Surface episode 45. And one thing that I would like to do today is I want to introduce the UFO subject. I want to bring in a great UFO researcher, does deep dives on very particular subjects. His name is UAP Gerb. And why am I bringing in UFOs into this? Because I want to take Mark Passio up on one of his insights, which is linking natural law and objective morality to the UFO and breakthrough energy file. I'll have to sort the light out. You have to excuse my video. This is only a 720p video. I've got a better webcam, but I've got to get the cord, and this is an old computer. This is just going to be really relaxed, guys. I want to sit back and enjoy this with you. This is something that I'm learning. This is something that I really appreciate these people that are doing these deep dives. This is a learn along. This is a watch along. Come along with me, learn together, and I really value this currency of really good sources of information. And that's something that I pride myself on, and spend a lot of time curating. And I think that that's a real currency. And I will stop periodically, but not too much. It's like 3 hours and 10 minutes. Go to UAP Gerb's channel, subscribe and like, and thank him for the work that he's done here. This is something that I am interested in, and along the way we can talk about the connection to morality and natural law, because as much as people may disagree, we individually and collectively have to live and think and act in an objectively moral way to bring through this technology that's required. So without further ado, let's get into it and watch UAP Gerb and bringing together the UFO, natural law, and breakthrough energy communities. Let's go.
People have always thought that big ideas were impossible until we made them come true. Finding new ways to innovate, helping humanity prepare for the unpredictable on the planet we call home. We see from the perspective of stars. And push beyond to keep the world safe.
This channel is dedicated to the study, analysis, and unveiling of UFO legacy programs. Deep Sixth, Special Access, Unacknowledged Special Access, and Controlled Access programs that are recessed to the darkest corners of the United States Department of Defense and intelligence community, carved out of traditional oversight channels to accomplish the retrieval, storage, reverse engineering, and exploitation of vehicles and technologies of unknown origin. The structure of such programs is indeed hyper-complex, likely a tangled web more labyrinthine than a channel like this can ever fully untangle or even comprehend. Nevertheless, our goal here is to attempt to unravel the truth behind UFO legacy program operations. Whether it be analysis of defense industrial base contractors likely involved in quote-unquote exotic RDT&E, such as SAIC, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, and Battelle Memorial Institute. Investigation into critical defense laboratories, centers, and major range and test facility bases. such as the Naval Surface Warfare Center Crane, the Edwards 412th Test Wing or Dugway Proving Ground. Studying creative classification systems likely utilized to shield UFO programs that were derived from the 1954 Atomic Energy Agreement, such as special nuclear materials, trans-classified foreign nuclear information, and non-contract foreign intelligence information. Revealing program protection structures such as the Department of Energy's Office of Intelligence and Counterintelligence, or the DARPA Security and Intelligence Directive, or SID. Unmasking alleged gatekeepers such as Sean Kirkpatrick, Glenn Gaffney, Doug Wolf, and Bobby Ray Inman, or myriad parallel pursuits. My goal is to attempt to form a clear picture of programs dedicated to the recovery, study, and derivation of the greatest secret kept from humanity. In my projects, I enjoy dedicating entire projects towards single institutions, contractors, laboratories, facilities, etc., to really form complete and supported hypotheses. I see the legacy program structure like a pyramid. The very top sits the head or heads of the entire UFO legacy program portfolio. Perhaps someone with extensive service in the executive branch, with prior history as a Secretary of Defense, for example, such as the late Dick Cheney. Below the ever-rare and ever-elusive head of the pyramid sits Department of Defense or Intelligence Community Legacy Program Agency Administrators. Below the admins sit federally funded research and development centers such as the MITRE Corporation, RAND Corporation, Aerospace Corporation, and national lab FFRDCs such as Sandia, Los Alamos, Lawrence Livermore, and Oak Ridge. At the bottom of the pyramid sits our beloved makers of the tools of war, the defense prime contractors, including the names you can probably immediately guess. The mortar that binds this pyramid together, well, this would be the defense industrial base, whose authoritative channels are often bypassed to allow UFO legacy programs to harness any U.S. military or intelligence asset needed to accomplish these clandestine mission directives. And finally, the limestone casing meant to protect the pyramid from the elements and exposure. Well, these would be SAPs, CAPs, USAPs, carve-out contracts, program protection offices like the DARPA SID and DOE OICI, counterintelligence, Sean Kirkpatrick, etc. I spend the majority of my time on the bottom of the layers of this pyramid, aka prime contractors and FFRDCs, as well as the mortar and limestone casing, aka program protection and program infrastructure. I hardly take the time to complete entire deep dives into offices from the Department of Defense and intelligence communities that I wager operate as administrators to various legacy programs. However, I have discussed at length some of these institutions, and these include the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology, or DS&T, the National Underwater Reconnaissance Office, or NRO, Army Test and Evaluation Command, or ATEC, Department of Energy Intelligence, DOE OICI, the Edwards 412th Test Wing, and more. These agencies do not all serve the same purpose within such legacy programs. For example, the Edwards 412th Test Wing likely operates and tests derivative technologies, aka alien reproduction vehicles, whilst Army Test and Evaluation Command, with its CBRNE expertise on Dugway Proving Ground, likely studies concepts related to CBRNE principles on recovered UFOs and biologics, while agencies like the CIA DS&T and DARPA may take a more broad approach. So today, I want to analyze a support agency that I theorize is a critical component to UFO legacy programs. A legacy program administrator or manager that I believe has been critical to such programs since its very inception. An agency that I wager has a unique role in the upper echelons of UFO programs, leveraging satellite and space-based intelligence platforms to monitor craft of unknown origin and provide direct support to UFO crash retrieval groups through various intelligence collection platforms. an agency I believe would be one of the first institutions to leverage alien reproduction vehicles or derivative technologies for the ever-critical purpose of national security ISR, or intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Today, we focus on one of the U.S. Big Six intelligence agencies, an office that once housed whistleblower and American patriot and hero David Grush, the National Reconnaissance Office. So, what roles does the NRO play in UFO recovery programs? Does the NRO leverage derivative technologies to gain asymmetrical ISR advantages in denied airspaces? And why can we seemingly identify myriad UFO legacy program gatekeepers with ties to the NRO, MITRE Corporation, CIA DS&T, and CIA Office of Global Access? And a quick disclaimer, this video will not seek to play it safe. Later in this project, I will name and explore 13 such alleged NRO UFO legacy program gatekeepers and members, as well as detail an alleged UFO crash retrieval rapid reaction team, spearheaded by the NRO stationed in the Nevada National Security Site. And with all that being said, let us finally dive in to the National Reconnaissance Office.
Let's go.
They are silent sentinels. They look and listen from the cold reaches of space. They capture signals and images critical to America's intelligence community, warfighters, and policymakers. They reveal threats to the homeland, provide battlefield situational awareness, support counter-narcotics, survey the damage from natural disasters, and much more. They are the satellites of the National Reconnaissance Office, America's eyes and ears in space.
The National Reconnaissance Office operates as America's eyes and ears in space, one of the U.S.'s Big Six intelligence agencies, alongside the CIA, DIA, NSA, NGA, and unacknowledged NRO, aka the National Underwater Reconnaissance Office, which is a sister agency to the NRO. The mission of the NRO is to develop, acquire, launch, and operate the United States intelligence satellites and ground systems, collecting, processing, and supplying ISR, or intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance data that uniquely supports both the Department of Defense and intelligence community, with the NRO's director answering directly to both the Secretary of Defense and Director of National Intelligence. Today, the NRO provides satellite intelligence to myriad U.S. agencies, including signals intelligence, or SIGINT, imagery intelligence, or IMINT, measurement and signals intelligence, or MASINT, and electronic intelligence, or ELINT. The NRO is comprised of defense contractor personnel and a hybrid workforce, including personnel directly from the Air Force, Army, NGA, CIA, NSA, Navy, and Space Force. This workforce is split relatively evenly, with 31% being NRO DoD civilians, aka cadre, 34% being U.S. government civilians, and 35% being military. Indeed, a congressional effort to review the U.S. intelligence community post-Cold War produced a 1996 report titled, quote, "Preparing for the 21st Century, an Appraisal of U.S. Intelligence," end quote. This document states the NRO employs virtually no federal workforce, unlike other agencies within the intelligence community. Quote, "Its work is accomplished primarily by contractors in the private sector," end quote. The document additionally states, even though the NRO has virtually no federal workforce and much smaller personnel numbers compared to other IC agencies, the NRO has, quote, "the highest level of funding of any program in the community," end quote. The office is funded through the National Reconnaissance Program, or NRP, the same umbrella organization which houses the NRO sister agency, the NRO. The NRO and NRP leverage the most cutting-edge and advanced technologies known to man to provide tactical and strategic intelligence to the National Intelligence Program, NIP, and Military Intelligence Program, MIP. These ground and space-based reconnaissance collection systems are designed specifically to equip the US with asymmetrical warfare advantages. The tip of the spear of NRO programs and tools are sequestered to the US black budget, accessible only through the bigot list of special access, unacknowledged special access, or controlled access programs. I mean, what can I say here? Even the existence of the NRO was denied and classified for over 30 years. This agency largely entered the public zeitgeist with the whistleblower testimony of David Grush, an American patriot and Air Force and intelligence officer who served diligently as a senior intelligence officer in the NRO and senior geospatial intelligence officer for the NGA. Prior to Grush and subsequent FOIA documents from the Black Vault regarding an NRO AI program called Sentient that observed UFOs, which we will actually speak on soon, the NRO largely sat in the shadows of UFO legacy program discussion. This sort of anonymity is likely by design, as whilst the NRO was founded in 1961, the office was not officially declassified until 31 years later in 1992. And this was regardless of early 1974 newspaper stirrings discussing a clandestine space-based intelligence agency called the National Reconnaissance Office. But we are already full steam ahead here, analyzing the modern-day capabilities of one of the United States' most invaluable intelligence agencies. So let's step.
One of the other data points is that for a number of years, Catherine Austin Fitts has been talking about space and all the money flowing in, the billions of possibly trillions of dollars moving there. And then these SPACs, SPAC, which is like my understanding is like a type of company, and that's potentially allowing them to funnel and launder money into these entities, and then obviously the legalities of space is its own world as well. Yeah, so a lot of money being spent going down and up, and yeah, obviously we've talked a lot previously about the advanced technologies.
Back and analyze how the NRO came to be and why such an office may be on the forefront of UFO legacy programs.
The race to space was a series of firsts, and we were there. We were the first to surveil our adversaries from the high ground of space, literally taking technology to new heights, watching our adversaries, guarding against the threat of nuclear war, and providing strategic advantage to our nation. We were the agency no one had heard of, because we worked in total secrecy.
The NRO's founding was due to a direct need to consolidate reconnaissance activities between the U.S. Air Force and Central Intelligence Agency, thus demonstrating to this day why the NRO is a joint DoD and IC agency. The NRO can actually trace its heritage back to World War II, when the U.S. military utilized aircraft to collect imagery and signals intelligence, aka IMINT and SIGINT, to operate against the Axis powers. But after a national embarrassment in 1960 that saw the Soviet Union shoot down a U-2 spy plane, President Dwight D. Eisenhower called in his top science advisors and CIA Director Allen Dulles to establish the National Reconnaissance Office. Consolidating Air Force and CIA SIGINT and IMINT data acquisition offices under one central office, the NRO, allowed the U.S. new and innovative approaches to gather intelligence in denied airspaces, and allowed the U.S. to immediately answer the American U-2 shoot-down disaster with an obvious solution: adapt U.S. reconnaissance systems to operate in space. Just as with the tug of war between the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology and the Navy over control of the National Underwater Reconnaissance Office in the early 1970s. And go watch my Navy Legacy Programs video to learn more, as I had to convince former US Navy admirals of the NRO's existence since they were not read into this agency. Upon its immediate inception, the NRO displayed similar fractured directions split between the US DoD and intelligence community. Initially, the National Reconnaissance Office featured co-directors. The first co-directors of the agency were Joseph V. Cherick, Chief Scientist and Undersecretary of the Air Force, as well as CIA officer Richard Bissell Jr. Bissell, of course, was mentioned by the late presidential advisor, Institute for Defense Analyses FFRDC employee, and highly likely CIA officer himself, Harold Malmgren, as a deep UFO Legacy Program member.
What else did Richard Bissell tell you?
Well, I mean, I think I've explained, in essence, there are a multiplicity of powers in play at any moment. And around presidents, they have certain powers, but they are constrained by these other powers. And among them, the intelligence community is very powerful because it has found ways to fund itself and to multiply itself. So you can't look at the budget and say that's what it is.
According to Malmgren, Bissell directly confirmed the validity of the 1933 Magenta, Italy UFO crash.
Yeah, what else did Richard Bissell tell you?
He said this didn't start last week. This has been going on. He mentioned that in 1933 Magenta.
He did.
Yes.
Richard Bissell mentioned the 1933 Magenta crash.
Yes.
That's amazing.
That the US had offensively downed UFOs in maritime settings, likely recovered with efforts from the NRO and NRO, and that Bissell had briefed Malmgren on quote-unquote otherworldly technologies. Many valid questions and criticisms have been raised regarding the credibility of Malmgren, but I personally believe what doesn't compute with his work history can be rationalized as Malmgren was likely CIA himself. But back to the topic. By 1962, the NRO had settled into its modern-day joint DoD and IC role, with the director of the NRO being appointed by the US Secretary of Defense and deputy director being appointed by the CIA. Upon its creation, the NRO immediately harnessed control of the wildly successful Corona program, which wasn't declassified until 1995. Corona was a top-secret spy satellite project launched in 1960 before the NRO's creation that took high-resolution photos of denied airspace on film and physically ejected capsules to be captured in air by American assets. And Corona, of course, is another example of image-or-imagery intelligence. The first missions with Corona were a resounding success, bolstering faith in US reconnaissance satellites. In 1962, the NRO not only operated with the CIA to fly the A-12 Oxcart, the successor to the U-2 for ISR missions, but also worked with the Naval Research Laboratory to launch the Poppy reconnaissance satellites, a signals intelligence or SIGINT platform that detected Russian radar signals. By 1964, just a few years after its creation, the NRO had already gathered the world's first radar imagery from orbit. Another example here of IMINT, through a satellite codenamed Quill that harnessed synthetic aperture radar. Indeed, within just 4 years of operation, the NRO had already proved its worth 50 times over by acquiring SIGINT, ELINT, and IMINT data from the Soviet Union. The 1960s and 1970s were a very iterative period for the NRO, which saw the office upgrade their current systems, largely improving on the Corona and Poppy projects. One of the NRO's most desirable tasks was to improve their photo reconnaissance program, allowing IMINT to be transmitted electronically, not literally collected in the air by airplanes.
The last piece of the puzzle was to finally make surveillance photography electronically transmittable to Earth. The nation's best engineers worked diligently to increase digital photographic resolution, bandwidth, and download speeds. And in 1976, they succeeded.
To accomplish this near real-time photo transfer, in 1976, the NRO launched the Kennen, aka KH-11 Kennen. KH here stands for Keyhole, the NRO's code word for their photo reconnaissance program. Think of the Keyhole 11 Kennen and Keyhole satellites at large as massive orbiting digital cameras that spy on anyone and anything deemed a threat to US national security. By the 1980s, Keyhole image satellites were so sensitive for the NRO, these systems could detect the dimensions of small arms on a battlefield from space, able to detect objects less than 12 inches long. And I know what you're thinking, did these systems detect UFOs? Well, of course, this answer is yes, and I will make that argument soon. With the public declassification of the NRO in 1992, the NRO programs A, B, C, and D were replaced with functional directorates. Think of how the CIA has the Directorate of Science and Technology or Directorate of Operations. I think that the NRO programs A, B, C, and D allow us the most simple and effective way to analyze early efforts of the office. Program A saw the NRO work specifically with the U.S. Air Force satellite reconnaissance elements. Program C saw the NRO work specifically with U.S. Navy satellite reconnaissance elements. Program D saw the NRO work with the CIA in the acquisition and support of aerial reconnaissance or aircraft projects. Think the SR-71 or A-12 Oxcart. And finally, Program B saw the NRO work specifically with the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology satellite reconnaissance elements. The ground element of this project, Project B, is to this day stationed at Pine Gap, Australia. From 1982 to 1989, the director of NRO Program B was one Mr. R. Everett or Evans Heinemann, who was infamously named by Admiral Bobby Ray Inman to NASA mission specialist Bob Eschler as the guy to speak to regarding UFO crash retrievals. And of course, more on him later. As of 2025, the NRO has completed several hundred launches of spaceborne payloads known as NROL. The total number here is indeed impossible to track, as the
Of course, it's the Pine Gap in Australia, just because, of course, it is. That's something we'll get into in future episodes as well. Obviously, Edward Snowden had a lot to say about it too, and a big part of UFO signals.
The amount of clandestine classified NRO systems currently in orbit probably doubles acknowledged launches. Indeed, in October of 2024, NRO Director Chris Scalisi stated between just June 2023 to December 2024, the NRO had launched 100 satellites. Due to the hellacious cost of getting a satellite into orbit, the NRO often piggybacks with choice partners to ride-share missions to get their assets into space. Such partners include SpaceX, which back in April 2025, SpaceX alone launched 3 NRO missions in the span of 8 days, as well as an intriguing 2006 joint venture between Lockheed Martin and Boeing called United Launch Alliance. In recent years, the NRO has begun using a strategy called proliferated architecture, which sees the office deploy numerous small satellites across many launches instead of a few large singular satellites to increase data delivery and network resilience. These networks are arranged into what are known as constellations. And the NRO maintains 4 acknowledged satellite constellations. And these include SIGINT, GEOINT, Comms Relay, and Reconnaissance. And the NRO also likely operates within an immaculate constellation. As I will argue throughout this video, I strongly believe the NRO's role within UFO legacy program operations sees the agency supply various support and technical intelligence gathering systems and platforms to monitor UFOs. And these UFOs likely include technical vehicles entering or leaving Earth's atmosphere known as fast walkers, nuclear sites, transmedium craft, and more. I additionally theorize that the NRO leverages its unrivaled intelligence collection platforms to provide direct ISR to UFO retrieval teams. I ultimately think the NRO has an argument to be considered as the vanguard of clandestine agencies, offices, or departments that leverages derivative technologies for feudalistic dominance and asymmetrical warfare advantages, and more on that later. Let's begin with the first theory here, as we have some tangible, relevant, and recent data to investigate. Before the NRO's very declassification in 1992, the agency's very creation had been associated with UFO monitoring projects. Let us look to the work of the legendary Leonard Stringfield to crash retrieval status reports 1 through 7. Specifically, Status Report 6, The Inner Sanctum, published in 1991. And let us analyze the testimony of one Albert Bruce Collins, aka Barnabas. Much of Stringfield's work here came from UFO researcher Tim Cooper, one of the primary researchers who received significant drops of Majestic 12 documents in the 1980s. Collins claimed to be a metallurgical engineer and retired government employee. Specifically, Collins claimed he developed metal alloys used for electromagnetic propagation and magnetic propulsion from 1942 to the late 50s. And it's important to note here, I cannot confirm Collins' claims of an accomplished metallurgical engineering career. While Collins did indeed die on 30 December 1990, all I can confirm in obituaries is he was a veteran, member of the NRA, and a nature conservancy. Collins claimed to have observed a recovered UFO resting on a flatbed truck housed within a large warehouse at the University of California, Berkeley in 1947. According to Collins, he stood but just 100 feet away from an oval-shaped craft, 30 to 40 feet in diameter and roughly 15 feet high. This craft was described as appearing similar to an egg, with the shell cracked and yolk still inside. The craft was metallic, similar to polished aluminum, with a silvery-looking finish. And Collins guessed that this craft suffered an internal explosion, with the metal exterior of the craft seemingly pushed out. The retrieved vehicle had sustained significant amounts of damage, with a large section ripped off and a huge gash on top running down the side below the scene. From his 100-foot vantage point, Collins observed a bulkhead in front with multi-layered honeycomb skin. The interior was dark, but similar to the egg analogy, there was a shiny sphere in the center of the craft surrounded by another bulkhead. The craft additionally featured a forward compartment, but Collins could not see inside. I bring up Collins' crash retrieval encounter specifically for the multi-layered honeycomb skin within the egg. This detail actually lends some credibility to Collins' testimony, and we will explore parallel avenues here shortly in our crash retrieval section. Let's talk just a little bit about Collins more here. Collins claimed to have studied metal of unknown composition and origin in an official capacity, but also claimed at this time, 1949, he learned of a multitude of agencies involved in TUO, or Technologies of Unknown Origin research. These named entities included intelligence offices from the U.S. Army, Air Force, Navy, the CIA, the RAND Corporation founded a year prior in 1948, and the Vatican. Collins added he had heard Los Alamos National Labs had been studying green fireballs and strange debris found in the desert. And this, of course, was the very real Project Twinkle at Sandia Base. Recall how the NRO was not declassified until 1992, so Collins' 1990 statements here are quite intriguing. But quick caveat, the early 70s did see some newspapers leak the existence of the NRO. So it is always possible that Collins' upcoming claims and awareness of the NRO arose from such news. Collins asserted the NRO not only sought to capture and process imminent and other intelligence regarding, quote, orbiting spacecraft of unknown origin, end quote, but that the office was founded for this specific purpose. In the direct words of Collins, quote, the Air Force wanted to counter the black sky UFO threat by the formation of the High Frontier programs for space-based weapon systems in the early 1960s. Talon Gold and Teal Ruby projects were a direct result of satellite recon photos of orbiting spacecraft of unknown origins. This led to the establishment of the NRO in 1960, end quote. Intriguing statement here by Collins, but there is little actionable intelligence to follow up on. Talon Gold and Teal Ruby were indeed very real experimental programs, spearheaded primarily by DARPA and the Air Force during the late 1970s, through the Ronald Reagan Strategic Defense Initiative, aka Star Wars.
Here, an artist's projection of the president's vision.
Banning into space, a layered defense to protect the country from nuclear devastation. U.S. spy satellites would watch the world below, detect Soviet missiles blasting off, compute the position and speed of each missile, alert battle stations in space, on Earth. The first response: space-based kinetic energy weapons fire high-speed projectiles from hypervelocity guns, intercepting enemy missiles as they are boosted through the atmosphere. Popped up into space, Earth-based nuclear-powered X-ray lasers fire their radioactive rays. Attack rays from land-based...
So what we've learned with aneutronic fusion, and thanks to Ash and Forbes for bringing out the science on this, but one of the things with aneutronic fusion, just to clarify, the aneutronic part means that there's no like external radiation that can harm you. That's what the aneutronic part means in layman's terms, is my understanding.
Excimer lasers are redirected by huge mirrors orbiting in space. Chemical lasers fire beams that burn through the shell of the onrushing missile. Particle beam weapons with pulsing rays join the attack. Still over the atmosphere.
The Star Wars program was created under Ronald Reagan in 1983 and was meant to act as a space-based defensive system to act against Soviet nuclear ballistic missiles. I have spoken several times that I theorize, with confidence might I add, that the SDI saw numerous back-channeled funds harnessed to support clandestine UFO legacy program operations, as well as the SDI's lethality and target hardening and particle beams weapons programs actually featured backdoor capabilities to act offensively against UFOs. Talon Gold, by definition, was a project designed to serve as an essential prerequisite for deploying a high-energy laser weapon system. Talon Gold was, quote, a project to develop a low-energy laser to demonstrate acquisition and tracking of targets from space, and to precisely point down a narrow laser beam, end quote. Teal Ruby, on the other hand, by definition, served as a, quote, ADI, American Defense International project to develop a satellite which could detect and track aircraft from space by IR signature measurement, end quote. Collins' assertions here that Teal Ruby and Talon Gold were very real programs oriented to track and possibly down UFOs during the 1970s and SDI as a direct result to NRO satellites detecting UFOs in the 1960s is certainly plausible in my opinion. But even without Collins' disclosures, what if I told you there is a very real program within the NRO that harnesses constellations to analyze imagery data with AI capabilities and has provably witnessed UFOs? But before we dive into that, I do want to state that NRO, NGA, IC/relevant partner analyst terminal feeds don't just magically display transmitted still imagery and video image data from spy satellites and overhead collection constellations. Feeds from such systems are transmitted as encrypted code and arrive to the NRO and its partners in various raw and processed digital data formats. From there, transferred satellite feed data undergoes digital encoding before appearing as picture, video, or data in an analyst's feed. This process from raw data to picture and video is conducted in near real time, though of course there is a lag. So if you're wondering why the average NRO or NGA analyst has not blown the whistle on observing 4K image records of UFOs, I strongly believe this is because raw and processed data pre-digital encoding displaying anomalous technical vehicles or features is removed from standard analyst feeds. Indeed, I think it is quite likely that systems are in place within NRO satellite feeds that identify such anomalies that, for example, might picture UFOs or a UFO crash site, and emit such data from analyst feeds and transfer the data to more quote-unquote cleared parties. In ages past, where data transfer was slower, I believe such a process could have been conducted manually. But with near real-time transfer today, perhaps there is a digital tool to remove such data from uncleared eyes. That tool, a little AI called Sentient. Anyways, in 2023, FOIA ace John Greenwald received a FOIA response regarding NRO project Sentient. Sentient serves as a, quote, ongoing research and development program, end quote, that combines problem-centric intelligence, multi-int end-to-end, and trusted machine automation to, quote, revolutionize the current collection, tasking, processing, exploitation, and dissemination, TCPED cycle across the intelligence community, end quote. Sentient has been described by Robert Cardillo, a former director of the NGA, as a system intended to use quote-unquote automated inferencing to aid in intelligence collection. Let's not forget here that Cardillo was possibly involved in the Lockheed Martin OSAP Kona Blue UFO materials blockage conducted by the CIA, DS&T, and other parties. Cardillo curiously ended up on the board of Peraton, originally Lockheed Martin Enterprise Integration Group, an arm of Lockheed Martin that contained many of Lockheed's black budget projects, that was severed from the company and eaten up by Veritas Capital shortly after the failed Kona Blue transfer in 2010. But indeed, this highly classified system has actually provable instances of detecting UFOs. On the 2nd of June 2022, the NRO released a document titled, quote, Recent Sentient Highlights, end quote, from data collected on 6 May 2021. This document details how Sentient detected a possible airborne object below 10 meters in diameter that, quote, vaguely resembles similar detections of airborne objects by U.S. Navy aircraft and surface vessels in the redacted operating areas, parentheses, unidentified aerial phenomena, end quote. The NRO publicly concluded the image was tic-tac shaped and likely not a sensor artifact or focal plane anomaly. Indeed, the NRO even likened this sighting to similar phenomenon off of another redacted area. So recall back to what I said about satellite feed data. I think it is highly probable systems such as Sentient identify anomalous IMINT or other INT data from NRO constellations, remove the data from standard analyst feeds, and directly deliver the data to more cleared, quote-unquote, in-the-know personnel. In that same year of 2021, the NRO additionally contributed to the ODNI's report to the Congressional Intelligence and Armed Services Committees on progress made by the UAP task force. Sentient Plus' contribution to the report are an interesting juxtaposition, seen as they actually contradict a 2015 statement made by the NRO, which states it had no documentation related to UFOs and that the topic was, quote, outside of the scope of NRO responsibilities. Furthermore, the NRO has conducted numerous searches in the past and has located no records, end quote. But this sentient UFO data, why would Sentient flag and possibly isolate this data? And to whom would be delivered such data on UFOs?
You are the author of what the world knows as the Immaculate Constellation Report. Based on the information included in there and its description, the mission becomes apparent, and that is a bare minimum. It's the intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance mission of a global nature for UAPs and RVs, ARVs.
In 2024, whistleblower Matthew Brown delivered the Immaculate Constellation Report to Congress through Jeremy Corbell. Immaculate Constellation is an unacknowledged special access program, or one of my all-time favorite acronyms, a USAP, established in 2017 with the primary mission of, quote, collecting imagery intelligence on unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, and ARV/RV reproduction vehicles, utilizing tasked and untasked U.S. military intelligence resources, end quote. And to quote again, quote, Immaculate Constellation acts as a nexus for collecting, analyzing, and disseminating intelligence on the activities, capabilities, and locations of anomalous aerospace threats that originate from foreign or unidentified sources, end quote. One such tasked U.S. military intelligence resource, according to Brown, well, NRO sentient.
Yeah, at that point, I definitely knew the phenomena was absolutely real. I knew we were tracking it. I knew we had lots of resources on it for some time. But getting to that final step in the ladder and seeing oh, and the cover up is real and it's inside the house.
Give us a sense of, you read one document that said Immaculate Constellation and it had some images with it. What additional information did you come across that reinforced your belief that there is a big surveillance program collecting this stuff?
Well, I mean, one is just the fact of its existence, right? In the brief, it's talking about the general mission. It's giving examples, but it's clearly talking about a collection mission. And then there's programs that have since become public. The most relevant one in this case is the NRO Sentient program that kind of, at least in the open source way, demonstrates how you don't need a massive workforce to do this anymore. You don't need buildings without windows for acres to people taking this information and sanitizing it, making it sure it gets to the right people without the wrong things in it. And that's just on the inside.
Perhaps Immaculate Constellation, or IMCON as I will call it from here on out, relies quite heavily on NRO Sentient. Seen as IMCON was established in 2017, and although Sentient began development in 2010, its core build-out occurred in 2016. And to me, this is absolutely imperative to mention, and I cannot state this point enough. IMCON is not a UFO legacy program. IMCON is a reactionary USAP established in 2017 to get eyes and ears on both non-human craft and derivative technologies, which includes alien reproduction vehicles. The establishment of IMCON likely has parallels to congressional inquiries established in 2017 by Senators Marco Rubio and Kirsten Gillibrand to investigate UFOs and UFO legacy programs. UFO legacy programs, on the other hand, have existed for at least 80 years, siloed since at least 1947, and have operated under parallel oversight channels harnessing DoD/IC elements, DIB infrastructure, FFRDCs and prime contractors, and likely trillions and trillions of dollars to accomplish their modus operandi: to retrieve, store, understand, leverage, and exploit technologies of unknown origin for the expressed purpose of feudalistic dominance and asymmetrical warfare advantages. IMCON is not such a legacy program. Indeed, just as IMCON was likely established to capture more imminent, massent, and other data around anomalous vehicles in our sky, oceans, and atmosphere, IMCON was also likely established as a reactionary countermeasure to attempt to assess the technological maturity of UFO legacy program assets, both foreign and domestic. This is actually comical to me, as I believe the NRO is up to its eyeballs in UFO legacy programs as well as intimately involved in the reactionary USAP IMCON. Though these programs and USAP are siloed from one another and likely do not interact whatsoever. This in turn implies only specific personnel, groups, directorates, etc. within the NRO are involved in UFO legacy programs that are separate from another USAP, which is Immaculate Constellation. The overwhelming majority of personnel within the agency are unaware of both such programs. Indeed, within the IMCON report itself, dutifully written by Matthew Brown, references are made to IMCON USAP compartmentalization through imminent databases scattered across various organizations and services, leading to a fragmented ownership structure itself within IMCON. Whether it be legacy programs or reactionary USAPs like IMCON, similar patterns can be observed in other DoD/IC agencies. For example here, just because the 160th SOAR A 1st Battalion, aka the 160th Special Operations Aviation Command, is involved in UFO crash retrievals, does not mean the 160th SOAR 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Battalion are involved in retrievals, or even aware of such 1st Battalion involvement. Indeed, in another example here, just because the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology and its Deputy Director participates in UFO legacy programs at an admin level, does not mean the CIA's Directorate of Digital Innovations and its Deputy Director is aware of such CAPS or Controlled Access programs. NRO and IMCOM, in my opinion, is a fantastic way to visualize compartmentalization in UFO legacy programs. IMCON really does warrant a video of its own, but let's continue to break down this USAP a little more, and some of the interesting data presented and how such data relates to the NRO. The IMCON report delivered to Congress states IMCON intelligence consists primarily of high-quality IMINT with collateral MASINT of both UFO and ARV. This implies both tasked and non-tasked NRO satellite constellations are the primary source for IMCON intelligence. As recall, the NRO is the primary U.S. agency for space-based IMINT. I am particularly fond of a few cases mentioned within this document. One case depicted a large disk using clouds as concealment over Indo-PACOM or Indo-Pacific Command, recorded by a space-based collection platform employing OPIR or Overhead Persistent Infrared Systems. Since the NRO is a part of the JOPC or Joint Overhead Persistent Infrared Center providing OPIR sensors, I think it is quite safe to assume the NRO recorded such an event. This event depicted a saucer between roughly 210 to 420 feet in diameter, with symmetrical concavities on the upper surface emerge above cloud coverage traveling upward to the outer atmosphere. As soon as the technical object broke above the clouds, the saucer suddenly reversed direction back into cloud cover. Such evasive maneuvers implied the saucer became aware it was under observation by a space-based platform. Additionally, over U.S. Southcom or Southern Command, IMCON details a tic-tac detected by a space asset. Again, OPIR imagery implying an NRO collection platform. This footage depicted a tic-tac-shaped UFO transiting through an area of the Atlantic. Could this possibly be the 2021 Tic Tac event captured by Sentient? And of course, guys, you know me, and whilst these events cannot be tied to the NRO specifically, as collected footage was recorded quite close to incident location from ocean vessels, I am absolutely swoon with cases of alien reproduction vehicle triangles being recorded over Indo-PACOM. Indeed, perhaps we can find early discussions of IMCON, not by name, but by concept in players, dating all the way back to 2017.
I recognize that there were people in government that wanted to engage the public on topics that unfortunately had a stigma, even though they were based in scientific fact. At the time, there was no mechanism for them to do this. Through a series of meetings, I was soon connected to a large group of U.S. government officials, from the CIA, the Department of Defense, and Lockheed Martin Skunk Works. These guys were the ones involved in the secretive U.S. government programs that dealt with these subjects, and they have all taken tremendous risks to themselves and their reputations to do something that can benefit the world. They wanted to be a part of something special, to be a part of a company that could not...
Yeah, just got to say I'm not into these people at all, or kind of even the government disclosure part, because it's I think that this is gonna, it pushes this narrative that we sit back and wait for something to happen rather than us being a co-creative part of that process. And these people suck.
Not only change the way we see ourselves, but also change the path humanity is on.
Now, I talked before in my Lockheed project about the enigma that is Tom DeLonge and To the Stars Academy. On Joe Rogan episode 1029, released on 26 October 2017, rockstar Tom DeLonge discussed the inception of To the Stars Academy, a group of his advised by Air Force Major General Neil McCasland, Air Force Major General Michael Carey, Hillary Clinton campaign manager John Podesta, Hal Puthoff, Chris Mellon, Luis Elizondo, Lockheed Martin Skunkworks Executive Vice President Rob Weiss, and 30-plus year Skunkworks veteran Steve Justice. These bizarre relationships with the Lockheed Skunkworks, Air Force, OSAP personnel, lifelong counterintelligence agents, and Clinton family, who, by the way, I believe Hillary was attempting to poise herself up as the disclosure president, would see Tom and TTSA seek to utilize group investments to build from scratch, might I add, free energy technology for energy and aerospace programs. Technology seemingly magically forgotten from many of the individuals listed above who likely had direct exposure to UFO legacy programs and derivative technology, some of whom even perhaps participated in program protection strategies. The entire TTSA saga is so bizarre, as is the inclusion of figures like Mellon, Elizondo, and Puthoff in institutions like Lockheed Skunkworks. You know, as I once stated before, perhaps we will cover DeLonge and TTSA more in the future, as I would like to relate Tom's efforts to the Bigelow Aerospace Advanced Space Studies 10-month report dated 30 July 2009 while contracting under the OSAP program. There is a theory here that Tom was targeted by Elizondo and Mellon to execute an updated version of a leftover idea that was Project Forum, as detailed by this vast 10-month report. A proposed 2010 report that sought to, quote, raise the level of awareness of the importance of ET and the potential of disclosure in North America, end quote, by beginning with popular figures in California. So, that infamous JRE episode 1029, where Tom revealed TTSA and discussed his understanding of UFOs. There is a clue in that episode I believe reveals some answers if we really narrow in and pay attention.
You know, you have people at the National Reconnaissance Office that have a perspective based on the satellite feeds they're getting, and these things are coming in and out of the atmosphere. Then you also have people from the agency that are worried about and collecting information of what's going on with people in different countries and here. But then you also have, you know, engineers that have a perspective on how the technology is made and what that might mean, because there's a lot of consciousness stuff that falls into this category.
Can I stop you right there? So there's satellites that track them coming in and out of the atmosphere?
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
What kind of satellites are these?
I don't know. Usually forward-looking infrared, but I don't know what spectrum of the infrared they're looking at.
So there's some sort of a camera or some sort of a detection device that they have in the atmosphere just to check for UFOs?
I don't know if it's just for UFOs. They can pick up very, very specific heat signatures, and they have algorithms, because what you have is a satellite is a device that can pick up what you program it to pick up. Now, you know, you put a sensor on there, but you got to tell the sensor what to do.
Right.
So if the sensor says, look, something traveling at this speed with this kind of heat, you know, you got to record that, you got to focus on it, and that's what we call an ICBM. But if something comes in and zigzags, stops and turns left and it's traveling 10 times faster than that, we need you to record that and focus in on that as well. But if something just is moving low and it's only going 300 miles an hour and it has these big wings and a low whatever, that's just a plane, you know. So what it captures is based on, you know, how it's programmed in the first place. But
so it can differentiate between meteorites and
absolutely,
spaceships.
Yeah, absolutely. So
so how often are these things coming into our atmosphere?
Oh, I don't know, but I've had quite a few discussions. One of the people I've been in contact, one of my advisors was from the National Reconnaissance Office, high up, and they call it episodic visits. That's all I know.
Episodic, meaning like they have time periods where they like.
I saw a paper where they
semesters.
I figured out the Department of Defense figured out a physicist there, an algorithm of how to compute when the things fly in and collect smaller ships, like motherships, small ships, at what longitude and latitude, and what essentially what orbit it would land at when it would collect these other machines. And so they tested that, and all I know is it was successful.
DeLonge stated advisors from the NRO informed him of episodic visits of UFOs. and that even individuals analyzing these episodic visits in an official capacity, presumably the NRO, were able to determine where, if not also when, UFOs would arrive with frightening accuracy. Now, recall IMCON, and let's observe that multiple collection case reports outright state that collection systems seemingly possessed foreknowledge or prior awareness of UFO incidents. Oh yeah, and one of these events where intelligence suggested foreknowledge of a UFO's trajectory was the Tic Tac over Southcom. Possibly the same 2021 incident recorded in the Sentient Report. Perhaps NRO scientists really did figure out successful and reliable methods to predict times and locations to collect multiple types of intelligence on pattern exhibiting UFOs, whether this be non-human craft or ARV. Because of the strong similarities here, the question must be asked. Did someone connected to the NRO inform Tom DeLonge of episodic visits of UFOs captured by Immaculate Constellation data collection tasking the same year of IMCON's establishment, 2017? Well, I believe a strong argument can be made that the answer here is a resounding yes. And if this is indeed the case, I also believe the most important question here is who seemingly told Tom of USAP details 7 years before Matthew Brown disclosed the existence of this reactionary USAP. Well, putting some pieces together here, I believe this is likely Luis Elizondo himself. I am not sure if this is public information or not, so I take a risk here discussing this. While Director of Global Security and Special Programs for To the Stars Academy from 2017 to 2021, Elizondo performed liaison duties with multiple U.S. agencies for TTSA, including the DIA, CIA, and NRO. Someone should really ask Mr. Elizondo if he was indeed exposed or read into Immaculate Constellation between 2017 and 2021, and provided either unauthorized or, strangely enough, authorized disclosures to Tom DeLonge of TTSA. I think the true answer here might be surprising. However, as IMCON is a USAP, Elizondo would be forced to deny knowledge of this program. I also believe a case can be made, and that it is highly likely that American hero and whistleblower David Grush had first-hand exposure to NRO Sentient, NRO-collected UFO IMINT, and other INT system signatures, and possibly Immaculate Constellation, and responsibly disclose such knowledge sworn in before Congress. I really do hate to talk about Grush and Elizondo together in the same project, let alone the same section, but this really must be done here. As per his public CV, Grush worked from 2021 up until his departure from federal service in April of 2023 as a senior GeoInt, or Geospatial Intelligence Capabilities Requirements Officer, the equivalent of a full bird colonel, or GS-15, for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, or NGA. In this position, Grush served as lead SME for U.S. Spacecom National Support Team NST, for cross-agency program integration, as well as a senior technical advisor for UAP/transmedium issues. Indeed, during this timeframe, it is also well known Grush was liaison to the UAP task force in his roles for both the NRO and NGA. Indeed, thanks again to John Greenwald of the Black Vault for in 2024 publishing FOIA documents detailing communications between the NRO and UAP task force. Within the documents, we can see a 7 May 2021 communication stating, quote, NGA, NASIC, redacted, DIA/redacted, and NRO have consulted with the UAPTF on the availability of GeoInt assets capable of collecting range-Fowler data, performing analysis of full-motion video, still images, and redacted data, end quote. So what did Grush say when Representative Moskowitz asked him about satellite imagery of UFOs?
Satellite imagery. Let's talk about satellite imagery. We have satellites all over the place, some that we're aware of and many that we're not aware of, right? We're taking pictures of everything at every point and second. Mr. Grush, are you aware, do you have direct knowledge, or have you talked to people with direct knowledge that there are satellite imagery of these events?
That was one of my primary tasks at NGA, since we process, exploit, and disseminate that kind of information. I've seen multiple cases, some of which, to my understanding, and of course, I left NGA in April, so that's my information cutoff date. But I personally reviewed both what we call overhead collection and from other strategic and tactical platforms that I could not even explain prosaically. And I have a degree in physics, by the way, as well. And I am aware that you guys have not seen these reports, unfortunately. And I don't know why.
Do you have direct knowledge, or you had spoken to people with direct knowledge that this imagery applies to crash sites, crash imagery?
I can't discuss that in an open session.
It seems that Grush shares my sentiment here, that he is confounded as to why such UFO data has been kept from congressional oversight. I am most intrigued by Grush stating he was unable to comment in an open session of his knowledge of overhead imagery capturing UFO crash sites. This is an interesting point and transitions perfectly into our next segment on NRO crash retrieval teams. So if indeed Grush was witnessing NRO and NGA collected overhead intelligence depicting UFO crash sites, possibly, if not likely, captured by the NRO sentient program, the question here must be asked. Was this data then shared with Immaculate Constellation? Or was David Grush exposed to parallel NRO and NGA intelligence collection systems utilized by UFO legacy programs? Recall how I stated IMCON is not a UFO legacy program. IMCON was established as a reactionary USAP in 2017 to monitor and collect intelligence on UFOs and ARV. Legacy programs deal with full spectrum collection to exploitation of UFOs, and since at least the 1940s/1950s, has likely dedicated specific rapid reaction teams to recover downed UFOs worldwide. Logically, such powerful programs that operate under parallel minimal oversight chains and feature a seemingly unlimited budget, reach, and scope would harness data from every overhead collection system from Corona to Sentient to monitor the globe for UFO crash retrievals. Nowhere in the extensive IMCON report is mention made to crash imagery of UFOs. Thus, I believe such intelligence was outside of the scope of IMCON, likely because, unlike the tracked UFOs, crash sites are not predictable, nor are they episodic. I believe it is likely UFO data from the NRO/NGA collection platforms has historically been siphoned off to UFO legacy programs. And since 2017, a competing program has attempted to siphon off similar data to gain a foothold in understanding UFOs and derivative technologies. But last thing before we move on here, legacy operations and/or Immaculate Constellation basically commandeering U.S. intelligence assets and supplanting traditional authorities for their own expressed mission directives should be absolutely huge news, right? Well, recently in 2025, we saw a brave man speak about such a topic. Jim Schell is a space domain awareness and orbital debris expert with many years as a project manager and technical director within the NRO and chief scientist for Air Force Space Command. In September of 2025, Schell took to LinkedIn with a post titled, quote, "Time to Speak Up, Postured for Operational Surprise," end quote. Here, Schell discussed a security control system within the U.S. national security space, fostering abuse and interfering with critical missions. Schell alleged with high confidence that, quote, "a security control system is supplanting the direction and authority of the U.S. Space Force and U.S. Space Comm," end quote. And, quote, "there is a direct and unauthorized interference of the space domain awareness mission in violation of explicit official policy," end quote. Even with medium confidence, Schell alleged funds have been misappropriated and that there is a connection to unidentified anomalous phenomena activity. I only ever so briefly wanted to mention Schell here, in the context of UFO legacy programs and/or Immaculate Constellation, circumnavigating SpaceCom assets with secret and unknown control authorities. His statement and discussion of his complaint to the Inspector General is well worth reading for yourself. As I've already stated many times throughout this video, one of the primary objectives of this investigation is to explore the NRO's alleged role in UFO crash retrieval missions, as well as assess why I believe the NRO is likely the first US agency that would be equipped with derivative technology or alien reproduction vehicles for live ISR missions. Let us satisfy these goals by analyzing the structure of crash retrieval teams, exploring anonymous and named witness testimonies, and addressing the testimony of a first-hand witness I have had the pleasure of speaking with that has claimed to serve on a UFO retrieval team with multiple missions under their belt. Let's recall a 20 September 2024 article by Christopher Sharp of the Liberation Times titled, quote, "Paradigm-changing UFO transparency legislation fails in Congress for second consecutive year," end quote. This superb piece has served as a cornerstone of my research in how I analyze UFO crash retrieval teams. This article by Sharp saw 3 total iterations: an initial redaction of agencies named due to Sharp fearing reprisals and possible endangerment of his life. But ultimately, Sharp reposted the original article, albeit slightly altered, after some Twitter harassment. I prefer to address the original article here, as this is the most robust rendition of this piece. Within the article, Sharp writes, quote, "Multiple programs are understood to be orchestrated by the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology and its Directorate of Operations, including its maritime branch, alongside components of the National Underwater Reconnaissance Office, U.S. Navy, National Reconnaissance Office, Space Command, National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and Joint Special Operations Command, or JSOC. According to Liberation Times sources, missions carried out by these programs include the retrieval of objects from beneath the oceans, involving the CIA's Directorate of Operations, the National Underwater Reconnaissance Office, coordinated between the CIA and U.S. Navy, United States Special Operations Command, and submersibles from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. Additionally, the retrieval of objects on foreign soil is conducted with the involvement of the CIA's Office of Global Access and Joint Special Operations Command," end quote. Let's break down these roles a little bit, as I'm in firm solidarity with Sharp here, even though I do think he is missing a few very critical pieces of the puzzle. Maritime elements within this post include the NRO, Navy, CIA Directorate of Operations, Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute, etc. All of these institutions and more were addressed at length in my Naval UFO Legacy Programs project, so I highly recommend checking that out. Indeed, whether maritime or land-based UFO retrievals, roles these agencies allegedly play in such clandestine missions are quite easy to solve and ration through. JSOC, Joint Special Operations Command, a subordinate command of SOCOM, or Special Operations Command, consists of 5 Tier 1 units. Naval SEAL Team 6, aka Dev Group, Army Regimental Reconnaissance Company, aka RRC, the Air Force 24th Special Tactics Squadron, aka the 24th STS, Army's Delta Force, and the Army Intelligence Support Activity, or ISA. Intriguingly, an individual and supposed disclosure advocate that I consider had extensive experience in UFO legacy programs, Luis Elizondo, was actually former ISA, and before the JSOC, the ISA existed under U.S. Army INSCOM, or Intelligence and Security Command. Recall how INSCOM was formerly run by Major General Albert Stubblebine, who was obsessed with what you could call psychic phenomena for military application. An intriguing rabbit hole I have discussed before many times.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Milmgren that I saw that was shown earlier, that his bookshelf was full of books on the occult and similar kind of psychic phenomena.
JSOC's role in such retrieval teams, although I do believe these crash retrieval groups feature Tier 1 assets under parallel chains of command for traditional oversight, serve as direct action units in crash retrieval teams. Such teams would operate to secure areas, subdue threats, and eliminate hostiles if applicable. In such teams, the NRO, NGA, and NRO would provide full-spectrum ISR support for the missions. This makes logistical practical sense as well. is our eyes and ears in space and has a history of UFO detection, including their sentient system. The NRO would utilize IMINT and likely SIGINT collection to detect and monitor UFO crash sites or detect UFOs to be painted as targets for downing and retrieval. And again, recall back to the comments of David Grush.
Do you have direct knowledge, or you had spoken to people with direct knowledge that this imagery applies to crash sites, crash imagery?
I can't discuss that in an open session.
Indeed, the CIA's Office of Global Access would act as a logistics coordinator for missions OCONUS, or outside the continental United States. And the CIA's Office of Global Access, or OGA, would serve as the glue behind this joint task force, if so to speak. This is beyond critical to mention, but this CIA OGA was started in 2003 by CIA Directorate of Science and Technology Deputy Director Doug Wolf. And remember this because it is paramount to our investigation here later on. In our NRO Gatekeeper section, we will explore incredible connections between UFO Legacy Program gatekeepers and common threads, including the NRO, OGA, CIA DS&T, Deputy Director of National Intelligence for Acquisition, Technology, and Facilities, and finally, the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment. I strongly recommend you stay tuned for that. And equally critical to mention again, the OGA operates as a logistics coordinator for retrievals outside the United States. And this is where I think Chris is missing a few steps we can actually fill in. I am absolutely quite confident that UFO crash retrieval teams feature full spectrum intelligence support from the NRO, NGA, NRO, CIA and their DS&T, and direct action support from parallel Tier 1 units. And if the mission is outside the CONUS, we can expect support from the CIA OGA and greater JSOC involvement. So what is missing here for these UFO crash retrieval teams? For one, what agency or office would be responsible for transporting on-site scientific and direct action personnel, and possibly responsible with the transportation of recovered vehicles? Well, I strongly believe this is the U.S. Army 160th SOAR, or Special Operations Aviation Regiment, aka the Night Stalkers. Specifically, the 1st Battalion that we talked about earlier. The Night Stalkers are essentially the helicopter transports for SOF, or Special Forces, specifically JSOC. I believe the Night Stalkers in particular utilize rapid reaction teams piloting CH-47s and MH-47s to transport on-site crash retrieval personnel, and again, possibly recover and transport out vehicles. A strong example of this is likely the 1997 testimony of USMC Lance Corporal Jonathan Wygant, who during his station in Operation Laser Strike, an aerial counter-narcotics program in Peru, happened upon a large egg-shaped UFO crash.
This is the craft. This is pretty crude two-dimensional drawing, but this is jungle here. This was the craft, and it was embedded in the rock like this. And I'm not sure if this tapered off or how it went, but these right here are the hatches. These two objects here. This one was the one that was half open, and you could see into it, but I mean, it was just black. It was like looking into a closet. Where were you standing? Damage, I think, from the missile. And these were these large vents. They looked like they went into the craft, but I couldn't tell. But I mean, it was a shadow. That was the only thing that really cast a shadow. The rest of this, well, this was another thing, was these vents cast a shadow where you could see where there wasn't light, but the sun was shining right on the object, and it didn't cast a shadow. Not on anything. It was like kind of like absorbing the light. It was weird, strange. There was no reflection or anything like that.
Wygant and his fellow Marines were intercepted by men in black fatigues wearing black U.S. Army helmets. These men featured no insignia, flags, or name tags. These men, in my opinion, were either local 7th Army SOF units or dedicated Tier 1 parallel crash retrieval assets. Whilst being held at gunpoint, 2 U.S. Army CH-47s landed carrying Department of Energy personnel, equipped in DOE-embroidered rain jackets and mission-oriented protective posture, aka MOP gear, likely to secure the crash site and debris.
Yeah, they threw me into the mud, and all that liquid got in my hair and my face. They were like scientists, I suppose. They had this type of we'd call it MOP gear, right? Mission oriented protective posture. And they had gas masks on and like rubber suits. And they were coming around, and you had all kinds of weird people there. Some had some version of MOP or personal protective posture on and personal protective gear. And it was all different ones, different kinds.
This also brings us to the second point that I believe Chris Sharp is missing in his excellent article. The men in MOP gear with the DOE insignia that Weygand observed. This would be Department of Energy and their semi-autonomous subordinate agency created in the year 2000, the National Nuclear Security Administration, operating a direct response on-site scientific team to react to crashed UFOs. And I strongly believe this is the DOE NEST, or Nuclear Emergency Support Team. NEST is the USG's premier response unit for assessing and operating contingencies on any nuclear or radiological threat. The mission of NEST is to, quote, be prepared to respond immediately to any type of radiological accident or incident anywhere in the world, end quote. NEST's authority is derived from the 1954 Atomic Energy Agreement. Recently, in my project on Sandia National Labs, I outlined old Atomic Energy Commission classification standards that UFO legacy programs likely utilize to keep UFO missions, materials, data, biologics, etc. away from declassification and traditional oversight channels. These include trans-classified foreign nuclear information, which was actually identified in 3 consecutive years as a UFO legacy program gatekeeping method in the UAPDA, special nuclear material, and non-contract foreign intelligence information, or FII. Indeed, I have outlined in the same Sandia project why I believe for CONUS-based UFO retrieval missions and UFO material transport between secure facilities. Outside of NEST, legacy programs additionally utilize DOE/NNSA Special Response Teams SRTs and the Office of Secure Transportation OST. So what if I told you I have taken a witness testimony never before heard that compiles all of this data together and places the NRO as the actual focal point? I will preface here that this testimony should not be taken as evidence, but more so for consideration in this project. This testimony should serve as little more than conjecture to the audience, but I will be quite firm after speaking to this individual and investigating them for many, many, many months. I must state, I do in fact believe their testimony. In 2025, I came in contact with a man whom I had attempted to get in contact with for the better part of a year. This individual claimed to serve within a UFO crash retrieval rapid reaction team during the 21st century for a period of multiple years. This team was allegedly based out of the Nevada National Security Site, aka the Nevada Test Site. This individual states he was part of a special detachment within the teams, a detachment that operated alongside DOE assets and MOP gear to secure debris and clean up crash areas. This division operated cargo, transport, and initial CBRNE risk assessment. 2 other divisions higher up the food chain here generally did mission tasking, and one division, Delta, consisted of a company-sized element of parallel Tier 1 units, sometimes ranging between as much to 20 to 40. This Delta detachment was first to secure crash areas, dressed in, of course, all black. Once secure, this individual's detachment would deploy to the crash site. Does this at all sound familiar to Weygand? The Delta detachment would come and go, but the witness in his detachment rotated through acknowledged and unacknowledged sites on the Nevada Test Site, including Nellis and Homey, another name for Area 51. When he began his training before any live UFO retrievals, the witness attended briefings on crash retrieval duties. Nothing out of the ordinary here, just standard crash retrieval work on prosaic airframes and materials. But on the front of these briefing binders sat an insert sheet titled, quote, Joint Operations Task Force, NRO, end quote. Indeed, during his tenure in the teams, the witness was equipped with a badge. The witness has graciously given me permission to recreate and feature this badge in this video. The badge here is a standard identification card. On the back sat a large Q hologram, likely indicating a Q clearance, the DOE's equivalent to a top secret clearance. And it's worth noting, the witness states he was never overtly given a Q clearance. The back also features a standard mag swipe for swiping into barracks and locations, as well as another feature the witness can't directly recall. On the front of the card sat Department of Defense at the top. Also, a photo of the cardholder, a barcode, and the first and last name of the card's owner. Towards the bottom of the card sat NRO with a large watermark behind it. For all intents and purposes, this program the witness claimed he served in was an NRO-run UFO rapid reaction team at the Nevada test site. And we are actually going to utilize one of this individual's alleged operations to transfer into another intriguing anonymous account of UFO crash retrievals that I strongly believe involves the same elements and agencies, including the NRO we have spoken on thus far. On one such operation, the witness was ordered to the scene of a crashed UFO pancaked into the jungle in what seemed to be Central or South America. This craft was egg-shaped, half buried in the mud, and featured a massive gash on its side. The witness was able to get a good look at this craft twice before the vehicle was concealed with a tent or camo net. The ever so slight glimpses of this egg's interior the witness was able to steal revealed what looked to be a double hull within the craft. Remember back to Albert Bruce Collins and the egg-shaped craft that featured layers and a possible secondary bulkhead. So that brings me to another piece of data to analyze that may tie all of this together. The internet has fallen in love with social media whistleblower testimonies. In particular, folks adore the 2023 4chan whistleblower. This alleged former legacy program individual captured the community's zeitgeist by discussing large quote-unquote motherships hidden under Earth in our oceans that essentially builds UFOs to spec. While I find this post very engaging and actually lean towards there being quite a bit of validity here, as I've been exposed to similar concepts from legacy program first-handers, I do want to focus on another social media testimony significantly smaller in scope and far more mundane. In 2024, a Reddit user named MontRose912 took to the subreddit r/UFO to post a submission titled, quote, "Whistleblowing, ex-OGA contractor," end quote. Now, briefly, OGA in this context is not the CIA's Office of Global Access. OGA here stands for Other Government Agency, a term used to refer to any government entity outside the Department of Defense, most oftentimes the CIA, but also possibly agencies like the NSA, DIA, or Department of State. OGA here is likely used so the poster would not risk identifying himself. This individual claimed to serve as an Air Force combat controller for 16 years, with his last 2 years in the Air Force being with the Tier 1 JSOC unit, the 24th STS. During training for his last final 24th STS deployment, the poster's troop chief, alongside 3 other guys on their team, randomly bailed. The departure of the men was so sudden, the rumor mill swirled that possibly someone had died, leading to their sudden departures. 16 months later, the poster moved on from 24th STS to contract with an OGA. This work, according to the poster, was incredibly dull and boring. Work detail consisted almost exclusively of sleepy surveillance and route planning. Whilst overseas on a random Wednesday morning, the poster and his OGA team got word of an arriving AC-130 with Tier 1 teams on board for OCONUS staging at the airbase. There was zero discussion of this operation, target, manifest, etc. The C-130 arrived just before dark and was met with 2 landed CH-47s already spinning ready to go, and the Tier 1 team transferred to the helicopters immediately without any delay. And just in the back of your mind, remember CH-47s and the testimony of Weygant, the witness I spoke about, and the 160th SOAR. The entire operation here was conducted strangely quietly, and 6 hours later, the helos arrived back. Within the Tier 1 team, the poster recognized his old troop chief, the one that abruptly bailed from training 16 months earlier. The presence of the troop chief was extremely bizarre to the poster, as the troop chief was in between deployments and had been home in Virginia Beach less than 1 week earlier. The troop chief appeared to be in a very strange headspace, acting bizarre and distant, and immediately boarded the C-130s back to CONUS. The chief running the OGA deployment eventually, when pressed, admitted the op was a quote-unquote crash retrieval, and that it was, quote, not one of ours, end quote. The original poster was then reprimanded severely for raising questions on this op. The next year, the poster was finally able to catch up with the troop chief in person and inquire into this operation. It was then the troop chief admitted the op was a UFO crash retrieval. According to the chief, a task force exists, comprised of Tier 1 assets, but run outside of traditional oversight channels. This task force is specifically tasked with crash retrieval. The crew chief had only been on the task force for a little over 4 years and deployed just 3 times. Most interesting to me, this task force basically runs via its own umbrella authority siloed off from any traditional IC or DoD oversight channel and quote-unquote everyone else. In 2 of the 3 ops, the chief literally had no idea what the crash was. He only knew that it wasn't a plane or a helo. The third crash, however, the one the ex-OGA contractor detailed, was particularly strange. The crash site was like a dry hole, according to the chief, similar to a large bowling ball dropped from space. Blunt impact damage only, no fire, charred shrubbery, etc. The task force here recovered an oblong sphere, roughly the size of a sedan. The object was fractured, possibly from impact, and within the craft was almost like a nesting doll design, quote, like there was another one inside of it, and another inside of that, in layers, end quote. This sort of nesting doll feature is seemingly ubiquitous across several egg-shaped craft designs. From this CR task force member, to my source, to Albert Bruce Collins, I strongly think this sort of detail is critical to pay attention to moving forward, and in previous crash reports. Additionally, the witness I detailed who encountered the crashed egg somewhere in Central or South America stated the crash site was seemingly just blunt impact trauma, not explosive damage, similar to the large bowling ball analogy. Only upon his retirement was the crew chief outright told by his task force superior that the retrieved assets were of unknown origin, and that the task force knew for certain these technical vehicles were not ours. There are so many more intriguing details in this Reddit post, such as how the crew chief described how the air was soupy, like the space between 2 magnets when near the crash site. And I highly recommend reading this entire post for yourself. This task force, as outlined by the crew chief, sounds identical to the retrieval teams outlined by my source, who has claimed to operate within a special team of such a task force. Indeed, if both accounts are true, which I will go on record and outright state I believe that both are, the umbrella authority directing this task force is indeed likely the National Reconnaissance Office. With discussion of the NRO's critical role in UFO retrieval programs, I would also like to visit the claims of the enigmatic and controversial Colonel Steve Wilson, who I first spoke about in my Northrop Grumman investigation. Wilson's disclosures are indeed fascinating, but should be taken with a huge grain of salt. Wilson's testimony was primarily collected in 1996/1997, shortly before his death, from UFO researcher Richard Boyland, whose research I often question and think is incomplete and full of theories and rushed hypotheses I don't necessarily agree with. I have tried on numerous occasions to reach out to Dr. Boyland to request Colonel Wilson's military documents, photos, medals, or any materials on this enigmatic figure, But alas, this has been to no avail, as my half-dozen emails to Boyland have gone unanswered. And thus, we are still unable to definitively prove Wilson's claimed 40-year DoD and IC background. So, while we discuss Wilson, I also thoroughly recommend Kevin Randall's multiple pieces questioning the credibility and legitimacy of Wilson so we can have a fair and balanced analysis. In my opinion, Randall gives fair criticism of Wilson's 40 years of listed service, as well as Wilson's alleged DD-214 Boyland reprinted and didn't post images of. To summarize Wilson's disclosures, Wilson claimed in 1963 as a captain in the Tactical Fighter Squadron out of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. He was assigned to none other than the Majestic 12 and promoted to captain. Eventually, the then major learned of the MJ-12's modus operandi: to control, quote, UFO surveillance and interdictions, retrievals, and analysis of recovered extraterrestrial spacecraft and occupants, and public access to any information about these matters, end quote. As part of his duties, Wilson would be assigned to the 1st Special Forces Air Command and would undergo special training with Delta Force and the then Black Berets. For 9 years, the colonel claimed to visit nearly every Air Force base in the world and make contact for key people for the MJ-12 unit. Colonel Wilson stated, whilst a lieutenant colonel around 1972, he was reassigned from 1st Special Forces Air Command at Vandenberg Air Force Base in California to Area S4 near Papoose Lake, south of Area 51, by men with CIA credentials. I am skipping over numerous details here, but Wilson would travel to the 30th floor of the underground facility at S4, where he witnessed 8 different kinds of non-human craft, as well as an extremely tall woman that appeared to be an extraterrestrial. According to Wilson, S4 operated to test anti-gravity and reverse-engineered vehicles. The first successful flight, according to Wilson, had allegedly occurred on 18 July 1971, just a year before his station, which saw Admiral Bobby Ray Inman present for the test. After some time at S4, Wilson would claim to head Project Pounce, an elite Air Force/National Reconnaissance Organization Special Forces unit which retrieved downed UFOs. Pounce was allegedly quite successful and still ongoing as of 1996. Pounce operated as a full-spectrum UFO recovery operation, even providing cover stories for UFO crash retrievals. And these included crashed experimental aircraft, mining, construction, etc. According to Wilson, Project Pounce included a team called Delta, which operated as an arm of the NRO trained and tasked with Pounce security. This is odd to me, as it sounds somewhat similar to what the first-hand witness I spoke of told me. This Delta NRO detachment, according to Wilson, deployed with a, quote, exotic-looking 6-foot-long, 1-foot diameter electromagnetic pulse cannon, mounted on a pedestal on the back of a military truck, end quote, that was called the Equalizer, that harnessed low-frequency pulsed extreme microwave energy to shoot down UFOs. I am absolutely not sold on truck-mounted surface-to-air EMP weaponry. However, I have in the past talked a great deal about Ronald Reagan's 1983 Strategic Defense Initiative, aka the Star Wars program, which of course we spoke about earlier. And again, Star Wars was a proposed missile defense system intended to protect the United States from attack by Soviet ballistic missiles. And again, particularly in my project on SAIC, I did indeed discuss how I wager this SDI saw black budget, clandestine, highly compartmentalized secondary missions that harness the particle beam and lethality and target hardening programs of SDI to offensively target UFOs with microwave or X-ray weaponry. However, what is intriguing here is the corporation Wilson named that created this quote-unquote equalizer for the NRO retrieval teams. Ling Temco Vought, or LTV Electrosystems for short, was a large American conglomerate involved in aerospace, airlines, electronics, and more that ran from 1961 to 2001. The founding date of LTV is actually pretty intriguing to me. as I have directly drawn parallels to the establishment of institutions such as the Aerospace Corporation FFRDC and MITRE FFRDC between 1959 to 1961, to the timeframe Colonel Philip J. Corso claimed recovered UFO materials were handed to contractors to exploit, all to bolster the US war machine. What actually gives me pause to really evaluate this statement by Wilson is actually the evolution of LTV systems itself. On this channel, I talk often about acquisitions by defense contractors, such as the merger of Lockheed and Martin Marietta, Northrop's acquisition of TRW, BDM, and Teledyne Ryan, EG&G's evolution into Amentum, and so on. In the 1970s, LTV changed its name to E-Systems. E-Systems was actually labeled by the Washington Post as, quote, part of the central nervous system for the nation's intelligence community, end quote. E-Systems was a critical contractor for the CIA, NSA, and with their spy satellite IMINT expertise, the NRO. E-Systems was even named in the 1970s by the New York Times as a quote-unquote CIA front company. Eventually, in 1995, Raytheon acquired E-Systems, and the former LTV was renamed as Raytheon Intelligence and Information Systems. Raytheon, of course, is an American prime defense contractor and a corporation I believe is absolutely massive in UFO legacy programs. So while we cannot definitively prove LTV Electro-Optics constructed this quote-unquote equalizer, their corporate evolution is identical to similar patterns I have covered on this channel. Now, let's step back, because I know what you're thinking. The NRO, as claimed by Wilson, is not the National Reconnaissance Organization as listed in his disclosures. It's the National Reconnaissance Office. I actually think this misnaming can either greatly strengthen or weaken Wilson's claims, and I do not think this is as simple as Boylan sloppily misprinting Wilson's statements. The National Reconnaissance Organization naming convention can actually be found in quite a few declassified CIA documents from the 1960s under then CIA Director John A. McCone. Indeed, if Wilson did in fact join NRO's Project Pounce in the early 1970s after his time at S4, perhaps such a naming convention as bizarre as National Reconnaissance Organization was still used at that time. Also, I highly recommend looking into McCone, who also served on the chair of the Atomic Energy Commission under Eisenhower and helped found Bechtel-McCone. But also, recall how earlier in this project, I mentioned that although the NRO was officially declassified in 1992, several leaks made their way to the papers regarding the agency in the early to mid-1970s. Well, specifically in 1976, numerous papers across the continental United States began publishing discussion of a National Reconnaissance Organization. So with Wilson and this bizarre NRO naming convention, I see two possible avenues here. Either Wilson was accustomed to agency circles talking about the National Reconnaissance Organization, or he was so poorly versed in US intelligence, he only had this false naming convention for the NRO in his lexicon, and this was from papers he read in the 1970s and onward. There are, however, a few standout items from Wilson's disclosures that are intriguing and well worth mentioning. For one, Wilson named the Jason Society as a secret organization formed under President Eisenhower tasked with finding the truth of the quote-unquote alien question. The Jason Advisory Group is very real, and in my opinion, directly connected to UFO legacy programs. Jason officially exists as an independent group of elite scientists who advise the US on sensitive science and technology matters. Jason was established in 1960 with between 30 and 60 members, and from the group's founding to today, Jason's activities are run through the MITRE Corporation. If somehow you have never watched a single project of mine, MITRE is a federally funded research and development center I believe is absolutely paramount to UFO legacy programs, on an equal level to DOE/NNSA national labs like Sandia, Lawrence Livermore, and Los Alamos. Jason, through MITRE, works closely with the US DoD, Department of Energy, the National Nuclear Security Administration, the US intelligence community, and more. See on screen now a list of just some of the still classified and declassified Jason Defense Advisory Panel reports. And yes, Jason has performed plenty of work for the NRO, so it's interesting to see Jason mentioned by Wilson. Equally, if not more interesting here in Wilson's disclosures, is the reality of this alleged Project Pounce. One Project Pounce was actually discussed within the Robertson panel, a 1953 panel constructed specifically to debunk and reduce public concern regarding UFOs. The Robertson panel, in my opinion, stands amongst similar report/panel/groups that have been instrumental in the 80-plus year USG-sponsored UFO disinformation campaign that also includes the Roswell cover-up, the Condon Committee, and NRO.
You can say categorically you've seen no convincing, confirmable evidence of intact spacecraft kept by the U.S. government?
No, I have seen nothing that leads me to that conclusion.
Is it possible there is some secret program that you're just not aware of?
I don't think so. I have access to anything and everything I need.
From the Robertson panel, we can see evidence presented from 14 to 17 January 1973. Entries here include Projects Grudge and Blue Book, Project Stork, which was Battelle Memorial Institute's parallel investigation into UFOs set apart from Blue Book, Project Twinkle at Sandia Base, as well as, quote, outline of investigation of UFOs proposed by Kirtland Air Force Base, Project Pounce, end quote. Intriguingly, we can put some pieces together and learn more about this outlined Project Pounce by reading Director of Project Grudge and Blue Book, Edward J. Ruppelt's 1956 book titled, quote, The Report on Unidentified Flying Objects, end quote. And here we can find some very, very, very important clues regarding this proposed Pounce. Pounce was proposed by Air Force Brigadier General, then Colonel William A. Matheny. Doing a little digging, we can reason Project Pounce was proposed by Matheny shortly after 2 August 1952. When Colonel Matheny, current commander of the 45th Air Defense Division, commented on saucer maneuvers over Albuquerque, New Mexico and Kirtland Air Force Base. Matheny presented a plan to harness several F-94C interceptors for this specific purpose of photographing UFOs. Quote, the flight that he proposed would be an operational unit with 6 aircraft. 2 would be on constant alert. The F-94Cs, then the hottest operational jet we had, would be stripped of all combat gear to give them peak performance, and they would carry a special camera in the nose. The squadrons would be located at places in the United States where UFOs were most frequently seen, end quote. This plan was taken very seriously, but eventually shelved, not because it was crazy, but because High Command decided 12 F-94Cs could not be spared. Essentially, Project Pounce would have originated from the Air Force for the specific purpose of imagery intelligence of UFOs. The exact kind of tasked mission that would be handled by IMINT specialist the NRO that would be founded just 9 years later. Possibly, Project Pounce was reestablished in the 1960s, with the NRO and their Corona IMINT satellites or possibly SIGINT data acquisition methods. Yet, in the framework of Wilson's disclosures, it is still unclear how such a proposal could have evolved into a direct crash retrieval task force. Unless this alleged established Project Pounce served as a siloed NRO program under which all retrieval operations were conducted. Similar to how the Reddit OGA individual claimed his crew chief stated Tier 1 parallel retrieval assets operated under their own siloed authority. There is a final point I'd like to address that ties into Wilson and his alleged disclosures. Earlier in this video, I brought forth the idea that the National Reconnaissance Office would likely serve as a vanguard agency within the US DoD/IC to employ successfully leveraged derivative technologies or copycat technical vehicles, sometimes known as alien reproduction vehicles.
A male staff member in Congressman Brown's office not only confirmed the exhibit, but the fact that there were 3 discs at that exhibit. These discs were hovering off the floor without any visible means of support. They were referred to as alien reproduction vehicles, also nicknamed the flux liner because they used high voltage electricity.
The National Reconnaissance Office inherently serves as the U.S.'s eyes and ears in space, a critical support agency within both the U.S. Department of Defense and intelligence community, responsible for several space-based intelligence gathering mechanisms imperative to U.S. national security. The NRO was founded upon the need for the U.S. to access denied airspaces to perform intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance of adversarial, specifically Soviet nuclear capabilities. Therefore, during the Cold War up to today, accurate assessment of adversarial nuclear and militaristic capabilities have become almost as near paramount to the U.S. as its own offensive nuclear capabilities. This also proposed a unique new challenge for the U.S., the need to counter Soviet ISR capabilities. This emerging need to hide from Soviet ISR can actually explain the numerous deep underground military bases across the continental United States.
I might watch that one tonight.
The logic here to place sensitive black sites dealing with advanced and possibly exotic projects underground to protect from both insider and outsider threats is indeed sound. Perfect examples here are the Lockheed Hellendale and Northrop Tejon radar cross-section facilities that exist primarily underground that were built to protect from Soviet and likely American eyes. Recall the words of David Grush regarding the reason behind the secrecy for UFO legacy program operations: feudalistic dominance and asymmetrical warfare advantages.
So the reason for the secrecy exactly is what?
Feudalistic dominance, who can have both asymmetric technology for, it seems like, just fueling the war machine.
Grush has disturbingly even stated there is a new secret Cold War between the US and its adversaries, likely Russia and China, to fully master non-human technology and adapt such technical vehicle and technology platforms for full spectrum warfare and warfighter dominance.
We're in a competition with their adversaries to understand this, and it's a multi-decade Cold War that has been under our nose for so long, and there is no good way to level the playing field and hold other nation states accountable if they're doing unethical or illicit activity as it relates to this subject. And I think the obtuse secrecy is actually putting us in a very dangerous position where a country might make a breakthrough. Let's say it's an adversary of ours, and it is so destabilizing.
You say there's been a Cold War behind the scenes with Russia and China.
There has been a Cold War with our peer adversaries, yeah.
It is from these statements from Grush, one could intelligently infer that derivative technologies or alien reproduction vehicles are either likely still in an RDT&E stage or only deployed strategically, rarely, under strict circumstances and by approved agencies with strict need to harness such technologies. If indeed, which I believe this is true, there is a new Cold War to master non-human technologies for full spectrum dominance. I mean, just look at the Immaculate Constellation documents regarding adversarial equilateral triangles observed over Indo-PACOM. That equally important to adapting technologies of unknown origin for human use is the need for ISR of our adversarial's capabilities. Sure, Immaculate Constellation and Sentient seem like incredibly valuable platforms to continue the mission of NRO and observe and listen from space, but that's about it, data acquisition only. What about a UFO crash retrieval in a denied region that legacy programs want to secure before an adversarial or foreign nation without a legacy program retrieves the craft? What about the possibility of performing ISR from a vehicle with no radar, visual, electronics, etc. signature that can loiter literally hundreds of feet from a high-value target or site? What if legacy programs wish to install their own NRO satellite network or space-based comms relay that features no signature from launching or piggybacking from terrestrial rocketry? What about vehicles with astonishing acceleration and deceleration capabilities that can travel at incomprehensible speeds and operate in atmosphere, microgravity, or underwater with an indefinite loiter time? Well, my friends, such operations would be conducted directly alongside or directly under the NRO as a support agency. And such operations would employ extremely advanced and exotic aerospace platforms, likely, in my opinion, employing derivative technologies or full-on ARV. I think back to the words of Master Sergeant Edgar Fouché, who in 1998 disclosed his knowledge of the alien reproduction vehicle TR-3B.
My name is Edgar Rachel Fouché. I'm here to speak about secret government technology, reverse engineering of alien artifacts. The circular plasma field accelerator ring, called the magnetic field disruptor, surrounds a rotatable crew compartment. It's far ahead of anything you've ever imagined as far as technology. Sandia and Livermore Laboratories developed a reverse engineered MFD, and I believe the government will go at any lengths to protect this technology.
Once again, Fouché provided no direct evidence for TR-3B, but his testimony, as always, is fruitful and actionable to explore. And I will be quite plain here. Whether it's called TR-3B or the vehicle goes by another name, I strongly believe there is either a full-scale triangular alien reproduction vehicle or triangular airframe employing derivative systems from non-human technical vehicles. These vehicles likely exist in multiple models, ranging from triangles near 200 to 600 feet, and are constructed as black, almost Vanta black, equilateral triangles with rounded edges, a light at the center bottom and one light under each triangle vertex. I have devoted an entire investigation into studying TR-3B and triangular ARV in general, so I strongly recommend watching this video and also watching my investigation into Roderick Castle, who I believe encountered such a vehicle during the 1997 Hunter-Warrior Advanced Warfighting Experiment. Fouché would intriguingly discuss much of the design history of TR-3B. Allegedly, prototyping of TR-3B began in the 1970s, and in the early 1970s, the first gravity warping triangle was flown. This interestingly comports with the claims of Wilson, who states Bobby Ray Inman was present for a similar demonstration. The TR-3B program supposedly consisted of several 250-foot prototype models pre-1994 and a 600-foot operational model post-1994. Pilots of these craft allegedly hailed from the Naval Test Pilot School at Patuxent River and the Edwards Air Force Test Pilot School out of the Edwards 412th Test Wing. This second point I agree with very strongly and would recommend watching my video on Witness Ed, an electronics warfare group director at the Edwards 412th Test Wing, who claimed a joint ARV testing program exists between Edwards and the Nevada Test and Training Range, where Ed claimed he served as a strategic debriefer between scientists, technicians, and contractors to ARV pilots. Fouché would additionally state R&D of the craft was kept hyper-compartmentalized, but the primary contractors were Lockheed, Boeing, Northrop, and Teledyne Ryan. And the TR-3B program was managed by the NRO, NSA, and CIA. Indeed, Fouché would state these three same agencies, NRO, NSA, and CIA, were actually the USG agencies responsible for operating the TR-3B. This billion-dollar in 1990 vehicle harnessed its MFD propulsion system not to operate anti-gravity principles, but to warp gravity, generating a field that reduced the TR-3B's total mass by 89%. Such incredible propulsion systems, allegedly reverse-engineered by Sandia and Lawrence Livermore, allowed TR-3B to perform incredible feats. These included seemingly instantaneous acceleration and deceleration, flight at multiple times the speed of sound without any sort of sonic boom, and operational capabilities in trans-medium environments. Fouché claimed no knowledge of any weapon systems on board TR-3B, if indeed the craft did employ such systems. However, Fouché did state the vehicle employed extremely advanced signature management capabilities. Outside of numerous ECCM systems, TR-3B employed electrochromatic coding to change color and render the craft invisible. This specific point is both very fascinating and very important to me. I understand that signature management, specifically electro-optic cloaking capabilities, are one of the crown jewel capabilities U.S. legacy programs have historically sought to adapt from non-human vehicles to U.S. air, ground, and sea platforms. With full spectrum signature management rendering the craft invisible to any detection system, TR-3B would easily be able to infiltrate any denied airspace halfway across the world within seconds to minutes, deliver or collect a direct action team to an LZ, or perform ISR on high-value targets within literal earshot. Indeed, I'm reminded of the testimony of Dylan Borland, who stated under oath he observed a 100-foot black triangle above him while stationed at Langley Air Force Base that seemingly originated from the nearby NASA hangar at Langley.
Mr. Borland, in your testimony, you described witnessing large triangular craft while stationed at Langley Air Force Base in 2012. Can you explain what you observed in terms of size, behavior, and why you're confident it was not conventional technology?
Great question, ma'am. So on barracks, on the base, I lived in the barracks. There was a little smoke pit outside. I was there on the telephone and looking across to the flight line, and I see a white light pop up and stop about 100 feet in the air. I thought it was a weather balloon. I've seen tests from there before, weeknight, normal thing, not surprising. I actually finished my cigarette and I began walking up towards the flight line. There is a track, and because I was on 3 months of night work, I would walk the track at night when we were weather down. And as I began walking towards the light, towards the flight line and the track, the light then flies across the base, across the flight line, and as it flies to me, a triangle manifests around the light. I can't tell you if it's active camouflage. I can't tell you if it appeared around the light, but I can tell you that it was a white light and then it was a triangle. It stopped about 100 feet in front of me and approximately 100 feet above me. My telephone got extremely hot, completely froze, dead. I remember how thick it was. It was between 1 to 2 stories thick, equilateral triangle. I could never see the top of it, and the edges were 90 degrees. There were 4 lights in total, 1 light on each corner and a larger light in the center, 2 to 3 times the size of the corner lights. But what was really odd was the outside. The best way to describe it is like looking at a James Webb telescope picture where you have the colors and then the black background. So the craft itself was this black metallic flake paint, but on top of the craft was this gold lava, plasma, some type of fluid going over and around the craft. I'm under this for about 2 to 3 minutes, and then the center light flashes 2 to 3 times, no sound, immediately shoots up to commercial jet level minimum, in my opinion, and I immediately feel static electricity all over my body, and then I smell the smell of after a thunderstorm or lightning storm, that really strong summer thunderstorm smell.
Borland intriguingly states that the triangle quote-unquote appeared around the light, and he wasn't sure what this mechanism was, though he guessed it was some sort of active camouflage. Indeed, I believe the lava-esque bizarre flowing surface above the black metallic flight paint of the vehicle was a byproduct of such an active camouflage or electro-optic cloaking system. Bizarrely, and an almost contradictory point to this statement about the triangle featuring black flight paint and seemingly originating from a hangar at Langley, Borland gave an interesting answer when asked about the origin of this triangle.
And do you think that, in your opinion, that the equilateral triangle was the U.S. government's technology?
I did once upon a time, but knowing what I know now, I'll have to answer that question in a skiff probably.
Well, my next question is, you teased us, so knowing what you know now means what?
I know enough to know that if you want an answer to that question, go to NRO. They have the answer.
Do you think it was a foreign government?
I do not, no.
Notice that Borland was asked about technology, not the airframe itself. In fact, I strongly believe the triangle Borland observed is a human-constructed airframe, likely inspired by or harnessing non-human propulsion, lift, or flight principles. But this electro-optic cloaking system was indeed a technology derived from non-human intelligence. Just think about this flowing lava-like glow as a seeming field wrapped around the vehicle. Such a detail reminds me quite closely of the UFO crash retrieval observed by the aforementioned Lance Corporal Jonathan Weygandt in Peru in 1997. According to Weygandt, this large, egg-shaped craft seemingly had a field encompassing the craft's skin. This field was a shimmering and brilliant green and purple, similar to the mother-of-pearl effect. Perhaps such a field on the craft was utilized for cloaking purposes when the craft was operational. The question then is, did Borland observe TR-3B, or a similar triangular airframe, possibly an ARV, that reverse-engineered and adapted electro-optic cloaking systems from UFO crash retrievals? A similar system to that observed by Jonathan Weygandt for the purpose of ISR. And was this craft operated at the behest of CIA, NSA, and NRO? Well, I certainly believe there are strong arguments to suggest so. And this brings me all the way back to the testimony of Colonel Steve Wilson. Although Wilson's testimony is leagues below the credibility of Grush or Borland and far less credible than the testimony of Master Sergeant Edgar Fouché, Wilson would additionally make intriguing claims of reverse-engineered technologies of unknown origin operated by the NRO. Wilson claimed Teledyne Ryan, the same contractor Fouché accused of working on TR-3B, a contractor purchased by Northrop Grumman, and a contractor I highly suspect was involved in UFO Legacy program operations, built an anti-gravity vehicle based off recovered exotic technologies called the XH-7D, aka the XH Shark. According to Wilson, these anti-gravity helicopters were assigned to the NRO and their Direct Action Team Delta for UFO crash retrieval operations. Though there is no outright evidence or corroborating testimony I can find regarding the existence of the XH Shark, Wilson's testimony serves as an interesting footnote into possible harnessing of exotic technologies and vehicles by the National Reconnaissance Office. On this channel, I spend a significant amount of time exploring security mechanisms, program protection strategies, classification controls, key milestones, and alleged gatekeepers that have largely successfully kept strict secrecy surrounding UFO legacy programs, and allowed such programs to remain hidden within the deepest recesses of American special access, unacknowledged special access, and controlled access programs, to thrive recovering and exploiting non-human technologies unchallenged. Such program protection strategies I have spoken about before include the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency Security and Intelligence Directive, or SID. Along with the DARPA MSO, or Mission Support Office, SID works to ensure protection of DARPA's high-risk R&D programs that involve highly sensitive technologies critical to U.S. national security. The SID safeguards against insider threats, foreign influence, espionage, and a wide swath of protection protocols, all to ensure U.S. technological dominance while safeguarding DARPA's primary mission of, quote, creating technological surprise for U.S. national security, end quote, by applying, quote, risk-managed, proactive program protection and related services, end quote. I personally fear DARPA SID greatly and recognize this directorate as an office not afraid to employ wet works to silence insider or outsider threats to exotic RDT&E programs. I have also discussed many individuals I strongly wager have served as gatekeepers to UFO legacy programs, aka individuals who gaslight the public / Congress on the reality of a non-human presence on this planet.
And everything that has been brought to our attention, and everything that was brought to my attention when I was in that position as the director, we investigated and discovered that it did not come from where they thought it came from. Most everything was explainable through other documentation, other programs, other people that had talked to other people.
Or individuals that hold the proverbial keys to the DUMBs or locations housing recovered vehicles and derivative technologies.
Couple of things. as you heard, I spent a career working in national security in the tech field. But in that space, I worked from government-funded research, independent research, homegrown technology within the national security community, partnerships with industry, partnerships with startups, partnerships internationally across all those same areas in order to ensure that the components that we needed, the capabilities that we needed were being developed and then integrated to do things that most people didn't know we could do. And I've had the great blessing and privilege to be part of groups over my career that achieve things that most people didn't think were possible. I often said at CIA, we did the stuff Hollywood only dreamed about.
These include the disgraced former head of NRO, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, who during his time with NRO contracted Sandcorp, a company specializing in insider threat mitigation and plugging whistleblower leaks. Sure, equally disgraced ex-NRO Deputy Director Tim Phillips attempted to claim Sandcorp connected NRO to various subject matter experts. But with Phillips' history of exaggeration, emotional lashouts on LinkedIn, and whoppers, can he really be trusted here? I spoke of Kirkpatrick and many individuals I identified as UFO Legacy Program gatekeepers in my SAIC project and discussed shared commonalities behind credentialed DoD/IC personnel such as Kirkpatrick, Donald M. Kerr, William J. Perry, and much more. And the shared commonality here, well, of course, SAIC. I made such comparisons in relation to the ever-infamous Wilson Davis Notes, the Special Access Program Oversight Committee Senior Review Group, or SAPOC SRG, shared high-level employment at institutions, agencies, and organizations I highly wager are involved in UFO programs. Well, I intend to do the exact same today. I will investigate Kirkpatrick, Kerr, Perry, and many more once again. But this time from a new lens with new major and minor connective tissue. That minor connective tissue being the Office of the Undersecretary for Defense for Acquisition and Technology, or the Office of the Undersecretary for Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment as it's called today, as well as the CIA's Office of Global Access. And major tissue, well, of course, the topic of today, the National Reconnaissance Office. Because I firmly believe the NRO is indeed a UFO Legacy Program administrator that runs numerous siloed programs, and thus employs numerous gatekeepers, program protection strategies, and possible footprints. Like I do in every single one of my videos, let's revisit the Wilson Davis Notes. An alleged memo recounting the greatest instance of a senior United States flag officer and intelligence official being gatekept from accessing the UFO Legacy Program portfolio. As I do in most of my projects these days, I will assume the viewer has some, if not full, familiarity with the Wilson Davis Notes. After all, of course, covering this memo was my first ever video on this channel. Regardless of the drama I have seemingly shared with Davis on social media, and regardless of a growing hypothesis Davis is actively performing program protection strategies, when he states humans have never constructed alien reproduction vehicles or had any sort of breakthroughs with derivative technologies. I still fully believe the fundamental facts of this memo regarding a 2002 EG&G Nevada parking lot conversation between Dr. Eric Davis and Vice Admiral Thomas Wilson are fundamentally correct. These facts in question, Wilson attempting to access UFO Legacy programs, but regardless of his cleared status and high-level position within the U.S. intelligence community, Wilson was stonewalled in accessing such programs by elements of the U.S. Executive Branch and Special Access Program Oversight Committee. In short, these disputed but highly likely accurate notes transcribed by Dr. Eric Davis leaked from the estate of the late astronaut Edgar Mitchell. These notes fully recount a 2002 meeting between Davis and Vice Admiral and former DIA Director Thomas Wilson outside of the parking lot of contractor EG&G. The conversation recounts Wilson finding, but being stonewalled in accessing UFO recovery and material exploitation programs. These programs were allegedly protected by the DoD Special Access Program Oversight Committee, SAPOC's Senior Review Group, SRG, and a large defense contractor Wilson refused to name. According to Wilson, he spoke to two permanent Special Access Program Oversight Committee members, Brigadier General Mike Kostelnick and Paul Kaminsky, the sitting Undersecretary for Defense for Acquisition and Technology in 1997. That was preceded by John M. Deutsch, and I will actually refer to this office as the OWSTAT from here on out, where Wilson was informed by General Michael Ward to search a special records group of the OWSTAT belonging to Special Legacy Holdover Programs from before Special Access Program restructuring efforts in the early 1990s. Within the memo, UFO legacy programs were reorganized under the SAPOC SRG after an internal audit almost revealed the programs. This reorganization of SAPOC began on 5 January 1994, when the Deputy Secretary of Defense William J. Perry significantly enhanced changes in the DoD Special Access Program, or SAP, management and control structures. This newsletter on screen now highlights those changes, establishing the Senior Review Group. Indeed, according to Wilson, then Undersecretary of Defense and future Secretary of Defense himself, William J. Perry, alongside Paul Kaminsky of SAPOC SRG and OWSTAT, Mike Kostelnick of SAPOC SRG, and General Michael Ward all suggested that Wilson investigate a special subset of unacknowledged / carve-out / waived programs, set apart from, yet buried by, conventional SAPs that held the UFO portfolio, and that the OWSTAT would hold some clues and records. Wilson would eventually get in contact with the quote-unquote Watch Committee, the tip of the spear of legacy program gatekeeping, consisting of a security director retired from the NSA with expertise in counterintelligence, as well as a program director and a corporate attorney. Wilson allegedly attempted to force a read-in into the programs after telling the Watch Committee he read their program record in the OWSTAT Special Records Group, and leveraged his position as Deputy Director for the Defense Intelligence Agency and Assistant Joint Chief of Staff for J2. Wilson allegedly engaged in an in-person meeting with the Watch Committee, but was still denied read-in access. The committee claimed that Wilson's regulatory and statutory authority as DIA Deputy Director was not relevant or pertinent to the nature of their programs. The Watch Committee did, however, show Wilson the bigot list of individuals read into the programs dated 1990 and updated in 1993. A bigot list is, of course, an internal security document listing personnel with the highest level clearance for a specific operation or sensitive information. Though he wouldn't reveal the names to Davis, Wilson recognized many of the names on the bigot list as individuals in the OWSTAT. And if you haven't guessed by now, the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Technology is an absolutely critical piece to this puzzle. After all, according to the memo, this office held numerous records to UFO legacy programs, and the office housed myriad individuals read into the programs. The OWSTAT also connects strongly to, of course, the NRO. And discussion of that connection will lead into our discussion of gatekeepers. But first, I do quickly want to step back. In several projects of mine, I have attempted to investigate what internal audit nearly exposed the UFO legacy program portfolio that led to SAPOC SRG receiving extended oversight to serve as a gatekeeping structure to keep even cleared individuals like Wilson far from technologies of unknown origin-focused programs. I have volunteered a few theories here for this defensive reaction by the legacy programs. In the SAIC project, I explored a theory that the need for UFO legacy program operations to restructure the Special Access Program Oversight Committee to avoid any further instances of exposure through audits arose from a General Accounting Office May 1993 report titled, quote, DoD Special Access Programs Administrative Due Process Not Provided When Access is Denied or Revoked, end quote, which discusses the Navy and Air Force not complying with DoD Regulation 6200.2-R, which discussed Special Access Program access. Interestingly enough, the Army did comply in some cases, according to this GAO report. According to some of my research, this actually makes sense to me, as I am familiar with cases in which the US Army seemed to operate UFO material exploitation programs in a strict and controlled environment with oversight, while Navy and Air Force legacy programs seem to somewhat operate far more loosely. And then in the Lockheed project, I explored an August 1993 GAO report to the US Secretary of Defense titled, quote, "Need for DoD inspections of special access contracts," end quote. This report detailed GAO investigations into critical missteps in carve-out program security protocols. Specifically, poor document control systems over classified special access documents at the Lockheed Corporation's Burbank plant dating back to 1986. I theorized this GAO investigation into thousands of instances of poor document control and sometimes unauthorized document destruction at 53 document control substations nearly exposed Lockheed's legacy program operations. I highly recommend watching these two projects to learn more, but I would now like to propose an additional possible nexus or supplemental incident for this reactionary defense by legacy. In 1994, a financial investigation and audit was leveraged at the NRO, resulting in a high-profile 10 August 1994 hearing spearheaded primarily by Senate Select Committee on Intelligence member and Nevada State Senator Richard H. Bryan. Oversight efforts, including audits and investigations, targeted the NRO because of bizarre financial discrepancies in the intelligence office disclosed to the public just a few years prior. SSCI was particularly concerned with the NRO's plans to build a new million-square-foot headquarters in Northern Virginia. This headquarters costs were not reported to Congress and somehow rose from $168 million to $350 million. Senator Bryan would state that these costs were, quote, deliberately hidden from the public, end quote. Hilariously, though, the NRO would make some comments on this valid concern of egregious cost discrepancies in its July 2015 edition of, quote, National Reconnaissance, Journal of the Discipline and Practice, end quote, and sound kind of like a scorned lover. Within the journal, NRO discussed the SSCI investigation, but began with a quote from Senator Bryan complimenting the NRO, quote, "The NRO acknowledged Senator Bryan during the same hearing had done, quote, an extraordinarily effective job in terms of its national defense mission," end quotes. NRO then sheepishly claimed it was, quote, being taken to task by Congress, particularly SSCI, for constructing a headquarters building many considered too large and lavish for a government agency, but more specifically, for allegedly not obtaining the proper authorizations before beginning the project, end quote. However, these headquarters were just the impetus for congressional oversight efforts through investigation and audits of NRO. Beginning with the NRO's official declassification by sitting director Martin C. Faye in 1992, who we will discuss again soon, 2 years before William J. Perry's reorganization of SAPOC and strengthening of the SRG, which allegedly fortified UFO legacy program gatekeeping structures, SSCI had begun auditing the once classified agency's financials. The true disturbing revelations of the NRO's grievous misappropriation of funds came to light in 1995, when Senator Bryan attempted to launch a massive, comprehensive, and complete audit of the NRO by the General Accounting Office, as well as implementing safeguards forcing the NRO budget to be subject to full review of the Office of Management and Budget. Bryan publicly accused the NRO of quote-unquote rampant mismanagement in regards to excessive quote-unquote forward funding. Forward funding, aka carryover appropriations, are unobligated or unspent funds, quote-unquote left over, from a previous budget period that are carried forward and used in future budget periods to cover costs for the same or other projects. Essentially, instead of letting leftover budget lapse at the end of a fiscal year, without authorization, the NRO took these leftover funds to fund projects in the next fiscal year. Full transparency here, I've spoken to individuals named in the EWD memo that have told me carryover appropriations have indeed been used to fund UFO legacy program operations, which gave me pause to reflect and consider this NRO financial scandal as a possible source for the SAPOC SRG reorganization. Also, recall David Grush famously discussed misappropriation of funds being utilized to supply UFO legacy program operations with capital.
Well, so then how does, I mean, I don't want to cut you off, but how does a program like that get funded?
I will give you generalities. I can get very specific in a closed session, but misappropriation of funds and
Does that mean that
self-fund.
does that mean that there is money in the budget that is set to go to a program, but it doesn't, and it goes to something else?
Yes, I have specific knowledge of that. Yep.
Initial surveys and assessments of NRO carryover appropriations in 1995 estimated $1.7 billion, but quickly rose to better estimates of $3.7 billion. The NRO was unable to provide a single firm estimate of the total carryover funds, and journalists reported the NRO demonstrated a, quote, complete collapse of accountability, end quote. Okay, now of course I remember the SAPOC reorganization occurred in January of 1994. And this public congressional investigation and audit into NRO began August 1994 and climaxed in September of 1995. So the timelines here don't really add up, right? Well, remember, SSCI investigations into NRO funds and thus carryover appropriations actually began in 1992, 2 years before William J. Perry's reorganization of SAPOC. So it stands to reason this 1992 congressional effort could have indeed seen reactionary defensive efforts by UFO legacy programs that rendered the clandestine operations safe under the SAPOC SRG by the time this NRO financial scandal hit the public spotlight. But still, I think there are even more arguments to make here, such as the NRO Director Harris and Deputy Director Hill being forced to resign in 1995 by Sitting Director of Central Intelligence John M. Deutsch, who claimed he was, quote, unaware of the surplus, end quote. John M. Deutsch was the immediate successor to William J. Perry as the 24th U.S. Deputy Secretary of Defense. Remember, under Perry's SAPOC reform, the DepSecDef operated at the chair of the SAPOC Senior Review Group, meaning from 11 March 1994 to 10 May 1995, Deutsch operated as the DepSecDef and chair of the Special Access Program Oversight Committee. Immediately after this position, Deutsch moved to DCI, or Director of Central Intelligence, where within 6 months, he fired the NRO director and deputy director for these financial scandals. Now, is there a possible conflict of interest here? I would wager that yes, especially as prior to his position as DepSecDef in charge of SAPOC, Deutsch served within the Austat as the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Technology. And he served this role during the time period that Perry allegedly strengthened UFO legacy program gatekeeping structures. And remember, this Austat was allegedly the office through which Admiral Thomas Wilson found UFO legacy program personnel and records. And of course, we will expand on this in just a minute. And to the surprise of likely nobody here, William J. Perry himself served within the NRO from 1955 to 1997, where he even chaired the Perry panel that advised NRO Program B on all overhead SIGINT collection systems. Program B had its ground station at the mysterious Pine Gap, Australia, and we will tie this in together to other UFO legacy program gatekeepers here soon. And I do want to briefly analyze possible fallout from this NRO financial scandal and auditing kerfuffle. Modern day, the NRO is actually exempt from the DoD and Financial Improvement Audit Readiness (FIRE) requirements as outlined under Section 509 of the fiscal year 2014 Intelligence Authorization Act. However, quite comically here, since 2009, the NRO has voluntarily maintained its own quote-unquote independent audit. We can observe a hilarious recent example of the NRO publishing a paper to congratulate itself on its 16th consecutive clean audit. I wonder if these self-audits are indeed transparent and hold the NRO accountable. Okay, so the OUSTAT, or again, the Office of the Undersecretary for Defense for Acquisition and Technology, an alleged admin-level component to UFO legacy programs, an assistant to the Secretary of Defense, which is part of the executive branch as head of the DoD. This rabbit hole goes deep, but trust me that there are numerous individuals I have and will accuse as legacy program gatekeepers that have ties to the NRO, the OUSTAT, and the OUSTAT's intelligence community counterpart, the Deputy Director of National Intelligence for Acquisition, Technology, and Facilities, or as I will call it, the DDNI ATNF. Now, stick with me here as we get through some tricky acronyms and naming evolutions. The OUSTAT began as the USDA, aka the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition in 1986.
I just want to highlight, and as I'm sure a lot of the audience knows, this is what they do with quantum physics as well, and in all areas they get into the linguistics and they change names around, and this is a kind of big subject, but they part of why they label everything as hate speech is because they include anything. But then on a different note, part of why they're using different names in science in different branches or different physics is because there's kind of like this mismatch of names and labeling keeps everyone infighting, and changing things around with this. It also is part of having plausible deniability, and also allows them to kind of maneuver around and not have to take accountability or responsibility, and confuses researchers.
Transitioned to the OUSTAT, or USTAT, during the 1994 SAFOC reorganization, and was renamed once again to the USD ATNL, aka the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition, Technology, and Logistics in 2000. And again renamed to the USD ANS, aka the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment from 2017 to present. We have already talked about Paul Kaminsky, permanent SAPOC member and successor to Deutsch, as the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Technology. Remember that according to Wilson, Kaminsky had direct knowledge and access to UFO legacy program operations. Since 2017, Kaminsky has served on the board of the MITRE Corporation, and pay attention to that thread. Kaminsky was, of course, former NRO from 1971 to 1976, and, quote, pioneered the development of a major NRO reconnaissance satellite system, end quote. As of 2007, Kaminsky also served on the NRO Technical Advisory Board. Now, recall, if you will, one Ellen Lord, whom I spoke of in the SAIC project. Ellen Lord signed and established the Corporate Portfolio Program in the year of 2020. The Corporate Portfolio Program gives defense industrial base corporations access to DoD executives, scientists, FFRDCs, and management with broad access to Special Access Program portfolios. I have cited this Corporate Portfolio Program as a major milestone in UFO legacy program evolution, strengthening the bond between three critical elements to UFO legacy programs: admins, FFRDCs, and DIB contractors. Lord established the Corporate Portfolio Program while serving, of course, as the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, aka the former OUSTAT. So I did just mention the USTAT, OUSTAT, or USD A&T, however you want to call its intelligence community counterpart, the DDNI ATNF, or Deputy Director of National Intelligence for Acquisition, Technology, and Facilities. We can learn a lot of intriguing data from a 27 July 2016 GAO document titled, quote, Defense Space Acquisitions, Too Early to Determine If Recent Changes Will Resolve Persistent Fragmentation in Management and Oversight, end quote. We can learn here that the assistant to the DDNI ATNF, along with the then USD ATNL, which remember is now the USD ANS and the former OUSTAT or USTAT, actually shared joint oversight over NRO acquisitions. Indeed, ADNI ATNF, which is the assistant to the DDNI ATNF, and its DoD counterpart, the then USD ATNL, have joint milestone decision authority on wholly or majority national intelligence program funded acquisition programs. and can delegate decision authority to the director of the NRO if applicable. So if we found tremendous value in analyzing the USD ANS, former AUSTAT, that has strong roots to the Wilson Davis notes in the NRO to reveal likely UFO legacy program gatekeepers, does it not stand to reason that we also analyze this office's IC counterpart, the DDNI ATNF, that joint runs NRO acquisition programs with the current day USD ANS, former AUSTAT? Perhaps, just perhaps, these two offices within the DoD and IC have major authority in UFO legacy programs and deep roots to the NRO. Well, this is where things are about to get very strange. From what I understand, Mr. Doug Wolf is a true program loyalist whose defense of legacy program security rivals that of even members of the DARPA SID. If Wolf sounds familiar to you, I've spoken about Doug Wolf during his duties as Deputy Director for the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology. If you are new to my channel, CIA DS&T is an office I label with ultra high conviction as a UFO legacy program administrator. As Deputy Director for the DS&T, Wolf established in 2003 the CIA's Office of Global Access, or OGA. As we discussed earlier in this video, allegedly, the CIA OGA serves as a logistics coordinator for outside of CONUS UFO crash retrievals, working closely with combat support agencies like the NGA and agencies like the NRO and NRO, as well as direct action teams parallel to Tier 1 units. These task forces allegedly secure and retrieve UFOs whilst mitigating threats through ISR and direct action. During his 33 years in the agency, Wolf also worked as the Deputy Director of National Intelligence for Acquisition, Technology, and Facilities. And if somehow that doesn't ring a bell, that is the DDNI ATNF. Oh, and for 16 years, Wolf worked, quote, part of the CIA component in the National Reconnaissance Office, and was involved in the launch and operations of multiple satellite systems. He partnered with the aerospace industry to develop new technologies and innovative collection concepts. His last position at the NRO was as Director of Legislate Liaison, end quotes. Well, this might just be coincidence. Wolf worked with 4 institutions, OGA, DS&T, NRO, and DDNI ATNF, all 4 of which are allegedly involved in UFO legacy programs, so that has to be a coincidence, right? Well, what if we look at retired CIA Mark Moynihan? Moynihan served for decades in the agency, working his way from a simple career trainee with training in clandestine tradecraft and paramilitary operations, to blossoming as the Chief of Policy and Interim Chief of Staff for the CIA DS&T. Moynihan also, from 2000 to 2010, served as both the Director for the CIA's Office of Advanced Technologies and Programs, as well as the Director of the Office of Global Access, or OGA. But with Moynihan, we won't just stop there. Moynihan also served several positions within the NRO that ranged from Deputy Chief of Engineering to Chief Systems Engineer and Director of Policy for NRO Ground Enterprise Directorate. And let's not forget, in the early 2010s, Moynihan also served as the Assistant Deputy Director of National Intelligence for Acquisition, Technology, and Facilities, aka the assistant to the DDNI ATNF. So the boxes that Moynihan checks: DS&T, OGA, NRO, DDNI, ATNF. Now, what about one Dawn Meyerix as well? Meyerix began her career with TRW, a company bought by Northrop Grumman that I have directly implicated in the RDT&E of derivative technologies based on technologies of unknown origin. Indeed, Meyerix also served as CIA DS&T Deputy Director for 8 years, following her 3-year position as, of course, the Assistant Director of National Intelligence for Acquisition, Technology, and Facilities. Today, Meyerix serves as a corporate board member for MITRE, essentially a parallel track to Kaminsky. While she has no direct references in her CV to NRO or OGA, we can strongly assume she performed intimate work with both offices during her tenure under the ODNI as ADNI ATNF and CIA DS&T. But she still checks many of our boxes here, including MITRE. And please enjoy this image of her with the ever unsavory Glenn Gaffney. There is a serious connection here with senior members of UFO legacy programs and the NRO and the two channels that control oversight for NRO acquisition programs, the DDNI ATNF and the USD ANS former AUSTAT. Intriguing lines of research here to pursue, but I am willing to bet with high confidence that critical legacy program personnel and gatekeepers reside in these offices under the executive branch that directly oversee support, the NRO, and direct action, the OGA and Tier 1, and logistics, the CIA DS&T, elements of UFO crash retrieval programs. But now, let's take some time to investigate even more gatekeepers and legacy program personnel with ties to NRO. Thus far, Kaminsky, Doig, Perry, Lord, Wolf, Moynihan, Meyerix have all been named, but of course we won't stop there. Disgraced ex-Aero director Sean Kirkpatrick. I have talked about this man ad nauseum, from his position as a senior scientist with SAIC, to him tucking tail and running to FFRDC Oak Ridge National Lab, as Chief Technology Officer for Defense and Intelligence Programs. Now, it may seem bizarre that Oak Ridge deleted this entry celebrating this new position for Kirkpatrick. However, it isn't surprising to me, as I have recently expounded on firsthand claims I have received of UFO legacy programs focused on the skin of recovered UFOs being conducted under Oak Ridge and the Y-12 complex at large, administrated by the DOE OICI, or Office of Intelligence and Counterintelligence, and operated by MITRE and Battelle. I have said and maintain that Kirkpatrick was likely partially briefed or retroactively briefed into various aspects of UFO legacy program operations during his tenure at Aero, and tasked with aggressive counterintelligence and reactionary procedures that ultimately led to the steaming pile of traceable lies that is the Aero Historical Report Volume 1. The question here is, did the sweet and innocent Kirkpatrick have prior exposure to legacy program operations pre his position with Aero and Aero Historical Report? If he did, I would wager this occurred when he was poached for the DOE at a young age, OICI perhaps, when he served as a senior research scientist for SAIC and AFRL around the year 2000. Maybe when he joined the CIA and served as program manager assigned to the NRO from 2003 to 2005. Or possibly when he joined the CIA DS&T as a staff scientist from 2005 to 2007. Oh, and of course, as of 2025, Kirkpatrick's LLC Nonlinear Solutions is subcontracting under the MITRE Corporation for US Spacecom. Again, MITRE has surfaced with Kirkpatrick, Kaminsky, Meyerix, and Will again. As a refresher, MITRE is a federally funded research and development center I believe is entwined with UFO legacy programs above almost any other FFRDC institution, bar maybe Sandia and Los Alamos. I cannot stress enough the importance of gatekeepers with NRO connections also observing connections to MITRE. This connection is, in my opinion, as important as any connection between NRO and CIA OGA. So let's use that to turn our attention to a man whom I have mentioned numerous times, Donald Kerr. Kerr's resume is beyond incredible and exactly the type of CV a high-level legacy program member would possess. Kerr served as Executive Vice President and Director of SAIC, President and Director of EG&G, Director of Los Alamos, Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence, Deputy Director of CIA DS&T, MITRE Trustee, and Director of the NRO from 2005 to 2007. And speaking of MITRE, what about the 10th Director of the NRO, the man who actually declassified the NRO in 1992, Martin C. Faga? Faga joined the CIA/NRO under Program B as a simple engineer before rising to the position of director, and there is Program B again. FAGA additionally operated various positions within MITRE as technical staff that strangely directly translated into agency work.
I got to the intelligence community a little indirectly and left the Air Force, went to MITRE, got involved in ground sensors, the ground sensor program widely used in Vietnam. Started to meet CIA people who were doing some similar things, got to know some of them, thought this would be a really neat place to work. And then when I applied, because of my electro-optical background from the Air Force, was hired into the NRO side of CIA's Office of Development and Engineering. It was a great several years and the best engineering years of my career by far.
So that Program B we keep discussing, Program B operated as a joint NRO/CIA program to build and operate satellites for SIGINT purposes. The ground element of the program was stationed at Pine Gap, Australia. Today, Pine Gap is jointly run by the Australian Defence Force, CIA, NSA, and NRO, and has served as the subject of numerous UFO legacy program discussions with its remote location and spook-run elements. The first chief of this NRO Program B facility at Pine Gap and director of Program B itself was a man named R. Evan Heinemann. Heineman's name gets quite convoluted sometimes, so just bear with me while we simply refer to him as Heinemann. According to the NRO celebration of programs A, B, C, and D, Director Heinemann was, quote, one of the agency's most distinguished engineers, analysts, and weapons technologists. Mr. Heinemann introduced a system that combined collection and processing to produce world-class scientific and weapons intelligence, end quote. Outside of NRO Program B director, Heinemann, of course, served as CIA DS&T deputy director. But why do I speak specifically of Heinemann?
I started out extremely skeptical about this whole thing. I thought this was just rubbish from the tabloids, but I was surprised to find thousands of U.S. government documents from intelligence agencies that tended to indicate that there was a little bit more to this than met the eye. So I went to seek guidance from the various highest levels of the United States intelligence community, and I was quite alarmed at what I was able to learn.
Now, we are, in this report that we're now going to show, we're going to hear a conversation featuring you. Tell me the context of that conversation.
Well, I had contacted Admiral Bobby Ray Inman, who was the head of the National Security Agency in the United States, deputy director at CIA, director of naval intelligence, and a variety of intelligence posts, a technologist, and clearly someone that if this was really accurate, that there really were UFOs and non-human intelligence around, this is a man who had to know. Mm-hmm. So I was able to contact him thanks to a contact through Admiral Lord Hill Norton here in the UK. And this conversation, he alarmingly not only indicated that these issues were covered under national secrecy laws, but that the United States government did in fact have possession of the hardware associated with this. In other words, this was an actual physical phenomenon. As
a craft, a spaceship.
Several of them, and they were in operational condition, which I assume suggested that they had been in contact, that they had been given these craft for some reason or another, because they certainly weren't crashed vehicles.
In a 1989 telephone call, Admiral Bobby Ray Inman would tell NASA mission specialist Bob Eschler that Deputy Director of CIA DS&T, Everett Heinemann, would be the quote-unquote best person to ask if recovered UFO vehicles would be available for technological research outside of military circles. Quote, the Deputy Director for Science and Technology at CIA is named Everett Heinemann. He is in fact getting ready to retire in the very near future. That may make him somewhat more willing to have dialogues than he otherwise would have had. When I knew him in the period 7 to 10 years ago, he was a person of very substantial integrity and just good common sense. So as a place to start, he would clearly be high on the list, end quote. And we actually have recorded snippets of this telephone call.
Do you anticipate that any of the recovered vehicles would ever become available for technological research outside of the military circles?
10 years ago, the answer would have been no. Yeah. Whether as time has evolved, they're beginning to become more open on it, is a possibility.
Heinemann and Eschler agreed to meet at the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia on 10 August 1989. In this meeting, Heinemann would deny any knowledge of UFOs or UFO legacy programs. However, in 2022, Twitter user RGH_UFOs would contact Heinemann regarding comments made by Inman that Heinemann was knowledgeable on US UFO programs. In this instance, Heinemann did not deny, but instead said, quote, "I am a long way and quite a few years from working in the area you are researching," end quote. Heinemann would offer to answer any questions relating to UFOs, but never again responded to RGH. As of this time, I have additionally attempted to contact Heinemann to no response. And don't think I forgot about Bobby Ray Inman, a world-famous accused UFO legacy program gatekeeper. Inman's career in U.S. intelligence is second to none and quite frankly legendary. Board member of SAIC and Wackenhut Services, Inc., Deputy Director of CIA, Director of the NSA, 4-star Naval Admiral, Director of Naval Intelligence, and so much more. While Inman did not directly work with NRO in a registered position, Inman did direct the NRO, National Underwater Reconnaissance Office, which was created secretly in 1969 to consolidate reconnaissance efforts between the CIA and Navy and is still classified to this day. At least, shortly after its founding, NRO experienced an extreme tug-of-war of control between the CIA DS&T and the Navy.
Thank you.
Yeah, Tom.
I became the Director of Naval Intelligence 13 September 1974, brand new flag selectee that year. I also had a second hat, and they still don't want me to talk about it even now, of Director of the National Underwater Reconnaissance Office. Sitting highly classified, that's the organization that built all of the sensitive reconnaissance systems to collect intelligence under the surface of the oceans.
It additionally appears that CIA Directorate of Science and Technology Deputy Director Glenn Gaffney, a rogues gallery member of this channel and likely agency individual behind the blockage of the Lockheed Martin OSAP Kona Blue PSAP, got his career started in the NRO's undersea counterpart, the NRO. One of NRO's first operations was in 1972, and again, go watch my Naval Programs project to learn more. And this mission saw recovery of the wreckage of Soviet submarine K-129 alongside an agency vessel called the Glomar Explorer.
And I've had the great blessing and privilege to be part of groups over my career that achieve things that most people didn't think were possible. I often said at CIA, we did the stuff Hollywood only dreamed about. My first interaction with deep sea mining was a cover operation for the Glomar Explorer, which was a ship that pulled a then Soviet submarine off the sea floor in broad daylight with no one knowing what we were doing. That's kind of cool. And just thinking about the forces that had to be managed and designed to actually handle all of that, sea state and the weight and all of it, it's an incredible engineering feat. I spent a lot of time doing remote sensing of the ocean and modeling of the ocean, not to understand the ocean, unfortunately, it was because I was looking for other people's submarines.
Before we move on, I would also like to reference another gatekeeper I brought forward in the Lockheed project. And this is a Lockheed Martin VP who possibly aided Glenn Gaffney and maybe Robert Cardillo in blockage of UFO materials from Lockheed VP of Space Systems Jim Ryder to the OSAP program under the Kona Blue PSAP. If you have not, go watch that section or standalone video, as the Kona Blue saga is, in my opinion, one of the most critical paper trails of recovered non-human materials in existence. Allegedly, again, CIA DS&T Deputy Director Glenn Gaffney blocked such a transfer at the behest of the CIA. But I introduced Mary Kay Sturtevant as a possible co-conspirator. Sturtevant served as Lockheed VP of Government Affairs from 2006 to 2011, as well as Lockheed Martin Vice President of Intelligence, Joint and Science and Technology Programs, active in the year of the attempted transfer, 2010/2011. Online, Sturtevant is largely a ghost, with extremely little available information on the internet. Fortunately, sparse mentions, a glowing celebration of her work by the NRO in Volume 3 of Leaders of the NRO, as well as old Senate Select Committee on Intelligence documents, allow us to fill insights into Sturtevant's startling history. Prior to government service, Sturtevant worked at the BDM, or Braddock Dunn and McDonald Corporation, where she, quote, conducted research and analysis on a wide range of defense and arms control issues, end quote. According to a White House statement on the appointment of Mary Sturtevant, the bright young professional also worked on technology transfer at BDM. If BDM is new to you, go watch the Lockheed video or Northrop Grumman project. Sturtevant began her career at the CIA in 1985 at the Directorate of Intelligence's Technology Transfer Assessment Center as an analyst focused on the role of Soviet intelligence in the acquisition of Western dual-use technology. Sturtevant would also work within the CIA Counterintelligence Center before being recruited to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, where she actually served for 8 years. At the SSCI, Sturtevant, quote, evaluated tactical military programs, provided advice on CIA programs, and served as budget director, responsible for all the staff support for the annual authorization of the intelligence budget, end quote. Sturtevant would then return to CIA as agency comptroller, support the Director of Central Intelligence Strategic Direction, and introduced information technology to office functions. In 2001, Sturtevant was appointed to Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Intelligence Programs, National Security Council, under George W. Bush, before being named the NRO's Deputy Director for National Support from 2004 to 2006. Believe it or not, Sturtevant's resume does not stop there, but her online footprint disappears majorly around the time she joined Lockheed Martin as Vice President of Intelligence, Joint and Science and Technology Programs. We can piece together documents and data to show she operated in this role at least from 2011 to 2015. 2011, of course, is the year of the thwarted Kona Blue technology transfer. I actually wager that Sturtevant likely had a conflict of interest in the transfer here, as her allegiances to the National Security Council, and more important in this case, the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology, would likely have commanded her to aid in the blockage with Glenn Gaffney. Once agency, you are agency for life. Sadly, I requested assistance from Christopher Mellon to question Sturtevant as the two worked together closely on SSCI for years, and even shared identical per diems during various time periods. Yet, unfortunately, Mellon did not assist. Come on, Mr. Mellon. I'm sure this time, when you ask Sturtevant, she will remember, so go ahead and give it another try. So, in this section of NRO Gatekeepers, we have explored intriguing connections with the NRO, AUSTAT, aka USD-ANS, DDNI ATNF, CIA, DS&T, OGA, and MITRE. 13 such individuals have been identified, named, and explored within this project. Kaminsky, Deutsch, Perry, Lord, Wolf, Moynihan, Meyerix, Kirkpatrick, Faga, Kerr, Heinemann, Inman, and Sturtevant. All 13 of whom are highly likely, in my opinion, current or former legacy. I strongly implore the current U.S. administration to follow up on these leads.
Government is slavery.
What's going on, everybody? It's Gerb. And as always, if you have made it this far into the video, I think this is probably at about 2 hours and 45 minutes, something like that. I must thank you endlessly from the bottom of my heart. And before we get into this end of video rant, a couple more thank yous. I need to thank each and every single person watching this video and so many people who I know have been with me from the start. During the course of this video, making this video, we hit 100,000 subscribers on this channel.
That's big growth.
I am both humbled and honored that so many people have tuned in to listen to what I have to say and kind of observe my analyses of legacy programs.
Yeah, I caught this guy at least a year ago or something, and I think he had like, I don't know exactly when it was, but he had maybe like 12,000 subscribers or 6,000 or, you know, something like that.
Crash retrievals. It is truly a blessing. When I started this channel, I had what I had in mind for this channel actually was just sort of like a PowerPoint channel where I talked about sightings and, claims and surface level legacy program stuff. And I am truly honored and blessed to what this has blossomed into. You know, someday I can't wait to tell my story of the stuff I've kind of done behind the scenes, not in the channel, of meeting with witnesses, first-handers, connecting with them, the death threats I've received, Brad-S, the threats, the intimidation, all that stuff, the characters I've met, the stuff I've done. I'm truly humbled. This is why I always say at the end of each and every video, we're just getting started. And I truly mean that. We've hit a major channel milestone for kind of all channels. It's a huge number, but I just want everybody to know that the numbers, the views, that is not my end goal. Although I appreciate it and I'm blessed and humbled. My true goal is to uncover UFO legacy programs and meaningfully contribute to the mission that David Grush started in 2023 and that he undertook long before he went public. So that is my goal. And I thank you all so much for supporting me. It truly means the world. Additionally, thank you to Xander Jones of the Dreamland Motel for the music once again. Xander went above and beyond for this video to make some exclusive tracks for this video. You'll probably know when you listen back the exclusive track. He called it TR3B, so he knew I would love it. Check out his channel, the Dreamland Motel. By the time of dropping this video, he will have recently, within the past 2 weeks, uploaded a video on the 4chan whistleblower, who, of course, we mentioned briefly today. So please go check him out, show him some love. Not only is he a great friend of the channel, but he's a great friend in real life. I got to spend some time with him at the September hearings. I love him and the whole Night Shift crew. Great guys. So, and that includes Dan Cleary as well from the Others from Another Mother podcast clip I included here. Amazing people. So thank you, Xander. And again, guys, thank you so much. Now let me do my rant because I can't wait to do this. As the video is called today, this is an investigation into the NRO and UFO legacy programs. During the making of this video, 21st November to be exact, the age of disclosure was released. Now, on a live recently with Rob Jones and Kermit, two of my good friends, IRL, and two very smart guys, I highlighted some of my problems with the documentary. In fact, I went on a rant about the legacy program outline that was detailed by Luis Elizondo and Eric Davis. Not only was this a purposeful misdirection, but a complete egregious lie, in my opinion. And let me list that back and then see how that's a juxtaposition to today's video. So Luis Elizondo and Eric Davis and others, I'm sure in the making of the film, they state that there is one singular legacy program. I disagree with that vehemently. And that this program originates from the CIA DS&T, Directorate of Science and Technology. The deputy director, in fact, according to Eric Davis, has complete control over the UFO legacy program portfolio. Under the CIA DS&T, according to this outline, are three equal branches, that being the DOE with their creative classification controls, that being DIB primes, I disagree with that, and that being specifically the Air Force and Air Force SOF, Special Forces units, Tier 1 units, 24th STS, et cetera, units participating in crash retrievals. I think that is egregiously incorrect. And as I've spent the last 3 hours trying to prove that the NRO isn't just one other agency conveniently left out that is integral to UFO legacy programs. In fact, as I outlined at the beginning of my video, I think there are numerous siloed programs, each with their own avenues of oversight, each with their own sort of program administrator and so forth. So gun to my head, what I kind of think is the overall outline of legacy programs today. Of course, I talked about there's a head of a pyramid. I think that's somebody, like the late Dick Cheney, that position kind of rotates. And that's the select few amount of people that kind of can dip their toes across legacy programs in these silos and kind of have access to numerous programs. Under that are legacy program administrators. That might be like a joint Air Force and NRO effort. That might be the CIA DS&T. That might be the NRO. That might be the DARPA, et cetera. Under that are FFRDCs. Okay, that's critical to mention. As I said, of course, I think that GOCO institutions, government-owned, contractor-operated, are a critical piece for legacy programs with oversight. Because again, I don't think most legacy programs have a lack of oversight. I just think they have sort of stripped oversights, non-traditional oversight channels. Usually I don't do a cut here, but I'm sorry, I had to take my dog out. But back to where I was, I don't think most legacy programs operate with a lack of oversight. I think they operate with non-traditional oversight channels. And that's something we kind of covered in the anonymous Reddit whistleblower, OGA whistleblower, and something I agree with. And these paramilitary teams, these tier 1 assets that retrieve UFOs, it's not specifically JSOC command. It's its own umbrella siloed authority that utilizes tier 1 units. That's something I agree with greatly. But in my outline of legacy programs, under the GOCO institutions are the defense industrial base primes, the Lockheed Martins, the Northrop Grummans, the Raytheons, and then contractors like SAIC. This is something that I agree with very strongly, that contractors aren't the end all be all, as people like Eric Davis and so forth would have you say, even though weirdly enough, Eric Davis also says that in 1989, all institutions, contractors were supposed to give back their materials to the U.S. government and elements of legacy programs because there was no headway on projects. But then in Age of Disclosure, people talk about how corporations primarily run these programs. I disagree with that. I think in 1989, there was sort of a loss of control over some legacy programs internally. And that might have spiraled into some corporate programs that maybe operated with a lack of oversight, kind of rogue programs, specifically Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman specifically there. Yeah, but in my legacy program outline, the GOCOs, government-owned, contractor-operated, look back to J. Andrew Kistner, former Nevada State representative, who in his disclosures in 1994 to 1995 as a proto-David Grush, kind of talked to numerous legacy first-handers and kind of the crux of one of his arguments that in 1948, President Truman kind of established some legacy programs under various classified presidential executive orders, whether that be, presidential emergency action doctrines or documents, I don't know, but that in the early 1950s, custody of recovered materials were handed over to GOCOs, specifically national labs, government-owned, contractor-operated. I think such a system allows plausible deniability for legacy programs, but also retaining control over materials, documents, knowledge, etc., and being the arbiter of that information to defense industrial base primes on the lowest of the totem pole. I think that most people in defense industrial base primes that are engaged with legacy programs don't actually know what they're doing. I think specifically people like the corporate directors for special programs are those in the primes that know what they're doing. So I'm going on another rant here, and I'm sorry, guys. Let's kind of reorient and talk about NRO. And I want to talk about NRO, and I want to talk about the ties to the CIA, DS&T, et cetera. DS&T, Directorate of Science and Technology, I do think is a critical legacy program element, them and their OGA, but they're not the end-all, be-all. What's interesting to me are the connections between NRO, CIA, DS&T, the OGA, which spun out of DS&T, the MITRE Corporation, and then various departments within the SecDef and the ODNI. So this is an interesting thing to me, right? The Secretary of Defense or the Director of National Intelligence may not necessarily be briefed in to various legacy programs, but parts of their kind of directorates under them or parts of their own staff might be, which is very interesting. As we talked about today, I firmly believe the former AUSTAT, or current day Undersecretary for Defense for Acquisition, Technology, and Logistics, and their intelligence community counterparts, the DDNI, Deputy Director for National Intelligence, Acquisition, Technology, and Facilities, are engaged in such programs. In fact, on the DoD side, I also think the Undersecretary for Defense for Intelligence is engaged with such programs, which is why I think somebody like Christopher Mellon might know a little bit more than what they're saying, seeing as Christopher Mellon was the Deputy Assistant Undersecretary for Defense for Intelligence way back in the day. And that kind of brings me to some current figures. I know in this project, I talked a lot about Immaculate Constellation, which is still so interesting. And those connections to NRO Sentient and Robert Cardillo talking about Sentience and Robert Cardillo being connected to the Kona Blue transfer. And I know I made the statement that I believe Luis Elizondo, I'm more on the side of authorized disclosures, made authorized disclosures of Immaculate Constellation and Tom DeLonge in the year of 2017, right when Luis Elizondo left federal service and, possibly still remained as a contractor for stuff like Space Force and, other institutions. But I made that thesis. And again, allegedly, I don't really want to get harassed or anything like that. I say that because I think it is overall helpful to the effort. Recently, Jeremy Corbell stated this, and I stated this even before that on my live with Rob and Kermit. I do believe Luis Elizondo has firsthand experience in UFO legacy programs and extensive experience with National Security Council ran programs under the Obama administration, probably involving James Clapper. And some of the directives of these programs was a sort of limited disclosure initiative. I do not think that's harmful to say, and I do hope I don't get reprised for saying such things, but I do think that Luis Elizondo needs to kind of make apparent that ATIP wasn't a real program and that it was a cover program under the guise of NSC directives for limited transparency. And I think part of that was informing Tom DeLonge on the Immaculate Constellation program, specifically episodic visits, for a leftover idea that was Project Forum, which I've talked about before, which was detailed in the Bass Bigelow Aerospace Advanced Space Studies 10-month report initiative that kind of got uncovered earlier this year, that talked about, influencing public figures out in California and to get people more interested in UFOs. So I personally believe that Luis Elizondo was tasked with a leftover idea by the National Security Council to do just that. And TTSA was a result of that, and that Tom DeLonge was exposed to elements of IMCON. Remember that Luis Elizondo was liaison to the NRO and other agencies during that time. So intriguing to me, and I do hope we, as folks interested in the subject and folks who want disclosure on the topic, not limited disclosure, not limited hangout disclosure, not partial disclosure, but for people to reveal what they've done in the programs and what they know, I think that is pertinent, and I think that is imperative. I hope everybody enjoyed the discussion of NRO retrieval teams, as well as the firsthand individual I outlined. I know I detailed his badge. I recreated that because the witness in question asked me not to feature his own handwriting, and of course I'm going to respect that. I didn't expand more on his testimony because, of course, now isn't really the time for that. He's not necessarily comfortable with me saying more than I did, and I totally respect that. I just thought that was, I thought it'd be really interesting for people to hear that, some of these embedded rapid reaction teams operate very similarly to some of the other stories in UFO lore that we've heard, specifically Jonathan Weygandt with the mission-oriented protective posture gear and Tier 1 elements, whether that be Delta, people in Army helmets or similar, operating as the ground force and utilizing the 160th SOAR or similar aviation units for MH or CH-47s to get retrievals done. I think that's very intriguing, and how the witness I talked about, specifically their ID badge and briefing documents, contained NRO inscriptions on them. So I think that NRO is deeply engaged in legacy programs, as well as the Immaculate Constellation program. And I know we just talked about IMCON and LU, and maybe we talk a little more about that because I highlighted it in the video, and I will say it again. IMCON is not a legacy program. In fact, part of my thesis on IMCON is that it originated out of the National Security Council, NSC, to utilize tasked and untasked assets from intelligence community to get a understanding of both UFOs, non-human, and ARV. And part of my quandary here, and what I wonder, is that the way legacy programs are siloed, perhaps the NSC, this was a retroactive reaction to try and find some other sort of capabilities of parallel siloed legacy programs that members of NSC or NSC-run programs weren't involved in. So whilst Immaculate Constellation isn't a legacy program, perhaps it had involvement from some legacy program personnel. Or possibly it was just created out of the NSC by those uninitiated to legacy programs, and a USAP was created. Again, it's just a thesis of mine, but I do think that it is likely IMCON originated from the NSC. So what else can we talk about, guys? We can talk about numerous gatekeepers, and of course, as we talked about, the ALSTAT and DDNI ATNF connection, and USDI, I think, is another connection to look for there. The directors of the NRO, we kind of looked at programs B specifically with R. Everett Hindman and Martin C. Faga, one of the directors of the NRO who actually declassified the NRO. If you look back to his page in one of the leaders of the NRO celebration pages, it's so funny. One of his quotes says, something similar to, the best intelligence is intelligence gathered with ideas that physics don't conform to. I'm paraphrasing, but it's something similar to that. That to me feels very on the nose. I mean, something I demonstrated in this video, which, I stand by. I do think that the NRO utilizes tasked alien reproduction vehicles or derivative technologies for the expressed purpose of ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. to access denied airspace and perform ISR of adversaries. Now, I raised the question, and I still don't know to what the amount of legacy programs that I believe exist siloed from one another. I do think there are different technological achievements. ARV, I think some institutions like NRO still use for ISR purposes. I think there's other programs where these are still in RDT&E stages. I think back to the testimony of witness Ed out of the Edwards 412 test wing, who stated that, whilst an electronic warfare group detector out there at Edwards, he served as the strategic debriefer or intermediary for test pilots out of the AFFTC and the Edwards TPS test pilot school for, reverse engineered vehicles. So part of me wonders what programs have actual functioning ARV for ISR purposes, in my opinion, or are still in the RDT&E stages. So that's pretty intriguing to me. Another huge shout out to Chris Sharp for his excellent article on the CIA OGA and retrieval teams. And, I of course discussed how I think Chris is missing some critical elements there, such as combat support agencies like the NGA, overall insane agencies like the NRO, the 160th SOAR, and other logistics. But I see why he was getting the targeted point specifically with the CIA. And I can't stress this enough, guys. I think with the age of disclosure and other avenues that specifically the Air Force, Department of Energy, which of course makes sense, but don't forget about their semi-autonomous subordinate agency, the NNSA, DIB primes, and the CIA DS&T, they're the ones they're the ones who have been thrown the live hand grenade right now. They're the ones who are expected to get the hot potato. I hope that viewers of my channel understand that this is not the end-all be-all of the programs. The Deputy Director of CIA DS&T, Glenn Gaffney, Doug Wolf, et cetera. These are not the people who are in charge of the entire UFO legacy program portfolio, and there's not just one legacy program. I can't stress that enough, that it is one of the truest statements I could possibly make to how I think legacy programs operate. There is not just one. And I think that we've seen that the NRO, at least tried to discuss, has a very deep hand in such things. I hope everybody also, I know it's becoming a reoccurring thing, but everybody enjoyed the discussion of the Wilson Davis notes. Again, I seemingly have problems with Eric Davis, how he talked about me on either LinkedIn or Facebook, but I still fully, fundamentally believe the facts of the Wilson Davis notes are true. And that being that Vice Admiral Thomas Wilson and former DIA Deputy Director was stonewalled in accessing UFO legacy programs. I have introduced various competing theories to what that audit was that almost unveiled the program. I love this new entry of between 1992 and 1995, the SSCI and the GAO kind of investigating the NRO's financials, because the NRO was declassified in 92. And not only was the NRO kind of caught in a huge scandal for a giant headquarters for, 300-400% rise in cost, but also the billions and billions and billions of dollars in carryover funds. Carryover funds is a method of misappropriation of funds. As we talked about today, leftover funds unspent in a fiscal year being carried over to the same project or different projects in the next fiscal year. The NRO got busted for billions and billions of that. So in my opinion, that's a very valid entry for such a possible audit that unveiled some of the programs. Seeing as I do think many high-level UFO legacy program gatekeepers or personnel have direct ties to NRO, whether that be Kaminsky, whether that be Meyerix, whether that be Doug Wolf, et cetera. I think that's a very important key thing. But I'm rambling here, guys. This video is going to be over 3 hours anyway. So with that, I'll give my closing remarks. I'd like to thank everybody again so much. 100,000 subscribers. It's unbelievable. I'm humbled and honored. Please like the video and subscribe to the channel if you have not already. That's a huge help. And again, as always, I have a Patreon for the channel.
Well, there you have it, guys. That is the latest video. It came out about a month ago. The time of this recording is Thursday, 29th of January. So I want to kick on. Let me just get out of this. And yeah, I'm going to get into the Lockheed Martin one, and let's see how we go with that. And then there's a great one.
The Skunk Works is a way of doing business, quick, quiet, and efficient. It's not just a place.
It's really about the mentality, about how we attack problems and come up with solutions.
There's overlap with this in MH370, and this is, obviously the bread and butter of, public-private partnership, and so we're going to get it. Yeah, this is everyone knows about Lockheed Martin, or maybe they don't, but yeah, this is another few hours, and let's get into the meat and potatoes, I guess.
Skunk Works really, since its beginning, has stood for innovation. It stood for products that were beyond their time, that were really futuristic.
It's the secret sauce of Lockheed Martin. It's what brings forth the innovations that are going to protect our customers into the future.
Who are the contractors that have this material? Corporations.
Well, one of them is Lockheed. And I'll tell you, I'm not saying Lockheed's the bad guys. They're doing what they were asked to do. Sure. They have lied about this because that's what they're supposed to do. But Lockheed would be one. There's a list I can give you, Congressman. Some of the big ones, the usual suspects.
Imagine you're like a hot shot engineer. You might be hot too, I don't know. But that, you're fresh out of grad school. Maybe you're like the best PhD electrical engineer. You want to do cool. You want to publish an IEEE, you want to climb the ladder corporately, and that kind of thing. A Lockheed Martin executive comes to you, yeah, dude, I can read you into something really crazy, but you're never going to publish papers on it. You're never going to be able to tell people what you worked on, and it's probably not the most career enhancing, but if you want to work on something cool, but I can't tell you because it's unacknowledged until you sign this piece of paper, non-disclosure agreement. Sorry, but here's the raw deal.
There is a place where we imagine the impossible, where the powers of machine and nature become one. And being a maverick is in our DNA. We are Lockheed Martin's Skunk Works. This is where we break beyond the boundaries.
When diving into the subject of UFO crash retrievals and reverse engineering efforts, I am willing to bet the first names you associate with joint U.S. government and private industry UFO exploitation efforts is the largest defense contractor in the entire world, Lockheed Martin, and their infamous Advanced Development Projects Department, responsible for highly classified research, development, test, and evaluation programs, also known as Skunk Works. Lockheed, more than any other contractor or private/semi-private organization in history, and sometimes even more than the United States Department of Defense itself, has become intimately entwined with UFO legacy programs. Highly classified, deep-sixed, carve-out advanced research, development, test, and evaluation programs buried under complex security protocols and waived unacknowledged special access programs existing since at least 1947, focused on the recovery, exploitation, and adaptation of technologies of unknown origin. For decades, Lockheed Martin and its famed Skunk Works have been labeled as the tip of the spear, leading U.S. defense contractor efforts to retrieve, store, and adapt non-human technologies for human control. Lockheed has been the centerpiece for numerous UFO whistleblower claims, anti-gravity/exotic propulsion paper trails, deep underground military bases, aka subterranean facility discussion, and bizarre traceable attempts to transfer non-human materials out of the corporation. These discussions are incredibly vast and poignant, and without even scratching the surface, range from Air Force Master Sergeant Edgar Fouché's accusations that Lockheed operated as a prime contractor to the triangular alien reproduction vehicle TR-3B, Ross Coulthart's recent comments, the quote-unquote tic-tac from the 2004 famed Nimitz encounter originated from the Lockheed Skunk Works. Decades of worthy analysis, Lockheed's Helendale Radar Cross-Section Facility houses a subterranean facility dedicated to the study and housing of recovered UFOs, and so much more. Bizarrely, Lockheed sits in the spotlight of UFO legacy program accusations more so than any other contractor, federally funded research and development center, or university-affiliated research center I have ever discussed. Of course, operating as the largest defense contractor in the world brings notoriety, especially surrounding whispers of off-world technology reverse engineering. Yet still, discussions of Lockheed and UFOs dwarfs similar discussion around the MITRE Corporation, Northrop Grumman, SAIC/Leidos, Battelle Memorial Institute, and DOE-sponsored FFRDCs such as Sandia and Los Alamos National Labs. Lockheed's prominence in the discussion of UFO programs is so commonplace. Even David Grush has mentioned Lockheed by name in his tremendous Joe Rogan podcast appearance, whilst keeping some of the other names mentioned above in the shadows. Lockheed Skunk Works themselves have given the civilian world cheeky winks over the years, alluding to possessing knowledge on non-human life.
My kids actually ask the same question. And whenever I go on to business trips, I come home, they ask me, how are the aliens? Did I see the aliens? Things like that. So yeah, do the aliens exist? That's a question for another time. But in terms of what we work on, yes, we do work on classified projects. The aliens don't really enter into that.
And every now and then, Lockheed will even give unclassed nods towards absolutely mind-boggling capabilities the contractor has achieved in advanced aeronautics.
You know, right now our airplane designs are very reductionist. We have fuel over here. We have the cockpit. We have the engine. They're all separate parts. What if we could integrate those parts together in a holistic manner?
Can we do things like embed the carbon nanotubes to make conductive structure so that information doesn't flow through a wire next to a structure, but literally flows through the structure?
We'll be able to grow or make a structure that, say, is the skin of an aircraft, that inside of that is also contained the sensors or the energy storage or many different multiple functions.
New materials that are on the lab bench right now, they can literally change shape on command. They can become almost a muscular material.
We could have an airplane that optimizes its shape for the different flight conditions it's in.
Now, for long-time viewers of my channel, I have devoted a video to Lockheed before. However, in my opinion, this video is too short, too unfocused, and underdeveloped. So, during today's investigation, we will not look to retread already covered ground, but instead integrate my previous work and analysis on Lockheed Martin in all of my prior projects into new avenues, theories, and hypotheses, specifically breaking new ground on investigating Lockheed Martin's involvement with UFO legacy program operations, as well as diving into Lockheed's history and corporate structure that exists as a complex web perfectly structured to house highly classified, carve-out exotic projects. So, just how deeply involved is Lockheed Martin in UFO legacy program operations? How does Lockheed's role in clandestine carve-out R&D focused on technologies of unknown origin differ or compare to similar entities such as MITRE and Northrop Grumman? And what can we learn from a 2010s attempt by Lockheed to actually divest itself from recovered UFO materials through a PSAP, or Prospective Special Access Program? Well, join me today as we try and find out. While we attempt to neatly package my previous work on Lockheed, as well as tread new ground, exploring new avenues and identifying possible high-level Lockheed UFO legacy program personnel. Let's take a step back and actually analyze the corporate history and structure of Lockheed to identify how and why the largest defense contractor in the world is, to use a figure of speech, up to its eyeballs in UFO technology and recovered hardware. As I just mentioned, Lockheed Martin is the largest defense contractor in the entire world, earning $64.65 billion in revenue in 2024 alone, outpacing its closest competitor Raytheon by over $20 billion. And a bit of an interesting side note here. According to Bloomberg Top 10 Defense Contractors, 9 out of the 10 listed entities I have directly accused of operating UFO legacy programs: Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, General Dynamics, Boeing, L3 Harris Technologies, Leidos, Booz Allen Hamilton, and Amentum. Lockheed's name is thrown around with such colossal contracts earned, money gained, or profits realized. At least I have become somewhat desensitized to the unfathomable amounts of money that passes through Lockheed for federal contracts. In fact, as recently as July 2025, Breaking Defense published an article titled, quote, "Lockheed records $1.6 billion in losses, most likely to continued strife on classified NRO program," end quote, detailing losses of $950 million in the second quarter of 2025 on the, quote, "classified fixed-price aeronautics program," end quote. Lockheed stated in a news release regarding this loss, quote, "This is a highly classified program that can only be described as a game-changing capability for our joint U.S. and international customers. And therefore, it is critical that it be successfully fielded. With our enhanced oversight of this program and rapid incorporation of lessons learned, we expect to continue to reduce risk over the next few years as we move through key milestones of this very advanced system," end quote. In normal words here, Lockheed has a really good reason for losing almost $1 billion. And I am absolutely not connecting the second quarter 2025 $1 billion loss to UFO legacy program operations. Indeed, I personally believe this likely has more to do with Lockheed losing out on the NGAD, or Next Generation Air Dominance fighter contracts given to Boeing. Nevertheless, this article shows $1 billion is nothing to Lockheed Martin. However, discussion of money is a good opportunity to briefly discuss funding avenues for UFO legacy programs. In 2023, David Grush discussed misappropriation of funds and IRAD being utilized as a method to fund UFO legacy program operations.
Well, so then how does, I don't want to cut you off, but how does a program like that get funded?
I will give you generalities. I can get very specific in a closed session, but misappropriation of funds and
does that mean that there is money in the budget that is said to go to a program, but it doesn't, and it goes to something else?
Yes, I have specific knowledge of that. Yep.
Do you think U.S. corporations are overcharging for certain tech they're selling to the U.S. government, and that additional money is going to programs?
Correct, through something called IRAD.
Regarding misappropriation of funds, I have previously spoken of instances in which Grumman Aerospace, the precursor of Northrop Grumman, egregiously overcharged the U.S. Navy for everything from socket wrenches to ashtrays and connected these misappropriation of funds to UFO legacy programs, along with various other contractors overcharging the U.S. Navy for near billions of excess profits for submarine creation. But what is IRAD, mentioned by David Grush prior? IRAD is a technical research and development effort by industry that is not sponsored by or required in the performance of a contract. Such projects consist within basic R&D, applied R&D, development, and system and other concept formulation studies. Quote, "Contractors can recover a portion of their IRAD costs by including them as an allowable indirect expense on government contracts, to the extent that those costs are allocable and reasonable. In addition, DoD permits major defense contractors to include allowable IRAD costs as indirect expenses on defense contracts to the extent that the IRAD activities are potentially of interest to DoD," end quote. Basically, IRAD consists of R&D activities conducted by private contractors that have potential interest to the DoD. AKA, Lockheed gets to do what they want and bill the DoD for it. In the realm of UFO legacy program operations, this allows Lockheed to freely pursue classified operations without traditional DoD oversight and bill the DoD for such work. And notice how I said traditional channels. I strongly believe, though Lockheed may hide UFO funds through IRAD, contractors still operate such work under DoD special access programs or intelligence community controlled access programs under strict oversights of elements of DoD, IC, and R&D masters federally funded research and development centers. In 2021 alone, Lockheed Martin spent $1.5 billion on IRAD. Lockheed has historically pursued IRAD within its advanced development programs, infamously named the Skunk Works. But these figures are puny, according to former Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development Catherine Austin Fitts and her legendary 2004 paper, The Black Budget of the United States. Throughout the 21st century, Fitts and her Solari report has identified dozens and dozens of trillions of dollars spent on the U.S. black budget. Specifically, Fitts has outlined 21 trillion possible dollars in unauthorized spending in the Departments of Defense and Housing and Urban Development from 1995 to 2015. Much of this money on UFO-related quote-unquote clandestine military R&D. In the paper, Fitts writes, quote, large proportion of the nation's wealth is being illegally diverted into secret, unaccountable channels, end quote. While at the Department of Housing and Urban Development, Fitts came across evidence IT/accounting systems providers were responsible for the obfuscation of funds and omitting data where missing DoD funds were directed. These included IBM, DynCorp, and SAIC, Lockheed Martin, and Lockheed Martin Information Systems, which would later merge with Leidos in 2015. Now, I do know what you're probably thinking. We are already getting way too into Lockheed Martin's possible UFO program funding mechanisms. And trust me when I say there is quite a bit more corporate structure here. But let's now take a step back and analyze the entire history of Lockheed.
Yeah, I played a trailer.
Today, Lockheed Martin exists as the premier defense contractor in the entire world. And as of 2023, Lockheed, Raytheon, General Dynamics, Northrop Grumman, and Boeing, the big five U.S. industrial-based contractors, operate as prime contractors on 74% of the U.S. Department of Defense's major defense acquisition programs. And as of 2024, Lockheed's total market capitalization exceeded $136.39 billion, and Lockheed comprised of over 122,000 employees. Lockheed really is the cornerstone American defense and aerospace manufacturer, specializing in designing, developing, and manufacturing advanced aerospace and defense systems, critical to the entire life cycle of such systems from concepting to RD&E to application. Lockheed operates in four primary divisions. Lockheed Martin Aeronautics, which houses the Skunk Works we will touch on soon, comprising roughly 39% of total company revenue. Aeronautics has built several of the U.S.'s most reliable and advanced modern-day aircraft, including the F-35 Lightning II strike fighter, the C-130 Hercules, the F-16 Falcon, and the F-22 Raptor. The engineering capabilities of this division is absolutely mind-numbing. Lockheed's second major division is the Missile and Fire Control Division, which accounts for roughly 18% of revenue. Missiles and Fire Control has constructed numerous SAM or surface-to-air missile systems, precision strike missiles, AGM-114 Hellfire missiles, and much more, while also providing support services for U.S. Special Forces. Lockheed's third division, Rotary and Mission Systems, which accounts for roughly 24% of revenue, includes numerous Sikorsky helicopters such as the UH-60 Blackhawk and CH-53 Super Stallion, while also this division constructs numerous maritime platforms such as the Aegis Combat System, Littoral Combat Ships, and Freedom-class Littoral Combat Ships. And Lockheed's last division, Space, accounts for roughly 18% of revenue and has achieved feats such as the Trident II ballistic missile, Orion spacecraft, and hypersonic weapons platforms. The Lockheed Martin we all know and love today, the Lockheed that sees 73% of its revenue come from U.S. government contracts, arose from a 15 March 1995 merger of the Lockheed Corporation with Martin Marietta. The 1990s saw a drastic consolidation period between U.S. defense contractors. Aerospace and defense prime contractors shrank from 51 in total to only 5. Today, this trend continues due to, quote, vertical and horizontal integrations and the entry of private equity firms performing roll-ups, end quote. And I have before analyzed Northrop's acquisitions of corporations such as TRW and Teledyne Ryan during this period, and related those transactions to consolidating UFO legacy program operations. So let's do the same here for Lockheed. One half of our subject today, the Lockheed Corporation, was founded in 1926 and quickly rose to prominence at the beginning of World War II with construction of the U.S. Army Air Force workhorse, the P-38 Lightning. In 1943, the Lockheed Corporation founded the now infamous Skunk Works, initially housed at Lockheed's Burbank, California plant, which Jeremy Corbell just spoke about. And Skunk Works is what I and many UFO researchers wager is the critical component of Lockheed hyper-focused on UFO legacy program operations. Skunk Works, aka Advanced Development Programs, was responsible for the Lockheed Corporation's most highly classified R&D projects and exotic aircraft platforms, and performs the same operations for Lockheed Martin today. Skunk Works now primarily resides at Air Force Plant 42, a location I have accused on several occasions as both participating in UFO legacy program operations, specifically RDT&E of alien reproduction vehicles, as well as housing access to a complex network of deep underground military bases in the Antelope Valley, California. I have theorized this network in question operates largely under Edwards Air Force Base in China Lake and connects to Lockheed's infamous Hellendale radar cross-section range. More on that later. The Lockheed Skunk Works stands apart from classified divisions of rival aerospace companies such as Northrop's Advanced Technology Development Center and Boeing Phantom Works due to the incredible accomplishments of Skunk Works. The Classified Projects Division began with construction of the P-38 in 1939 and also developed world-famous aircraft such as the U-2, SR-71 Blackbird, F-117 Nighthawk, F-22 Raptor, and F-35 Lightning II. More modern day, I believe Skunk Works has served as an integral piece of developing alien reproduction vehicles, such as the Fluxliner TR-3B, and if Ross Coulthart is correct, a human-derived Tic Tac. Again, more on that later.
How do you begin to measure the infinite reaches of space? For tomorrow-minded engineers and other professionals, the tools of measurement are knowledge, intellect, imagination, and an infinite curiosity. Martin Marietta wants professionals of that caliber, the kind that helped us fulfill our major role with the Viking lander on the planet Mars, who will help us now in vital projects of exploration and communication, solar energy, spacecraft and launch systems, to probe the mysteries of the farthest stars. And here, on this imperfect Earth, defense systems such as the MX missile to protect the very freedoms that enable us to be tomorrow-minded. Martin Marietta Aerospace, a whole new world of careers on Earth and beyond.
But let's shift focus to the Martin Marietta Company, which was founded in 1961 with a heavy focus on tremendous success in missile and space systems. Founder Glenn L. Martin began securing contracts with the Air Force in 1955 to build ICBMs, or intercontinental ballistic missiles. Martin Marietta built a swath of advanced rockets and missiles, including the Titan rocket family, Pershing missile family, Sprint missile, and incredibly cool FGM-148 javelins. Martin Marietta also pioneered several vehicles for the U.S. space race, the Magellan spacecraft, Mars Polar Lander, and Vikings 1 and 2. Prior to its merger with Lockheed in 1955, Martin Marietta made a series of acquisitions in '93 that I believe saw the Aerospace Corporation become entwined with the UFO portfolio if it wasn't already. For example, in 1993, Martin Marietta acquired GE, or General Electric Aerospace. General Electric, on the other hand, has for decades been implicated in UFO programs. Interestingly, we can look to the work of the legendary Leonard Stringfield and his magnum opus, UFO Crash Retrieval Status Reports 1 through 7, where we can read the second-hand report of one Mrs. Smith. Smith claimed her father, under pseudonym Y.R., served in World War II and then worked as a millwright for General Electric. Y.R. was apparently sent to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base for special work. Here, Y.R. was taken to an underground installation where he worked on what appeared to be a recovered extraterrestrial craft. In a nearby quote-unquote morgue, biologics were stored that were described as short humanoids that were small with large heads and clammy skin similar to a reptile. I do believe I have tracked down this now deceased engineer who retired in 1982 and will be reaching out to his family to respectfully learn more. In 1993, Martin Marietta also acquired General Dynamics Space Systems Division. General Dynamics, of course, is another corporation implicated in UFO legacy programs, and one day I would also like to make a video about them. And lastly, and most important here in my opinion, in 1993, Martin Marietta acquired management contracts for Sandia National Laboratories. If you have watched even a single video of mine, you will know Sandia is a usual tricky customer of this channel. I do, however, want to hold off speaking on Sandia for just a few minutes and talk about Sandia post-merger with Lockheed and Martin Marietta. And prior to their merger, both Lockheed and Martin Marietta demonstrated a keen interest in anti-gravity and electrogravitic, aka an exploration of the relationship between gravity and electromagnetism research. Take Thomas Townsend Brown, for example, and his proposed Project Winterhaven to create flying discs for the US military that could travel in excess of 1,800 miles per hour. I will not even try to do justice on T. Townsend Brown. To learn more here, I highly, and I mean highly, suggest watching Jesse Michaels' documentary, which is one of the best produced pieces in the UFO space I have ever seen. In 1956, a Special Weapons Study Unit of Aviation Studies International Limited delivered an examination of electrogravitic systems to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, referring to T. Townsend Brown's aforementioned Project Winterhaven. The report stated the Glenn L. Martin Company was confident gravity control could be achieved in sizable scales within years, and General Electric, Bell Labs, Sperry Rand, Boeing, and the Lockheed Corporation were all working on anti-gravity rigs. There are compelling arguments anti-gravity technology was sequestered to the world of black budget programs around 1955 and 1956. Another topic for another day, but intriguing, both Martin Marietta and the Lockheed Corporation could have been integral pieces here. Let's return now to the modern day. And as I mentioned earlier, Lockheed Martin is a DIB, or Defense Industrial Base contractor. Part of the network of organizations, of facilities, and resources that provides the U.S. government, particularly the Department of Defense, with defense-related materials, products, and services. The Defense Industrial Base, in my opinion, allows us a perfect snapshot to understand the very skeletal structure of UFO legacy program operations. Quote, DIB encompasses a wide variety of entities, including commercial firms operated on a for-profit basis, not-for-profit research centers and university laboratories, and government-owned industrial facilities. It provides everything from large, technologically sophisticated weapon systems and highly specialized operational support to general commercial products and routine services. By supplying and equipping the armed services, the DIB enables the United States to execute national strategy and develop, maintain, and project military power, end quote. Lockheed exists as a cornerstone entity of the commercial sector of the Defense Industrial Base, alongside FFRDCs and UARCs, DoD laboratories, and DoD ranges and test facilities, aka MRTFBs, or Major Range and Test Facility Bases. Let's go ahead and break down each one of these further, starting with Lockheed in the commercial sector. Recently, in my project on SAIC, I discussed how contractors such as SAIC and Lockheed Martin are eligible contractors under the DoD's Corporate Portfolio Program. This Corporate Portfolio Program gives defense industrial base contractors like SAIC and Lockheed Martin access to DoD executives, scientists, and management with broad access to special access program portfolios. The Corporate Portfolio Program framework was established in 2020 under then Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, Ellen M. Lord. And in an almost comical sequence of events, Lord would join SAIC's advisory board in July of 2021. And as I say in every single one of my projects, I believe core components of the DIB, specifically federally funded research and development centers, FFRDCs, and university-affiliated research centers, UARCs, are the missing critical piece to any discussion of UFO legacy program operations.
Have you ever flown in a jet, used GPS, taken shelter from severe weather, undergone cancer treatment, or marveled at the Mars rover? You probably didn't know it, but you were benefiting from the ideas and achievements of FFRDCs. FFRDC stands for Federally Funded Research and Development Center. FFRDCs are independent, not-for-profit organizations. They support our nation with a unique combination of technical expertise and unbiased advice. Compared to the government and industry, FFRDCs are small in size, but they have had enduring impact. They develop groundbreaking technologies, perform in-depth analyses, and help the government make cost-effective choices. The first FFRDCs began in the 1940s following World War II. Back then, the government agencies needed to build a critical mass of science and technology knowledge unavailable within their own ranks or the commercial sector. Those first FFRDCs focused largely on national security.
FFRDCs and UARCs are really two sides of the same coin, not-for-profit, private sector organizations that are established and funded to meet special long-term engineering, research, development, or other analytic needs that cannot be met as effectively by government or other private sector resources. FFRDCs specifically consist of workshops or laboratories to bring extremely specialized, unrivaled RDT&E to defense industrial base programs. In my research, I exhaustively state FFRDCs are the missing link in United States DoD/IC and defense contractor UFO legacy programs. Over the course of my work, I have directly accused numerous FFRDCs as operating as program managers for UFO legacy programs, serving as subject matter experts and R&D aces for UFO programs, allowing the DoD/IC to retain a firm grasp over technologies and keep sensitive program information in-house, only delegating information, materials, or access to defense contractors on a strict need-to-know basis. FFRDCs in question here I have spoken about prior include the MITRE Corporation, Aerospace Corporation, RAND Corporation, Sandia National Labs, the Center for Naval Analyses, Los Alamos National Labs, Lawrence Livermore National Labs, the National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasures Center managed by Battelle, National Security Engineering Center, Oak Ridge National Labs, and many more. Now, you may have noticed multiple listings above ending in labs. This is because numerous FFRDCs, including Sandia, Lawrence Livermore, Los Alamos, Oak Ridge, and more, are sponsored by the Department of Energy. This allows such laboratories and sites, if operating technologies of unknown origin exploitation programs, which I highly suspect they are, to enjoy freedoms only entities attached to the Department of Energy can enjoy. These include harnessing DOE NEST, or Nuclear Emergency Support Teams, and DOE SRT, or Special Response Teams, that I actually believe were active on-ground units in the cases of Jonathan Weygandt and Roderick Castle, respectively. This also means any classified programs at the sites can rest upon the 1954 Atomic Energy Agreement, which has been identified in the UAP-DA legislation as acting as a gatekeeping structure for myriad UFO materials, knowledge, artifacts, etc., sequestering such into the deepest bowels of United States classification as, quote, trans-classified foreign nuclear information, end quote. Now, let's take a pause here because I do want to talk a little bit about both Sandia and Oak Ridge FFRDCs here. I have talked about Sandia National Labs earlier in this project, as well as numerous other projects, as housing recovered UFO craft and participating in material exploitation projects. I will not retread this research now, but please feel free to explore any of these projects on screen now. But Oak Ridge, well, Oak Ridge is very interesting. Oak Ridge is an FFRDC site where disgraced former head of NRO Sean Kirkpatrick ran to in December 2023, operating as Chief Technology Officer for Defense and Intelligence Programs.
It almost looks like NRO operated as a counterintelligence operation to get people to come in, tell their stories, and then discredit all of them. I can't imagine that any whistleblower or witness will ever go to NRO again because of what happened under the first director, who's now long gone, but still seems to act as the spokesperson for that organization.
And I would say, Madam Chair, maybe at some point we need to really dig deep into NRO, and I would encourage us.
Oh, I'd be happy to send maybe a subpoena to Mr. Kilpatrick.
That'd be done.
Now, the following here is conjecture. I cannot back this up with any research or data. However, I must say this, I have spoken to sources intimately familiar with Oak Ridge that have informed me that 2 recovered non-human saucers reside in an underground installation below Oak Ridge. These sources claim Oak Ridge is integral to the study and exploitation of technologies, specifically vehicles of unknown origin, and that Oak Ridge is a key piece of the defense industrial base that operates in the construction, design, and possible testing of alien reproduction vehicles. And again, guys, I cannot back up these statements, but figured a little bomb like this would be fun to discuss. I mention Sandia and Oak Ridge because of their intimate ties with Lockheed. Oak Ridge is now managed by an LLC under Battelle Memorial Institute. If you don't know Battelle, watch my video on them and Dugway Proving Ground. Oak Ridge was previously managed, however, by Lockheed Martin Energy Research Corp., a subsidiary of Lockheed Martin focused on energy R&D. And as of 1 May 2017, Sandia National Labs acquired a new administrator, National Technology and Engineering Solutions of Sandia LLC, a subsidiary of Honeywell International, Inc. Honeywell, of course, received assets and divisions from Sperry Rand that went defunct in 1986. Sperry Rand was mentioned alongside Bell Labs as a contractor working on adapting UFO technologies for human use by Colonel Philip J. Corso of the U.S. Army Foreign Technology Division. Several other companies besides Honeywell received assets and divisions from Sperry Rand. These included Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, and Lockheed Martin. But, of note here, prior to a Honeywell subsidiary, Sandia was administered by the Sandia Corporation, a subsidiary of Lockheed Martin. From 1993 to 2017, Martin Marietta / Lockheed Martin managed Sandia National Labs, which is one of the most critical sites in all of my own personal research. After all, Air Force Master Sergeant Edgar Fouché would state the reverse-engineered triangular alien reproduction vehicle, TR-3B, that began prototyping in the 1970s up to its operational flights in 1994, whose program was contracted by Lockheed, Boeing, Northrop, and Teledyne Ryan, and managed by the NRO, NSA, and CIA, saw its propulsion systems reverse-engineered from non-human craft by Sandia National Labs and Lawrence Livermore National Labs. Quite a few interesting connections here to make from Fouché's statements. Fouché stated Lockheed was a critical contractor on TR-3B, and Sandia was part responsible for reverse engineering TR-3B's propulsion devices. It is interesting, then, that Martin Marietta took control of Sandia National Labs in 1993. Solely 1 year after, in 1994, TR-3B allegedly left the prototyping stage into operational stages. And solely 1 year after that, in 1995, Lockheed Corporation and Martin Marietta merged. But there are even more wild parallels to draw here, such as Fouché stating TR-3B were often operated out of Edwards Air Force Base by ACE test pilots of the Edwards 412 Test Wing, AFFTC, or Air Force Flight Test Center. These statements by Fouché relate closely to one witness I hold in extremely high regard. And if you've watched my channel before, you will know what I'm going to say. Ed. Ed retired as an Air Force Lieutenant Colonel who graduated test pilot school at the aforementioned AFFTC and operated an electronics warfare group out of Edwards 412 Test Group. Ed claimed to serve as a strategic debriefer for ARV pilots and ARV scientists, and would also claim when he was briefed into the existence of this ARV testing program that existed between Edwards Air Force Base, Area 51 Groom Lake, and Area 51 S4, sometime between 1998 and 2002, Boeing and Lockheed were the two most critical contractors on this program. There exists an utterly fascinating network to explore here, seen as I also wager this ARV program that's housed at Edwards, Area 51, and S4, that's operated largely by the 412th Test Wing, Lockheed Martin, and perhaps various naval departments and installations, is the exact same program that was operating the enormous logic-defying Triangle and Black Ops team U.S. Marine Corps Sergeant Roderick Castle encountered between the 2nd and 14th March 1997 during the Hunter Warrior Advanced Warfighting Experiment just 45 miles southeast of the Edwards R-2508 airspace. You know, perhaps one day I will make a whole video detailing my hypothesis on the extensive alien reproduction vehicle theory residing in the American Southwest that involves numerous MRTFBs, FFRDCs, contractors, DOMs, Air Force units, Navy units, and more. And this bridges us perfectly into discussing Lockheed's involvement with another pillar stone of the defense industrial base. MRTFBs, or Major Range and Test Facility Bases. 23 such critical core DoD RDT&E infrastructure sites exist that span millions of acres in the continental United States. 8 Army sites, including the West Desert Test Center and Yuma Test Center. 6 Navy sites, including Naw-Kad-Pax River and China Lake. 7 Air Force sites, including Edwards 412 Test Wing and the Nevada Test and Training Range and Utah Test and Training Range. And 2 defense agency sites, including sites at Fort Huachuca, Arizona, and Fort Meade, Maryland.
The American warfighter, the heart of the best trained and equipped military force ever known. Our commitment to these brave men and women through the Department of Defense acquisition process provides superior combat capability to dominate the battlespace. The Major Range and Test Facility Base, or MRTFB, is the core set of DoD test and evaluation installations, facilities, and ranges, providing world-class capabilities. It's an essential national asset that guarantees our warfighters can trust the systems they need to prevail anytime, anywhere.
It is safe to assume Lockheed Martin performs advanced classified RDT&E work at almost, if not every single MRTFB, and that the overwhelming majority of this work is just on standard prosaic defense research and development programs. However, I do also believe that MRTFBs serve as critical test and evaluation sites for UFO legacy program operations, ranging from storing recovered craft to operating ARV vehicles. Let's briefly analyze Lockheed's involvement with a handful of select MRTFBs I have covered in the past to see how critical Lockheed really is with these critical cores. As just mentioned, Witness Ed claimed Lockheed Martin and Boeing were paramount contractors to a joint ARV testing program out of Edwards Air Force Base and facilities surrounding Area 51 Groom Lake. Lockheed performs critical work between Edwards 412 Test Pilot School and Air Force Plant 42, both of which are located in and around the Antelope Valley, California. Lockheed Martin, specifically Skunk Works, is one of 3 facilities alongside Boeing and Northrop Grumman that has access to Plant 42's unique government-operated airfield complex that sees collaboration with pilots from the Edwards AFFTC. And interesting to note as well, Air Force Plant 42 is one of 4 Air Force plants situated throughout the United States that's managed by the Acquisition, Environmental, and Industrial Facilities Division at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. If you are new to this channel, I'm sure you likely already associate Wright-Patterson Air Force Base with recovered UFOs. And before we move on, we may as well give a quick overview of my previous investigations on Air Force Plant 42. I've accused Plant 42 as operating as an integral piece to American Southwest UFO RDT&E. Nestled within the Antelope Valley near Edwards Air Force Base, the former Norton Air Force Base, Lockheed and Northrop's radar cross-section ranges, and major areas of operations for the Lockheed Skunk Works and its lesser-known competitors, Boeing Phantom Works and Northrop's Advanced Technology Development Center, I strongly believe Plant 42 and its Big 3 contractors are a worthy pursuit to study UFO legacy program operations. Indeed, Plant 42 and Norton Air Force Base have become critical pieces of the first-hand testimony of Brad S. and the second-hand testimony of Mark McCandless regarding the Fluxliner alien reproduction vehicles. Viewers of my channel know that I hold this case in extremely high regard. Amidst the numerous death threats from Brad, there is quite a tremendous amount of valuable data to chew on with the Fluxliner encounter. I will not waste my time milling over the details here, but recall variances in testimony regarding the first-hand witness Brad S. informing Aviation Week and Space Technology senior editor Bill Scott that the 3 Fluxliner flying saucers were shown in a special classified section of the now-defunct Norton Air Force Base in 1988. And Mark McCandless stated shortly before his death in 2021, Brad and other high-value targets were actually flown from Norton to Plant 42 to be shown the Fluxliner ARVs.
These people were all in this group of dignitaries, both military and civilian, that got on a military version of the Boeing 727, and they flew from Norton Air Force Base up to Air Force Plant 42, which is in Palmdale. A lot of people just consider it the Palmdale Airport. It was actually a facility that was built, from what I understand, by Lockheed back in the 1960s. And the hangar that is now serving as a Skunk Works hangar was the original construction site for the L-1011 Lockheed TriStar airliner.
Regarding this case, I am still trying to resolve this piece of the puzzle. I have come to the conclusion Brad S. was likely far more involved in the Fluxliner story. In my opinion, Brad S. likely worked on design or various systems of the craft and leaked details to his good friend Mark McCandlish for unknown reasons. If Brad S. doesn't make good on his death threats, I really will try to get to the bottom of this case. But let's move on with Lockheed's interactions with elements of DIB. Now, specifically MRTFBs, I've accused of involvement in UFO legacy program operations. And I would here like to narrow in on the Nevada Test and Training Range, formerly known as the 98th Range Wing. Another MRTFB Ed claimed was involved in Joint Air Force American Southwest and Lockheed ARV programs. The mission of NTTR is to provide the U.S. warfighter a, quote, flexible, realistic, and multi-dimensional battle space to conduct testing, tactics, development, and advanced training in support of U.S. national interests, end quote. And another quote, as a major range test and facility base activity, the NTTR supports the Department of Defense's Advanced Composite Force Training, Tactics, Development, and Electronic Combat Testing, as well as DoD and the Department of Energy Testing, Research, and Development. The NTTR hosts numerous Red Flag and U.S. Air Force weapons school exercises each year, as well as various test and tactics development missions, end quote. NTTR itself houses numerous Air Force bases and DoD facilities, including acknowledged sites such as Nellis Air Force Base, Area 51 Groom Lake, operated by a detachment of the Edwards 412th Test Wing MRTFB, and the Tonopah Test Range. Numerous alleged sites are said to reside on the NTTR that deal with UFO programs, such as S4 near Papoose Lake, and myriad smaller bases connected to a network of deep underground military bases that serve to train clandestine UFO crash retrieval teams, and I do hope I can explore this point further another time. Of course, Lockheed does tremendously important work on the NTTR, such as participating in the yearly Red Flag Advanced Aerial Combat Training exercises hosted at Nellis Air Force Base, Nevada, where Lockheed has historically worked with DoD and IC agencies, such as the NGA, to maximize U.S. warfighter potential. But believe it or not, I want to zoom in on the NTTR, not S4, Area 51 Groom Lake, or any similar site, but to the Tonopah Test Range.
In 1957, Sandia Corporation established Tonopah Test Range in Nevada as a place for the Atomic Energy Commission to test ballistics and non-nuclear features of atomic weapons. 60 years and many upgrades later, the range has a similar primary mission.
I would now like to take the time to publicly accuse Air Force and Department of Energy Tonopah Test Range, also sometimes known as Area 52, and yeah, I know, not Dugway Proving Ground in this instance, as an RDT&E site that operates UFO crash retrieval and material exploitation programs. And at least prior to 2017, Tonopah and its operations were run by Lockheed Martin. Let me explain. Tonopah Test Range, like Area 51 Groom Lake, is operated by a detachment of the Edwards 412th Test Wing. However, due to the classified nature of Tonopah's operations, personnel, commanders, etc. are classified. Tonopah appears as a mini Area 51, featuring a primary airfield, runway, and numerous hangars, with about 4 minor quote-unquote abandoned airfields existing on the Tonopah Range. Area 52 here resides in the highly restricted and secretive northern area of the NTTR, part of the Great Basin Desert that lies mostly within the Cactus Flat Valley. The population near Tonopah is incredibly sparse, with the nearby town of the same name housing only 1,938 people as of 2023. Officially, quote, Tonopah is the test range of choice for all national security missions. Tonopah Test Range, TTR, provides research and development test support for the Department of Energy's weapons programs.
The range also offers a unique test environment for use by other government agencies and their contractors, end quote. And yeah, that's right. Tonopah exists as a classified restricted military installation of the DoD and Department of Energy, which began in 1957 as a DOE weapons program range managed by Sandia National Laboratories. Now remember, we just talked about Sandia, but in case you forgot, I urge you to remember that this federally funded research and development center is an integral piece of my channel that I speak about, ranging all the way from discussing UFO retrieval operations with the Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit in 1947, to involvement in operating on the TR-3B ARV from the 1970s onward. And remember that Sandia was, up to 2017, administrated by the Sandia Corporation, a subsidiary of Lockheed Martin. This means from 1993, when Martin Marietta acquired contract management for Sandia National Labs, all the way up until 2017, Lockheed Martin managed this extremely sensitive range focused on Department of Energy weapons testing occupied by the Edwards 412 Test Wing MRTFB. In fact, beginning in 2007, Lockheed radio telemetry data at the Tonopah test range was detected between the TTR 0.7 miles west from the south end of the runway, to be specific, and 1011 Lockheed Way, Building 601 in Palmdale, California. Seen as Lockheed Martin Aeronautics Corporation residing in Palmdale, California, in the Antelope Valley, is home to the Skunk Works Advanced Development Division, I think it is quite safe to say whatever Lockheed was doing at Tonopah required Lockheed's sharpest engineers operating in the classified Deep Sixth SAP world. Indeed, Lockheed's F-117 Nighthawk, designed out of Skunk Works, initially operated and tested in secret at Tonopah for almost a decade. But let's really dive in here to see what connections we can make between Tonopah and UFO legacy program operations. The only UFO researcher I have seen make such a connection before, and he did so in reference to leaked information given to him, is the legend Richard Dolan. In 2021, Dolan detailed information leaked to him from a source familiar with the classified UAP task force report presented to Congress. The classified report apparently discussed energy pulse propulsion systems, ion propulsion systems, anti-gravity propulsion systems, antimatter propulsion systems, ramjet hydrogen propulsion systems, compressed nuclear propulsion systems, and advanced uses of exotic elements for energy research dealing with recovered non-human technologies. According to Dolan's source, these highly classified projects were spearheaded by DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, and managed by a classified group called Advanced Group 6. This source stated all funding for these projects are black budget confidential funds, and some come from private contractors themselves, aka what we spoke about earlier, IRAD. Prototyping of these crafts utilizing the above technology, including platforms leveraging exotic non-human materials and systems, according to this source, are flown out of Area 51 and Tonopah Test Range. The source stated these craft were operated solely within the Nevada Test and Training Range, which actually does comport with the testimony of Ed.
I want to talk about that as well. I want to share with you information that was leaked to me just about an hour before I went live. All right. And that's why I had to work this in. So it's a statement. I'm going to show it to you, and I'm going to read it, and I'm going to talk a little bit about it. So this is the text of what was sent to me just a little while ago. I'm going to read it. So this was not written by my source. This was written to my source, which was then sent to me. All these highly classified projects are under the control of the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, DARPA, and being managed by a classified group called Advanced Group 6. Advanced Group 6. All funding for these projects is black confidential funds appropriated under intelligence operations costs. Some funds come from private contractors. That's interesting. And then listen carefully to this part. Prototypes of flying crafts utilizing the above technology are being flown at Area 51 and Tonopah Air Force Base Test Range. Some of the UAPs observed in and around Nevada can be, and this is, I think, a mistaken word, they say contributed, and I think the author means to say attributed. So I'm going to read it correctly. Some of the UAPs observed in and around Nevada can be attributed to crafts using the above propulsion systems. However, and listen carefully to this, please, none of the experimental crafts have flown outside the Nellis test and training range.
Seen as Lockheed managed Sandia that ran Tonopah just 4 years between this 2021 and rumored classified 2021 report, this directly implies Lockheed was involved in both RDT&E of these craft and funding these programs through IRAD. But this Advanced Group 6 here, I can find nothing about them. If you watching have anything to add here regarding Advanced Group 6, please, by all means, let me know. But back to Lockheed and the history of Tonopah. Recall that Tonopah is the test range of choice for all security missions. Sandia and formerly Lockheed out here conduct missions in direct support of the Department of Energy's weapons programs. Alongside DOE, Tonopah Range also offers a, quote, unique test environment for use by other U.S. government agencies and their contractors, end quote. Other clandestine and secretive program activities at TTR include robotics testing and development, smart transportation-related testing, aka pre-programmed / remote-controlled air and ground vehicles, infrared tests, and rocket development testing and deployment. TTR consists of land-supporting personnel barracks, one major and several minor airfields, admin and range control offices, emergency services, vehicle maintenance shops, facilities maintenance shops, fuel storage areas, classified storage depots, and if my understanding is correct, a deep underground military base. Of course, in my work, I have traditionally referred to Dugway Proving Ground as Area 52. After all, this over 1,500 square mile site, housing both the West Desert Test Center and sections of the Utah Test and Training Range MRTFBs, has been accused of continuing on the legacy of select UFO programs originating from Area 51 Groom Lake. I strongly believe Dugway engages in contractor-led UFO legacy programs both above ground near the Avery section of the West Desert Test Center and in an enormous subterranean facility located under Granite Peak. I can't recommend enough checking out my Dugway project. It is one of my all-time favorite projects, and there is so much to chew on there. But outside of Dugway, Tonopah here is also known as Area 52, and sometimes even Area 54. In fact, TTR was referred to as Area 52 as early as 1957 in Atomic Energy Commission maps. And we can even find 1997 documents from the DOE specifically referring to Tonopah as Area 52. Now, mention of the Atomic Energy Commission, Tonopah's founding entity, is quite critical here. Tonopah arose from 1950s Atomic Energy Commission efforts to survey for an ideal site for permanent ballistics test ranges for unarmed nuclear weapon shapes. Funny enough, the site for Tonopah was eventually recommended in 1956 by the Naval Air Special Weapons Facility, which is now known as the NAW-CWD, Naval Air Warfare Center Weapons Division, which is primarily located at China Lake, another usual suspect of this channel. Remember how I often state, as I did earlier in this project, the Atomic Energy Commission has highly likely used the 1954 Atomic Energy Agreement to black hole and sequester UFO legacy program operations into the deepest of deep sixth programs under quote-unquote trans-classified foreign nuclear information. One really must wonder if perhaps China Lake and the Atomic Energy Commission chose such an isolated and classified location to work on AEC and successor agencies' UFO legacy program operations. Perhaps areas like the classified storage area surrounded by a double row of barbed wire in the already highly secured northern NTTR at Tonopah store more than just weapons. Though TTR is a range managed by Edwards 412th Test Wing and the Nevada Test and Training Range, formerly known as the 98th Range Wing, which are two Air Force MRTFBs, the Navy seemed to take more than a keen interest in Tonopah than just allowing China Lake to suggest a site. In fact, in the early days of Tonopah, the Naval Air Special Weapons Facility began conducting special weapons testing on the TTR in conjunction with the Atomic Energy Commission. This mission expanded its focus from just equipping naval aircraft with nuclear weapon capabilities to encompassing air, surface, and subsurface launched nuclear weapons, including the Polaris, Poseidon, and Trident submarine-launched ballistic missile systems. If you recall the Polaris submarine program, this project was spearheaded by Admiral William F. Rayborn, who would go on to serve on the board of directors of both Wackenhut and SAIC. Chief Scientist of Special Projects to the Navy, John Pena Craven, would state in 1965 he was briefed into one Project Sand Dollar after being tasked with spearheading the 1964 Deep Submergence Systems Project that saw the Navy drastically improve deep-sea engineering and exploration capabilities. Craven here would state the DSSP operated to satisfy the whims of aforementioned Sand Dollar, a clandestine, highly compartmentalized project that was tasked to retrieve militarily sensitive hardware and other items with national security importance from the seafloor of the continental shelf and deep marine environments. And in the past, I have directly associated Sand Dollar with maritime UFO crash retrieval operations. In fact, the acknowledged principal craft created under DSSP, DSRV, or Deep Submergence Rescue Vehicles Mystic and Avalon, were, after all, created by Lockheed. However, Craven stated Sand Dollar was nestled within a complex web of programs, itself hidden within the Polaris program that was actually conducted at Tonopah. Naval operations ceased at Tonopah in 1993, and shortly after, Lockheed Martin took charge of operations at the range. There are theories here that are quite interesting to me. Lockheed created undersea submersibles to satisfy a deep ocean engineering project, Sand Dollar, that I wager was tasked with retrieving underwater UFOs. This program was hidden within the Polaris program under Admiral Rayborn, which was conducting testing operations at Tonopah, a clandestine Atomic Energy Commission Sandia National Lab site Lockheed would command administration of shortly after Navy ceased operations at the range. Mysteries surrounding Tonopah are plentiful, and I've at least learned from private conversations that Tonopah is where quite a bit of the quote-unquote interesting stuff is stored. Just what sort of clandestine operations did Lockheed engage with in its near 22 years administrating Sandia National Labs and Tonopah? Could Lockheed have spearheaded and funded through IRAD much of the alleged leaked information detailed by Richard Dolan that apparently is conducted at the range? And last thing here for all my Area 51 S4 aficionados, Tonopah actually contains its own acknowledged Site 4. Indeed, we can reference the undated, unclassified Sandia TTR map shown on screen earlier, and we can zoom into the East TTR to observe 2, possibly 3 locations labeled as Site 4. This specific area of TTR is managed by the Air Force 554th Range Squadron in support of the Tonopah Electronic Combat Range. If an Air Force Range Squadron sounds familiar, I have previously implicated the 388th Range Squadron of the UTTR as participating in Dugway Proving Ground UFO Legacy Program operations. On the map, we can see in Roman numerals Site 4, an additional marker S4, and one last marker TEWR, or Tonopah Electronic Warfare Range, HQ Compound Site, and either S4 or 54. I personally believe this label clearly shows 54 in reference to Area 54, but some still argue this text displays S4. According to Other Hand, a fantastic now defunct blog, workers in TTR were permitted and perhaps even encouraged to live in nearby communities outside of the Tonopah Range. Site 4 employees, however, were required to utilize commuter flights from Las Vegas, aka the illustrious and mysterious red-striped Janet Airlines, that flew employees directly to Area 51 and Tonopah. In fact, we can even see a Janet airliner in this clip here. Other Hand states Site 4 employees being required to transit to Tonopah via Janet speaks to the secrecy of Site 4 in the already highly secretive TTR. While no direct reports have come from Tonopah Site 4 regarding UFO legacy programs, the private sources who informed me Tonopah stores quite a number of the quote-unquote interesting stuff also claim that Tonopah Site 4 is directly involved in UFO operations. Over the years, some have tried to claim Bob Lazar ripped Site 4 from Tonopah to construct a fantasy regarding the Area 51 auxiliary site, built into the side of the mountains resting on Papoose Dry Lake bed. I personally do not agree with this assessment at all, as I am quite confident that Area 51S4 is indeed a very real site near or exactly where Mr. Lazar claims it resides, and does indeed feature hangars disguised to appear as local terrain. During the course of our investigation today, we have already talked so much about Lockheed Skunk Works, also known as the Advanced Development Programs Division, infamously regarded for its highly classified efforts to develop some absolutely stunning aircraft, aerospace, and national security technologies. Such platforms include the F-117 Nighthawk, SR-71 Blackbird, U-2 spy plane, F-35 Lightning II, F-22, and much more. Skunk Works, operating largely out of Air Force Plant 42, has also been accused for decades of designing, engineering, and constructing alien reproduction vehicles. Now, I know I harp on him quite a bit, but one area in which I very much agree with Dr. Stephen Greer is where he claims the Lockheed Skunk Works operates out of Air Force Plant 42 and Helendale Lockheed Radar Cross-Section Facility in a joint network of UFO legacy program facilities.
What is this name of the place you were talking? And I want to go to the Jake Barber clip. What is the name of the place? The Anthill Lockheed, that picture that you showed, what's the name of it if Rob wanted to just search for it?
Well, this is the, I think the Howland, it's just the Lockheed Skunk Works test range.
Lockheed Concourse?
Skunk Works. Lockheed Skunk Works. So it's an RCS range. It's a range where they test. And I have some other images we can give you where you'll see there's what looks like a runway, right? You got a runway back here at this jetport.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a runway. You look at there are diamonds on what looks like a runway. That's where the man-made anti-gravity craft that Lockheed makes come up out of the ground, hover over the diamond, and then they're struck with certain directional energy weapons to see how sturdy they are and how stable they are. And most of them are hardened enough, but occasionally one goes down.
Is that what you're talking about right there?
Correct. So you see those diamonds. That is not a runway. So they come up and they float over those diamonds at various distances. And so that's where you test these objects. And they're electrogravitic, meaning they're not conventional propulsion systems. So there's no rockets, there's no jets, etc.
If this is the first time you are hearing about the Tejon or Helendale RCS ranges, you must be new to my channel and welcome in. I recommend watching my DUMS video or video on Northrop Grumman to learn more. These radar cross-section ranges operate or operated to test stealth airframes' radar cross-sections. Because these sites were built during the Cold War, much of these facilities exist below ground. Now, I'm in full agreement here with Greer that elements of Northrop out of Tejon and Lockheed Skunk Works out of Helendale are a critical piece of Antelope Valley UFO legacy program operations. Where I get frustrated with Greer and mention of Skunk Works, however, are his definitive claims without hypothesis, documentation, or evidence that the octagonal alien reproduction vehicle Michael Herrera observed in 2009 was derived from the Lockheed Skunk Works. I suppose this information is quote-unquote proprietary to Greer's team, as I have tried to seek further answers on this specific claim. from individuals who maintain a relationship with Greer, but I was told that this information around Herrera and the Skunk Works Octagon is confidential. But in a similar vein, Greer also stated he knew for a fact the 2004 Nimitz Tic Tac originated from the Lockheed Skunk Works.
So like when David Fravor and I first spoke, who was the F-18 Hornet pilot, and it was a serendipitous meeting because there's a band called Godsmack. That's a heavy metal band.
Yeah.
And the lead guy, Sully Arnott, is a friend of mine. And it turned out he lived across the road from David Fravor. Because his daughter had backed into his mailbox and broke it. And he went, oh, it's David Fravor. Really funny. The universe works in strange ways.
That is a crazy synchronicity.
And so Sully Arnott calls me up and says, this Godsmack lead singer guy. And I go, well, really? He's your neighbor? Well, get him on the horn. Let's talk.
Yes.
It was some years ago. And David goes, oh, yeah, that was, it had to be alien. I said, sir, with all due respect, that was how the Lockheed Skunk Works.
Really? That made the craft?
Yeah, that was one of ours.
And
he is now.
So because Fravor wouldn't say that now.
Oh, he did say so recently.
But in front of Congress, he says
he's been told since then. He's corrected. So I said, no, that came out of the Lockheed Skunk Works. It's one of ours. It was something that they did on purpose to see this global organization to see how our military would react.
So you think that Tic Tac was Lockheed Skunk Works? Wow.
Similar statements have been made by Ross Coulthart that were met by the UFO community with skepticism, outrage, and some intrigue.
I'm going to leave you with one thought today, Bryce. I now know categorically that the Tic Tac is Lockheed Martin technology. Categorically. Okay. The Tic Tac is Lockheed Martin technology. Why are we being lied to? This is the issue. Why is the United States government now participating at White House executive level in collusion with the national security state to keep secret the fact that they've made these advances? I suspect it's because they've realized that they're being overtaken by their foreign adversaries, and they don't want you to know that.
I stated previously in my video on Roderick Castle, I have no strong theories on if the Nimitz craft originated from the Skunk Works. I did, however, state I do believe there are human-made and non-human Tic Tacs. Here in that video, I explored if the Tic Tac was flying within the area of operations of U.S. Nimitz aviation exercises. This would imply the Tic Tac could have been gauging reaction types, times, speeds, methods, etc., of an unknowing force if it were enemy contact. Warning the pilots beforehand taints the results and observations. It is very disturbing to theorize that the Lockheed Skunk Works could have possibly tested on unwitting U.S. servicemen and ace pilots at that. But regarding the Skunk Works, there is a rather infamous set of quotes from a Lockheed Skunk Works director that seem to directly admit that Lockheed had harnessed non-human technology. These quotes are indeed contentious and worthy of exploration, so let's investigate Lockheed's second director of Skunk Works from 1975 to 1991, Ben Ritt, aka the Father of Stealth. The late legendary Ben Rich is famous in the UFO community for a series of alleged incredible statements some take as an admission from a decorated Skunk Works director with decades of experience on SAPs. That Lockheed indeed possesses physics-defying capabilities and familiarity with quote-unquote ET, while others interpret these statements as hyperbole or possibly even fabrication. At a speech at UCLA in 1993, Ben Rich would allegedly state, quote, "We already have the means to travel among the stars, but these technologies are locked up in black projects, and it would take an act of God to ever get them out to benefit humanity. Anything you can imagine, we already know how to do," end quote. However, these statements were seemingly confirmed by aerospace engineer Tom Keller, who wrote a MUFON, Mutual UFO Network article in 2010. Confirming he attended this 1993 lecture and Rich did indeed make such statements.
We also have former MUFON director, nuclear engineer, and UCLA alum, John Harzan, who stated he attended this 1993 lecture.
He ended his talk with a slide of a black disc zipping off into outer space. And he ended it with these words: "We now have the technology to take ET home." And the entire place broke up laughing. And Tom and I just looked at each other and said, did he really just say that? And are these people really not getting that what he's saying is real? And so we just kind of let it go. There was a polite Q&A session, and then the meeting ended. Well, about 20, 25 of us gathered up around him for a secondary, post Q&A like most speakers have. And it was very polite at first, people just asking questions about his career and different things like that. Finally, one lady said, how does this getting ET home work? He looks at her and he says, well, talks a little bit more. He's trying to ignore her kind of thing. So someone else asked the same question. So finally he said, let me ask you a question. Do you think it's possible to travel to the stars? He asked this of a particular engineer who had asked him a question about his career. And the engineer said, well, I don't know. It'd just take a long time to get there. He said, no, it wouldn't. We found an error in the equations, and we now know how to travel to the stars, and it won't take us a lifetime to do it.
Harzan would claim Ben Rich delivered some even further startling quotes.
And we asked him questions about it. What did you mean when you said we have the technology to take ET home? Ben shared three major things that I think are worthy of research by researchers worldwide at this point in time. The first was we've somehow figured out how to do interstellar travel already. It's known. The second point he made was that there was an error in the equations. My suspicion is it's probably Maxwell's equations for electromagnetic theory. The third thing he said was, how does ESP work? And I was really kind of startled because I didn't know what to say. But I blurted out, I don't know, all points in time and space are connected. And he looked me back in the eye and he said, that's how it works.
Remember this discussion of ESP for later, as it will oddly loop back into our investigation. But all this is to say we must take quite a bit of apprehension towards Harzan, as the former MUFON director would be charged with some very disturbing crimes regarding a minor. Perhaps we can also look to Jane's defense writer James Goodall, whose work I have previously referenced. Specifically, Goodall's discussion of black programs and silent flying triangles out of Area 51 Groom Lake, work I absolutely agree with. Goodall would claim one of his sources informed him that UFOs positively exist, while another source informed him, quote, we have things out there that are literally out of this world. Better than Star Trek or anything you can see in the movies, end quote. This source was actually Goodall's good friend, Ben Rich.
By the way, James Goodall, Jim Goodall's friend of mine, and he probably was the last man to talk to
Ben Rich
before he died. And he said, Ben Rich said, anything you can imagine that you've seen on Star Trek and this and that, we already have done at the Skunk Works. And then he said, it's not at Area 51, it's out in the desert there.
If you want to talk regarding Jim Goodall, I'll be happy to get him on the phone right this very second if you want to. We'll do this live.
Let's call him.
Do it.
This is awesome.
Hey, Jim, are you there? Oh, that's okay. That's okay. So just a quick review. I'm doing this in real time. I'm in Austin, Texas. I'm with Jesse Michaels. I'm doing an interview. We were talking about John Lear. We were talking about your good friend at you know where. So could you talk about, paraphrase here, talk about what Ben Rich told you at the hospital just before he passed away?
Just before Ben Rich passed away, when I was talking to him, he told me, and this is at the end of a 45-minute conversation, he said, Jim, we have things out in the desert, and he wasn't referring to Area 51. We have things out in the desert that is 50 years beyond what you can comprehend. I can comprehend a hell of a lot. And he said, if you've seen movies like Star Trek or Star Wars, we've been there, done that, or decided it wasn't worth the effort.
I recognized that there were people in government that wanted to engage the public on topics that unfortunately had a stigma, even though they were based in scientific fact. At the time, there was no mechanism for them to do this. Through a series of meetings, I was soon connected to a large group of U.S. government officials from the CIA, the Department of Defense, and Lockheed Martin Skunk Works. These guys were the ones involved in the secretive U.S. government programs that dealt with these subjects. And they have all taken tremendous risks to themselves and their reputations to do something that can benefit the world. They wanted to be a part of something special, to be a part.
I'm just going to skip this because we saw it in the last part.
Part of a company.
So Tom and TTSA sought to utilize group investors to build from scratch free energy technology for energy and aerospace programs. By 2021, Mellon, Elizondo, and Steve Justice would leave TTSA, and the group de-emphasized a scientific focus to produce entertainment projects. The entire TTSA saga is so incredibly bizarre, as is the inclusion of figures like Mellon, Elizondo, and Pudov, and institutions like Lockheed Skunk Works. Perhaps one day I will sit down to do a focused analysis on TTSA, as it seems to me DeLong was indeed propped up as a mouthpiece to disseminate legitimate information. My mind does, though, immediately draw to DeLong's book, Secret Machines, a roman à clef meant to detail real events overlaid with a facade of fiction. Essentially, Secret Machines served to deliver a science fiction novel fusing the imagination of DeLong with actual events obtained from U.S. military officials and government sources. The alleged facts in this book were delivered by the commander of Air Force Research Lab at Wright-Patterson, multiple Skunk Works officials, and others. In Secret Machines, DeLong discusses reverse-engineered triangular aerospace vehicles that are capable of performing incredible feats. Of course, Lockheed Martin has been accused by Fouché and many others of developing TR-3B or similar models reverse-engineered triangular craft. This fascinating piece of literature, however, makes numerous mentions to an Astra Black Triangle reverse-engineered craft. Quote, "The craft itself, according to its data manual, was triangular and was named the Astra TR-3B. But we call it the Locust," said Becker with a smile. He was proud to be connected to it. The Locust had control layouts unlike those used in any aircraft he had ever seen, controls that were not just unfamiliar, but counterintuitive to anyone with a basic sense of aviation or aerospace physics, end quote. But what I really want to draw attention to is the description of the Astra's control mechanism. When characters in the book operate the Astra TR-3B Locust, the pilot's chair looked disappointingly like that from an F-16. But on the left armrest of the seat sat a red sphere sitting in a cradle. These details are intriguing, as the cradled sphere control mechanisms matches identically that described by Mark McCandlish and Brad Sorensen that was allegedly used to control the Fluxliner ARV, another vehicle supposedly engineered partly by Lockheed Martin. Additionally, characters in the Secret Machines book were disappointed the pilot's chair was ripped from an F-16. Recall back to Fluxliner, both Sorensen and McCandlish described the poorly designed copy Fluxliner vehicles employed F-4 Phantom ejection seats that appeared extremely out of place in the hovering flying saucer. Again, perhaps we will cover DeLong and TTSA more in the future, as I would like to relate Tom's efforts to the Bigelow Aerospace Advanced Space Studies 10-month report, dated 30 July 2009, that was delivered while contracting under the OSAP program. There is a theory here that Tom was targeted by Elizondo and Mellon to execute an updated version of a leftover idea that was Project Forum. As detailed by this Bass 10-month report, Project Forum was a proposed 2010s program that sought to, quote, raise the level of awareness of the importance of ET and the potential disclosure in North America, end quote, by beginning in California. Would it truly be a UAP Gerb video without connections to the Wilson Davis notes? An alleged memo recounting the greatest instance of a senior United States flag officer and intelligence official being gatekept from accessing the UFO Legacy Program portfolio. As I do in most of my projects these days, I will assume the viewer has some familiarity with the Wilson Davis notes. After all, covering this memo was actually my first ever video on this channel and featured references to Lockheed Martin. And regardless of the recent drama with Dr. Eric Davis's sources incorrectly stating the September 2025 UFO House Oversight Committee hearing was postponed, or Davis's apparent issues with myself, I still fully believe the fundamental facts of this memo regarding Vice Admiral Thomas Wilson attempting and failing to access UFO legacy programs are absolutely correct. But real fast, let's very briefly summarize this topic. In short, these disputed but highly likely accurate notes transcribed by Dr. Eric Davis were leaked from the estate of the late astronaut Edgar Mitchell. These notes recount a 2002 conversation between Davis and VADM and former DIA Director Thomas Wilson, outside of the parking lot of contractor EG&G. The conversation recounts Wilson finding but being stonewalled in accessing UFO recovery and material exploitation programs that were protected by the DoD's Special Access Program Oversight Committee, SAPOC's Senior Review Group, SRG, and a large defense contractor Wilson refused to name. According to Wilson, he was informed by General Michael Ward to search a special records group in the Office of the Secretary of Defense for Acquisition and Technology, belonging to special legacy holdover programs from before the Special Access Program restructuring efforts in the early 1990s. In the memo, UFO legacy programs were reorganized under the SAPOC SRG after an internal audit almost revealed the programs. This SAPOC reorganization began on the 5th of January 1994, when the Deputy Secretary of Defense significantly enhanced changes in the DoD Special Access Program management and control structures. This newsletter on screen now highlights those changes, establishing the Senior Review Group as well. In my video on SAIC, I built a strong case as to why SAIC was the contractor Wilson refused to name to Eric Davis, that served as an integral piece to the UFO legacy program gatekeeping structure. In this same project, I also analyzed the sitting DepSecDefs, SAPOC permanent members, and SAPOC SRG members, as well as outlined several such high-level individuals with direct involvement in the reorganization of special access programs between 1993 to 1994 that also served high-level executive or board positions at SAIC. Key individuals here include DepSecDef, who actually was responsible for the restructuring of SAPOC, William J. Perry, and his immediate successor, John Deutsch, both of whom served on the boards of SAIC. In Deutsch's case, the accomplished professional also served as Director of Central Intelligence, a professor at MIT, enjoyed numerous positions within the DOE, and additionally served as a consultant pre-work on SAPOC with TRW, Lawrence Livermore National Labs, and the MITRE Corporation, 3 institutions I have directly accused of being involved in UFO legacy programs. In my first ever video on this channel, I wagered the unnamed contractor, whose name Wilson refused to even utter, was indeed Lockheed Martin. However, post my SAIC video, I still maintain the contractor in question is indeed SAIC. But that's not to say Lockheed Martin is not a critical piece laying in the shadows of discussion of the Wilson-Davis notes. In fact, perhaps Lockheed is a critical component to the reorganization of SAPOC itself, that in the Wilson-Davis notes led to the reorganization and restructuring of UFO legacy program operations. In the SAIC video, I explored a theory that the need for UFO legacy programs to restructure the Special Access Program Oversight Committee to avoid any further instances of exposure through audits actually arose from a General Accounting Office May 1993 report titled, quote, DoD Special Access Programs Administrative Due Process Not Provided When Access is Denied or Revoked, end quote, which discussed the Navy and Air Force not complying with DoD Regulation 6200.2-R, which discussed Special Access Program accesses.
Interestingly enough, the Army did comply in some cases here, according to this GAO document. According to some of my research, this actually makes sense to me, as I am familiar with cases in which the US Army seemed to operate UFO material exploitation programs in a strict, controlled environment with oversight, while Navy and Air Force legacy programs seem to operate far more loosely. Well, perhaps we can find even more context here from the US General Accounting Office that actually highlights Lockheed's work on black budget SAPs as the nexus for this early 1990s audit that allegedly almost exposed UFO legacy programs. On screen now, observe an August 1986 GAO report to the US SecDef titled, quote, "Need for DoD inspections of special access contracts," end quote. This report detailed GAO investigations into critical missteps in carve-out program security protocols, specifically poor document control systems over classified special access documents at the Lockheed Corporation's Burbank plant. And recall Lockheed's Burbank plant actually served as the spawn point for Skunk Works in 1943. It is quite interesting how by 1992, 6 years after this GAO report, Lockheed had pulled all aerospace activities from Burbank. According to a 24 July 1986 report titled, quote, "Controls over classified documents for a special access program at Lockheed Corporation," end quote, written by Martin M. Ferber, Associate Director, National Security and International Affairs Division, attempts to periodically analyze compliance with security requirements within special access programs arose all the way back in 1965. Pre-1965, each military service or DoD component was responsible for security administration over all contracts within their associated industry. To preclude inconsistencies and duplication, especially for contractors doing business with more than one service or component, the Defense Investigative Service, now called the Defense Security Service, was given responsibility for security administration over practically all of DoD's contracts, conducting semi-annual on-site inspections of contractor facilities to check for compliance with security requirements. Funny enough, in that same year of 1965, DoD decided, due to the sensitive nature of SAPs themselves were outright excluded from supervision by the Defense Investigative Service. Defense Investigative Service was only allowed periodic inspections to SAP-Fs, or SAP facilities. In this document, Ferber gives us some interesting information into special access programs, discussing that a SAP may be created on a specific showing that, quote, "Normal management and safeguarding procedures are not sufficient to limit need to know or access, and the number of persons who will need access will be reasonably small and commensurate with the objectives of providing extra protection for the information involved," end quote. SAPs, of course, feature their unacknowledged counterparts, USAPs, and most SAPs involved contractors in special access contracts. And here we can discuss the difference between SAPs and carve-out contracts, aka special access contracts. Carve-out contracts are called such because they are carved out of the Defense Investigative Service's periodic inspection program. Carve-out contracts are SAPs that contractors manage with minimal oversight and extensive freedoms. Carve-out contracts often experience even less oversight than traditional SAPs or USAPs from which they are carved from. Today, carve-out programs are exempt fully or partially from Defense Security Service inspection requirements, feature extraordinary classification and security mechanisms, and require quote-unquote special oversight. How intriguing is it Lockheed's Burbank Skunk Works site that I and others have associated with running UFO legacy program SAPs was investigated for poor carve-out security controls by the GAO in 1986. Was this audit the smoking gun of Lockheed UFO legacy programs being nearly outed that actually led to the reorganization of SAPOC and allegedly restructuring and recompartmentalization of UFO legacy programs under SAPOC SRG?
Well, as it turns out, this gets even more interesting. At this time, Lockheed's carve-out programs were required to deliver a complete inventory of all top-secret materials, at least annually. And a random inventory inspection was conducted every 50 days of at least 10% of all classified material. GAO's investigation into Lockheed's accountability over classified documents associated with a major special access program revealed Lockheed had not been performing the required classified inventory count at most of its 53 document control substations. In fact, after the GAO conducted counts of inventory at all 53 document control substations, Lockheed displayed 1,460 discrepancies out of 40,000 secret and top secret items. 235 of these discrepancies were investigated by Lockheed and reported. 11 discrepancies were listed as unresolved, with Lockheed reporting some files had been physically destroyed, and 224 of these cases were actually resolved. This still, however, left several hundred discrepancies in Lockheed's classified inventory count. And again, I'll ask the question, did this GAO investigation nearly expose Lockheed's legacy program operations? Well, there is even further data to suggest so. We can actually look to Jacques Vallée's excellent book, Forbidden Science 5, Pacific Heights. In an entry titled 24 September 2004, Vallée detailed one Charles Boucher, Comptroller General of the United States under President Reagan from 1981 to 1996. Vallée discussed how Boucher found a crashed UFO program during a massive audit of classified projects. Quote, less than a handful of officials knew about it, end quote. According to Vallée, Boucher contemplated turning his findings over to DoD for prosecution. However, a, quote, powerful person in DoD quenched it, end quote. Could this person in DoD possibly have been the man to whom the 1986 GAO need for DoD inspections of special access contracts was addressed? Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger. If Weinberger SecDef under Reagan from 1981 to 1987 sounds familiar, well, this is because he was mentioned a handful of times in my video on naval UFO legacy programs. Within this project, Weinberger was mentioned lying about the clandestine National Underwater Reconnaissance Office's operations in Swedish waters in '81, as well as Weinberger being involved in later 1980s investigations into various contractors, such as the Grumman Corporation egregiously overcharging DoD for simple parts, a possible funding mechanism for UFO programs we discussed earlier. Possibly, the US SecDef did at one point, or still does, have some senior oversight into UFO legacy program operations. After all, Weinberger's successor, Frank Carlucci, has served as a suspect of mine as an attendee to the 1988 Norton Air Force Base Air Show, where the alleged flux liners were displayed.
Harry Reid, God bless his soul, made this disclosure a couple weeks after we met in the New Yorker, and you can look this up. I think it was like a May 2021 New Yorker story where he says, I knew for decades, and he made this disclosure, not me, so I'm going to say the name of the contractor. Harry Reid said this. We knew that Lockheed Martin had this material for decades. I tried to get access and I was denied. And specifically with the Lockheed Martin stuff, he was talking about during the OSAP program. And for the people who are on this program, I submitted this to the officer, got this cleared, so don't freak out, but I'm telling the truth here. So Lockheed Martin wanted to divest itself from this material at a specific facility that's known to me that I provided to the Inspector General, like street address, all that, right? And the idea was if they made a catcher's mitt, a security catcher's mitt for the most serious SAP possible, the contractor and the other government customer, which was the Central Intelligence Agency, for that specific Lockheed material, and it was they recovered from like the 50s and stuff, and it was like bits and pieces of like hull structure like that. But going back to that transfer with Lockheed long story short, can't get in all the nuanced details, but basically the CIA said F you to DIA and Lockheed, and it was totally killed. So Harry Reid's request to get the material transferred to the OSAP program was totally killed because of bureaucracy and kind of fiefdom stuff.
Okay, moving on. Are any of you willing to name specific gatekeepers within the root cell of the UAP SAP Federation?
You mean specific people and contractors that have dealt with this and kept the secret?
Specific individuals.
Well, one of them was named Dr. James Ryder at Lockheed. But, again, to emphasize, I don't fault these contractors for doing what they were asked to do by our government. They're supposed to lie if people ask about it. And the intelligence agencies who gave this stuff to them, CIA, I think primarily, told them to keep it quiet. And they've done that. And I suspect that they'd like an off-ramp. I have a name for you.
Go ahead.
Glenn Gaffney, CIA.
Glenn Gaffney, CIA.
Lockheed Martin's most direct, infamous, and intriguing accusation of possessing non-human craft and technologies features actually a ridiculously extensive paper trail, as well as a prospective special access program, or PSAP, created for non-human material transfer. Many here have now heard of the Lockheed Martin attempted non-human material transfer to Bigelow Aerospace Advanced Space Studies, administrated by the Defense Intelligence Agency-sponsored OSAP program that took place between 2008 and 2011 that was stonewalled and blocked by elements of the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology. This incredible event saw Lockheed Martin attempt to willingly divest themselves of UFO materials. Some reports state these materials included a craft hull and bits and pieces of materials. Some other sources state this was actually the 1953 Kingman, Arizona craft, or part of it. Kingman, of course, is one of my all-time favorite cases, so I do highly recommend checking out my documentary on the crash retrieval. I myself have talked about this material transfer on numerous occasions, mostly to discuss the importance of the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology, or DS&T, in UFO legacy program operations, and how CIA DS&T Deputy Director Glenn Gaffney was directly involved in the stonewalling of Lockheed's attempted divestment.
I think one WinPAC member recently mentioned kind of as a gatekeeper of legacy programs was Glenn Gaffney. Yeah. If you guys remember that from various reporting, I think Chris Sharp touched on it as well.
Did you ever interact with Glenn Gaffney?
I didn't have direct interaction with him, but the aerospace defense firm that we were trying to work with during the OSAP had direct interaction with him, as well as he was a senior VP, and the executive VP of the corporation had to have a conversation with Glenn Gaffney.
Yeah.
And he was very antagonistic about that company releasing to us under the DIA
to NIDS.
To
NIDS, right?
To us, no, to Bigelow Aerospace Advanced Space Studies and ERTEC.
Right.
To release to us their collection of crash retrieval materials that they've had since before it got shut down in '89.
So let's take a step back here and fully analyze this incredible series of events. Let's reference the players on Lockheed, CIA, OSAP/BASS, who attempted to transfer non-human materials through a PSAP, and try to unravel this complex puzzle as best as possible. Because, after all, numerous reports claim Lockheed attempted not once, but twice during the span of 2008 to 2011 to divest itself of recovered UFO materials originating from the 1950s. The now infamous OSAP program, or Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Applications Program, and the ATIP, or Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, are programs central to discussion of this Lockheed material transfer. But information about OSAP and ATIP is incredibly convoluted, and it is wildly difficult to separate the wheat from the chaff here. What we do know is that OSAP was initiated by Senator Harry Reid between 2007 and 2008. And the program began in the Defense Intelligence Agency with an estimated budget of $22 million over 5 years. DIA awarded contracts under OSAP to Robert Bigelow's Bigelow Aerospace Advanced Space Studies LLC, or BASS for short. Now, for our work here, I will be using the official OSAP solicitation under solicitation number HHM 4020-8R0211 to draw details from OSAP, as many of the characters around this OSAP ATIP saga have proven to be actually quite untrustworthy. These include Luis Elizondo, who for years changed his story around his role as director or senior member of ATIP. Outside of presenting obviously false photographs of UFOs, I hesitate to trust Elizondo's word, as he formerly served in the early to mid-2000s as the Contracting Officer's Representative for the Counterintelligence Field Activity, or CIFA. CIFA, a former DoD agency, operated from 2002 to 2008 and was charged with protecting U.S. military personnel and facilities against spying and acts of terrorism. Information regarding CIFA's budget and number of personnel is still classified to this day. During his time in CIFA, Lou worked closely with the largest contracts in the entire CIFA directorate. According to allgov.com, quote, CIFA's top secret activities have not prevented it from utilizing private companies to carry out its highly sensitive counterintelligence activities. In fact, CIFA was one of the largest employers of private contractors within the U.S. intelligence community, end quote. From 2004 to 2005, CIFA awarded at least $33 million in contracts. And the largest winners here, Northrop Grumman and Lockheed Martin. So please forgive me for leaving Lou out of discussions with respect to Lockheed, as there very may well be some conflicts of interest here. Additionally, one of the lead founders of OSAP, Dr. Jim Lakatsky, claimed he had actually gained entry to the interior of a recovered UFO craft, but recently stated he would lie to Congress if ever subpoenaed.
But if I could take one thing away that really struck me, it is the first time in history, I think, that we have somebody of your, Dr. Lakatsky, of your kind of depth within the intelligence agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and within the UFO program that you ran for the Defense Intelligence Agency, that stated, and I quote, the United States was in possession of a craft of unknown origin and had successfully gained access to its interior. So you personally know about a UFO that we got access inside of. I have to assume, Dr. Lakatsky, that you've seen this bad boy. You don't got to answer me, but I'm going to make that assumption unless you tell me otherwise. You also say that this craft had a streamlined configuration suitable for aerodynamic flight, but no intakes, exhaust wings, or control surfaces. So if I had to take something away from all of this, you've just made the admission that our government is reverse engineering. If we got inside of it, we're reverse engineering UFOs.
You see, I'm not speaking at all. I mean, I'm not going beyond what you read from the book. And going to Congress would be a red line to me personally, because I talk too much. I say too much, but I purposely cut it off right here.
Well, what if you were subpoenaed, though? I mean, they're trying to do that in Congress. They're trying to subpoena people and say, hey, Dr. Lakatsky, you've worked on
rumors about Dr. Lakatsky.
Okay, but hold on. If you're subpoenaed and asked to tell the truth, you're under oath.
First of all,
right?
Really
let's cross that bridge when we come to it.
Lastly, I also have some issues with Dr. Eric Davis, EarthTech International and OSAP physicist and main character of the Wilson Davis Notes, and a character who is often revered as a champion of UFO disclosure we will arrive to shortly. According to the recently uncovered BASS 10-month report dated 30 July 2009,
Bass operated for OSAP in the DIA under contract number HHM 402-08-C-0072, awarded 22 September 2008. This contract, detailed Bass, was to, quote, acquire buildings and ensure that they conform to regulations concerning the top secret security clearances needed to operate, and that the necessary qualified personnel would be hired and would be capable of researching advanced aerospace technology under the rubric of the following 12 designated areas: lift, propulsion, control, power generation, spatial/temporal translation, materials, configuration/structure, signature reduction, human interface, human effects, armament, and other areas in support of 1 through 11, end quote. By May to July of 2009, Bass reported substantial progress in the procurement of an underground vault. According to Bass, quote, the need for a highly secure underground vault operated by Bass became apparent in line with a Bass priority to pursue and acquire recovered hardware and biological samples from the corporate world and or from private individuals and groups located elsewhere, end quotes. Within this report, Bass detailed it had designed a 5,000 square foot vault to feature 3-foot thick walls, ceilings, and floors that was to exist 15 to 20 feet below ground, with multiple tunnels, security doors, and at least one thick vault steel door. Bass actually aimed for this facility to be operational by late 2009 or early 2010. So why did Bass construct this facility? Well, now we can actually point back to Lockheed and the attempted divestment of UFO craft materials outlined by David Grush. Grush's discussion that Lockheed Martin attempted to divest itself of UFO crash materials to the OSAP program became quite tangible in late 2024, around the time of the November hearings on UFOs that featured Elizondo, Mike Gold, Michael Schellenberger, and Admiral Tim Gallaudet. Excellent UK journalist Christopher Sharp began reporting on not one, but 2 instances in which Bass attempted to transfer UFO craft materials out of Lockheed to OSAP within the DIA. Indeed, Chris Sharp reported the second attempt featured an attempt to create a prospective special access program that would operate as a waived USAP out of the Department of Homeland Security. This PSAP, to act as a catcher's mitt to secure the materials, was to be called Kona Blue. But these efforts were thwarted by CIA DS&T Deputy Director Glenn Gaffney. This reporting by Sharp became a reality in a packet of documents entered into the hearing record by Tennessee Representative Tim Burchett, alongside the November 2024 House Oversight Subcommittee hearing on UFOs. Now, I must preface here, the author or compiler of this document package is unknown, but I still find these documents well worth referencing. The first document details a DOPSR, or Defense Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review document cleared for open publication on 6 September 2023. The document references a, quote, UAP material divestment plan proposed to OSAP leadership by Lockheed Martin Space Systems Vice President Dr. James Ryder, now deceased. A specific facility known to me was described as having crash retrieval materials from the 1950s and other historical operations. They proposed a technology transfer agreement into the proposed waived PSAP Senator Reid was championing, end quote. The document then confirms the technology transfer agreement was killed by Glenn Gaffney, sitting Deputy Director of the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology. Let's take a long time here to break this down. Vice President of Lockheed Martin Space Systems, Dr. James Ryder, willingly wished to divest Lockheed of certain materials to OSAP through a PSAP called Kona Blue. But the CIA DS&T blocked this transfer. These materials were held in a secure Lockheed facility and were recovered in the 50s. We really need to dive into this. Believe it or not, we can actually thank the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, NRO, an organization I regularly accuse exists as a honeypot for prospective UFO legacy program whistleblowers. For a declassified report on Kona Blue, the waived PSAP Dr. James T. Ryder planned to use as a vessel to transfer some of Lockheed's UFO craft and/or materials. Of course, this declassified slide deck by NRO did not come without strings. On 30 July 2025, disgraced ex-deputy director of NRO, Tim Phillips, claimed Kona Blue was established, quote, as the home for all this paranormal UFO crap, end quote. Phillips additionally attempted to claim multiple whistleblowers and individuals who made claims to Congress under oath regarding UFO legacy program operations would cite Kona Blue as justification for their claims. Of course, Phillips did not provide examples, rationale, or evidence to support these statements. Phillips' track record of such claims are dubious at best, as is his behavior pattern. Tim Phillips, similar to Sean Kirkpatrick, former head of NRO, has displayed a pattern of emotional lash-outs against David Grush in particular. However, whilst Sean Kirkpatrick took the podcast route, Phillips seemingly likes to take to LinkedIn. On his podcast with Event Horizon, Phillips alluded to observing the Majestic 12 Psalm 101. On air, Phillips claimed the document had no images, drawings, or figures detailing the packaging of UFO materials. Off-air to various podcasters, however, Phillips would change his story, claiming the document was chock full of images, diagrams, figures, etc., dealing with material packaging. And I will leave this up to podcasters to state this publicly. But back to the D-Class Kona Blue slide deck. This Kona Blue deck immediately shows clear ties to the DOPSR cleared document submitted to hearing record by Congressman Tim Burchett. We can see the DOPSR approved document state Tara O'Toole of DHS Science and Technology was approached to set up this PSAP. Indeed, in the D-Class Kona Blue documents, we can identify similar information regarding O'Toole. Obviously, the 2011 DHS Kona Blue PSAP technology transfer agreement was killed and never saw the light of day. Official explanations here stated DHS and other involved agencies ultimately shut down the Kona Blue proposal due to skepticism regarding the authenticity of the purported materials. However, as we have already discussed here, there is more than meets the eye, including high-level agency backing to stonewall this transfer of materials through a government-controlled contract. Nevertheless, the slide deck is still quite intriguing, maybe another topic for another day, but for now, I would like to return to Lockheed. What about this Lockheed VP, Dr. James T. Ryder, that seemed to be willingly prepared for Lockheed to rid itself of some UFO crash materials, including craft hull? And if some of my sources are correct, the entire craft from the 1953 Kingman, Arizona crash. Why would Ryder and Lockheed be prepared to hand over non-human materials to a DIA program and other private contractor, Bass, who could become competition to Lockheed if it properly leveraged non-human technology? This is, of course, conjecture, but I have seen theories floating around, as well as both assertions from some of my sources and statements made by Dr. Eric Davis, that this specific batch of deliverable materials, craft hull, or the entire Kingman crash, was so advanced and beyond human comprehension that Lockheed had no success in exploiting the materials, chemistry, metallurgy, etc. since the 1950s. And Lockheed was confident that no DoD or contractor entity had the skills or ability to even remotely gain a foothold in leveraging this technology. In this theory and rumors I have heard swirling, Lockheed could have been willing to offload a small section of extremely complicated crash materials. And critical to note, not their entire or even close to their entire catalog of crash materials for myriad possible reasons. These reasons include Lockheed possibly wishing to position themselves as a quote-unquote good guy in a post-disclosure world, strategically placing themselves as a contractor willing to play ball, if so to speak, a contractor willing and able to share incomprehensible UFO materials to other contractors through official US DoD channels for the good of US national security in the wake of black budget programs.
But I do want to mention, this theory Lockheed couldn't make heads or tails of this Kona Blue eligible UFO materials was actually referenced by Dr. Eric Davis, who said in our interview, UFO material exploitation programs were shut down in 1989 due to lack of progress. And these statements by Davis are quite disturbing to me. I mentioned earlier, I did have some issues with Dr. Eric Davis, and it is time to revisit those. I love the man, and of course have infamously shared a salad lunch talk with him. Dr. Eric boldly told me to my face there are no such thing as alien reproduction vehicles, that humans have never successfully exploited any UFO technology for use in aerospace industry, let alone constructed quote-unquote copycat vehicles. Viewers of my channel will of course know I vehemently disagree with this statement and have considered multiple possibilities for this seemingly misinfo statement from Davis. These ideas range from an outright egregious lie to Davis not being read onto UFO USAPs that actively deal with adapting non-human technology to US aerospace platforms. Davis worked closely with the OSAP program for the Lockheed Martin material transfer. Therefore, I have also considered for quite a while the possibility Dr. James Ryder fed Davis these statements regarding ARV as a counterintelligence or program protection strategy. I have come to the conclusion Davis willingly lied about this statement, but that is another story for another day. Davis has seemingly acknowledged his professional relationship with Ryder on UFO legacy program operations. After all, in a 2019 interview, Davis alluded to Ryder and Lockheed Martin seeking out Davis in the OSAP project, pulling them in to the UFO legacy program fold.
The other unofficial way is, again, you build a level of trust among certain individuals and people within the network who, after a few years of knowing them, you work with them, they know who you are, they know what you're capable of, they know your competencies, and they want to bring the topic up on an informal basis with you, sometimes not even on an informal basis. They may want to bring the topic up outside the realm of the security apparatus, but within a skiff. In other words, there's going to be no passing of security clearances to establish that I am going to be allowed to be read in on the crash retrieval program, but they'll bring me into a skiff and want to talk informally in the skiff about it and say, well, this is what we can tell you, but there's things that we can't tell you, and we can tell you those things if you can get the next level of security and authorization to get the need to know, and then we can do business with you. But before we get to that point, here's what we can tell you without having to cross that red line of the need to know and the proper clearances. So you work this stuff out over a number of years, you build networks, and you find the right people, and then, you don't do it by knocking on doors. You do it just through the happenstance of having a contract with somebody or a subcontract, and you're interfacing with them. And then lo and behold, you find out they're the vice president or the president of one of the legacy aerospace corporations. And they happen to be a PhD of some sort of their, some discipline, their own, a STEM discipline all on their own accord. And it just so happens that they were a guy that worked on the crash retrieval program. Oh, lo and behold. And then they find out that you're working in UFOs. You're on the UFO subject for a DoD program. And they say, well, that's wonderful. You're officially a government contractor or subcontractor, and you're working with another aerospace company. Okay, well, and you're working on UFOs. Well, guess what? We did it too. And we don't do it now, but we did it in the past. And here's what we can tell you off the record, and here's what we can, and you'll have to go another step before we can tell you what it is on the record, but it has to be through that. Again, you have to have the right clearances, you have to have the authorization for the need to know, and then you can get the full story. So,
what is undeniable, however, is the fact Dr. Eric Davis and Dr. Hal Puthoff, an infamous UFO legacy program and Psi program scientist, would work together with Dr. Ryder following his career at Lockheed at the Starfire project. Starfire tackled the controversial electric sun hypothesis. But what is important here is Ryder, Puthoff, and Davis all served on the Starfire Science Review team. Dr. James or Jim Ryder was not just some standard VP at Lockheed Martin. From 2004 to 2011, Ryder served as VP of Lockheed Martin Space Systems Company and head of the Advanced Technology Center, an R&D organization covering a diverse range of tech, including solar and space sciences. Ryder unfortunately passed away suddenly in 2018, and I do not think there is some conspiracy surrounding his passing. Ryder was an extremely bright scientist, receiving a PhD in theoretical and applied mechanics, a master's in engineering mechanics, and a bachelor's in theoretical and applied mechanics from the University of Illinois before his almost 40-year career with Lockheed Martin. During the attempted OSAP transfer, Ryder was actively serving as VP of Lockheed Martin Space Systems Corporation and head of the Advanced Technology Center, which, by the way, is now called STAR. His responsibilities here included representing $9 billion worth of program infrastructure annually for Lockheed and Lockheed Martin Space Systems Corporation. These included, quote, overseeing research and development for the Space Systems Company, including remote sensing and space science, telecommunications, and space-based navigation, defensive systems, and strategic systems. The ATC research and development portfolio covers a diverse set of technologies, including phenomenology and sensors, optics and electro-optics, telecommunications and photonics, guidance and navigation, modeling and simulation, materials and structures, thermal sciences, nanotechnology, and space sciences, end quote. Ryder's portfolio of projects is quite intriguing to me, as I am aware of instances in which Lockheed Martin worked closely with the United States Army to apply optics and electro-optics cloaking technology to NGCV, or Next Generation Combat Vehicles, that was derived from metamaterials and exotic non-human technologies. Take my word for what it's worth here, but this effort, if true, alone proves Davis's comments wrong about no instances ever in which humans have applied non-human tech to human vehicles. Like his seemingly absent obituary, details on Ryder are actually quite thin. We can find work of Ryder in various DTIC, or Defense Technical Information Center, publications. These include a February 1981 document out of the Air Force SysCom Wright Aeronautical Laboratory Materials Lab. Ryder's work here was published on, quote, the effect of load history on fatigue life, end quote. Indeed, we can find a similar DTIC Air Force SysCom document from the Wright Aeronautical Laboratory from April 1982 that features Ryder. Here, Ryder is credited with, quote, stiffness, strength, and fatigue life relationships for composite laminates, end quote. What intrigues me tremendously are a series of talks Ryder gave shortly before his death in 2018. In June of 2017, Dr. Ryder was a speaker at the Arcane School Conference in London, held by the Lucius Trust, a group that, quote, promotes recognition and practice of the spiritual principles and values upon which a stable and interdependent world society may be based, end quote. Ryder's talk here was titled The Rendering of the Veils Part 1, Fairies, Devas, and Unidentified Aerial Phenomena.
I use UAPs because a UFO is an unexplained flying object. But a UAP is unexplained aerial phenomena. And they're definitely aerial in that we see them above the ground. And they're phenomena because, what's that? But I don't like UFOs so much because it assumes that they're manned by some creatures from a different planet or star. So I feel like we've already just made the answer before the question, before we actually ask the question. And I want to mention, yes, veil a little bit, and then I'll go through these charts pretty quickly. The more I thought about veil, I actually liked it better when I went and looked it up. But veil, if you look it up in a good dictionary, is a deceptive appearance or a masking layer.
Of course, this esoteric discussion does not see Ryder reference or even comment on his own work on UFOs in a capacity for Lockheed Martin. But Ryder includes some tremendously fascinating slides and comments within this discussion. These include Ryder referencing cave art and ancient drawings of what appear to be UFOs and non-human beings. Ryder would even reference crop circles, UFO videos, and interestingly, the 1980 Rendlesham Forest incident. Ryder gave 2 more incredibly interesting talks prior to his passing with the Lucius Trust. Let's then also reference this 2015 talk titled, quote, "The Soul is Light. What then is light?" End quote. I highly recommend this talk for my audience who is interested in the merging of esoteric principles with physics. The talk here is quite engaging, with Ryder touching on everything from the Big Bang theories to comparing light and esotericism to discussing human consciousness. Ryder even thanks Hal Puthoff in this conference.
As my friend Dr. Puthoff said, it's like the manifest universe is instantly, intrinsically interconnected. And that space-time is some kind of entangled cosmic matrix, whatever that means yet. All beings are an interpenetrating, interdependent field at all times, interconnected at all levels. This isn't coming out of any esoteric reading. This is coming out of science starting to face.
And that, my friends, is why the ether is connected, why natural law is connected, and how this is connected into 0-point energy, and that morality goes through all of these fields. All of space-time is connected, and the philosophy of how we live in alignment with nature itself and the spiritual part that Dave Rossi has talked about. We cannot separate the spiritual from the space-time, from the technology, from the UFOs. And the way through this is through natural law and objective morality and objective reality. These subjects cannot be continued to be singled out, and it's only by bringing them together will we actually get this real disclosure by the people and having 0-point energy technology for the people. It's only going to happen when we can all get a deeper understanding and knowing of how things work, and natural law points to that.
What's in the world. As he wrote, the boundary lines dissolve between the physical and metaphysical. Dr. Puthoff is a physicist in the United States, has been involved in this a long time, and this was recently published in a major book this last fall.
Lastly, I want to cover Ryder's talk given with Lucius Trust, titled, quote, "The Garment of God," end quote, given the same year of his death in 2018.
If you wanted to study certain kinds of things related to what's called ESP in the United States, until very recently, you had to hide it very carefully because you were crazy and then the government didn't want you people to think they're supporting crazy stuff. But if you wanted to do the work in Russia, go right ahead. Fine, here's your money. Because they're not caught in the religion that says it's not possible. It's a very interesting way to think of these two countries.
Does this remind anyone else of the words of Dr. Eric A. Walker, self-admitted UFO crash retrieval scientist among Vannevar Bush's OSRD and present member to the 1965 Kecksburg, Pennsylvania crash? Walker told UFO researcher Henry Azadahel when referencing gaining access into UFO legacy programs, quote, "How good is your sixth sense? How much do you know about ESP? Unless you know about it and how to use it, you would not be taken in. Only a few know about it," end quote. And how bizarre is it here that a Lockheed VP that almost certainly had access to high-level UFO legacy program SAPs would discuss the importance of ESP, as did, allegedly, the second director of Skunkworks, Ben Rich. Jim Ryder appeared to be a genuinely incredible man with insatiable curiosity and openness to understand the world around him. Was his retirement quest to pursue esoteric and consciousness-related ideas a result from his experiences with recovered non-human vehicles? Well, this is of course unknown. And just how extensive was his involvement at a VP level in Lockheed Martin TUO, or Technologies of Unknown Origins, exploitation programs? Well, this is also unknown. Though his motives and rationale for attempting to offload some Lockheed UFO materials followed Ryder to the grave, maybe he did have some noble intentions to bring more into the fold to study UFO materials. Ryder, in a way, reminds me of U.S. Army Futures Command Colonel Carl Nell, who took the UFO community by storm with his definitive statements regarding a non-human presence on this planet.
Non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity. This interaction is not new, and it's been ongoing. And there are unelected people in the government that are aware of that.
And so, Carl, that is quite a bold statement. I'm wondering, and I'm curious, how confident are you that that is true?
There's zero doubt.
Nell has served as an outspoken advocate for David Grush and the existence of technologies of unknown origin. One has to wonder if this zero doubt arose from Nell's deputy CTO and director of systems engineering and integration for 13 years on Northrop Grumman, or possibly as a senior systems engineer for 2 years at Lockheed Martin, where he was, quote, responsible for mission-critical operations of a sophisticated national satellite constellation. After all, while serving as Northrop's deputy CTO, Nell was additionally serving as command representative to U.S. CENTCOM for Army Foreign Material Program. In 2025, Nell would speak at Archives of the Impossible Convention, where his discussion of UFOs started to touch into similar ideas of consciousness, metaphysics, and more, similar to Ryder shortly before his death.
Consciousness isn't just part of the esoteric and metaphysical experience, but it can be brought under the aegis of some sort of expanded science. And once we do that, then we can engineer with that. So these things, I think, are heretical in the sense that people don't accept them. And it results in really a firewalling off of whole aspects of reality. And, our sort of, I'll go back. Yeah. So I would submit that this idea of an agnosticism is really not a viable worldview, because you're missing these aspects of reality that are essential to an integrated picture. And frankly, any more advanced civilization that we might be dealing with in the context of NHI and UAP would have already got to this state. And in order to try to understand that, engage with it, we've got to appreciate that. The other concept is, their science has probably progressed to the point where they can do these type of engineering capabilities, and we may be experiencing that as well. Technologies that have sentience.
There is, however, an additional Lockheed VP who often worked with Ryder, allegedly, on UFO legacy programs. I do not know if this VP assisted in shutting down the technology transfer through Kona Blue, but a strong argument can be made with her ties to U.S. intelligence and CIA DS&T. And I would now like to formally identify this former Lockheed VP as a high-level member of Lockheed UFO Legacy Program operations. Meet Mary Sturtevant, former Lockheed Martin Vice President of Intelligence, Joint and Science Technology Programs, active in the year of the attempted transfer, 2011, who also served as Lockheed Martin Vice President for Government Affairs from 2006 to 2021. Sturtevant's background rivals any high-level UFO Legacy Program member or gatekeeper I have discussed on this channel before, including Donald Kerr, Sean Kirkpatrick, and Eric Walker. But super fast, to flesh things out just a little more, bear with me for a super quick sidetrack from Sturtevant. And let's quickly revisit who blocked the Ryder OSAP UFO material transfer. Glenn Gaffney, Deputy Director of the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology. CIA DS&T has been a frequent, tricky customer of my channel as an intelligence structure critical to UFO legacy programs. These include the CIA DS&T's involvement in UFO legacy programs and underwater
UFO recoveries as highlighted in my Navy UFO Programs project, as well as the 2003 creation of the CIA's Office of Global Access by then CIA DS&T Deputy Director Carl Wolf. The CIA OGA has been implicated by myself, Chris Sharp, and others as serving as a logistics coordinating intelligence office for foreign UFO crash retrieval operations. And in my Navy UFO Legacy Programs video, a critical component of such clandestine programs alongside CIA DS&T discussed was the CIA Directorate of Operations, less formally called the Clandestine Service. But back to Sturtevant. Recall how I just mentioned Donald Kerr as a very senior, very qualified UFO Legacy Program veteran, and he is very poignant to reference while discussing DS&T and the office that blocked Ryder's divestment efforts. Kerr joined SAIC in 1993 as a corporate executive and vice president and director. Kerr's resume includes, quote, Director of Los Alamos from 1979 to 1985, President and Director of EG&G from 1989 to 1992, Deputy Director for Science and Technology, CIA, 2001 to 2005, Director of the NRO, 2005 to 2007, and Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence, 2007 to 2009, end quote. Kerr additionally served senior board-level positions at both SAIC and the MITRE Corporation, two of the largest entities I strongly believe are entwined with UFO programs. Now let's transfer that same analysis and scrutiny to Mary Sturtevant, former Lockheed Martin Vice President of Intelligence, Joint and Science, around the same time as MITRE and the Aerospace Corporation. Two federally funded research and development centers I consider absolutely paramount to UFO legacy programs. BDM was named specifically by Commander Will Miller of the Wilson Davis Memo in the year 2000. Miller stated numerous government individuals, such as Defense Intelligence Agency directors, who in this case could have been Vice Admiral Thomas Wilson, were isolated from UFO knowledge. The quote-unquote keepers of the secrets resided in DoD middle management, according to Miller, and civilian contractors like Boeing, Lockheed, SAIC, and BDM. As I stated in the Northrop Project, BDM could warrant its own video, but for now I leave you with this. I have talked ad nauseum of Major General Albert Stubblebine and how his department, U.S. Army INSCOM, or Intelligence and Security Command, and their previous Special Forces unit, the Intelligence Support Activity, or ISA, have been historically involved with UFO crash retrieval. In 1984, Stubblebine was replaced as head of INSCOM and went on to serve as vice president for BDM. BDM would even host an advanced theoretical physics conference the following year to discuss UFO reverse engineering opportunities. Stubblebine and Sturtevant could have certainly crossed paths at BDM. BDM also hosted Naval Rear Admiral Sumner Shapiro on its board. Shapiro, of course, spoke to Bob Eschler at the recommendation of longtime subject of this channel, Admiral Bobby Ray Inman, regarding UFOs he himself had studied up close. Recovered UFOs that featured unique interlocking components that had to be disassembled in an exact sequence to be put back together. UFOs that teams would take the craft apart, pack them up, and ship them around the country to different laboratories. Sturtevant began her career at the CIA in 1985 at the Directorate of Intelligence's Technology Transfer Assessment Center as an analyst focused on the role of Soviet intelligence in the acquisition of Western dual-use technology. Sturtevant would also work within the CIA Counterintelligence Center before being recruited to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, where she served for 8 years. Sturtevant, quote, evaluated tactical military programs, provided advice on CIA programs, and served as budget director responsible for all the staff support for the annual authorization of the intelligence budget, end quote. Sturtevant would then return to CIA as agency comptroller, support director of Central Intelligence Strategic Decision, and introduced information technology to office functions. In 2001, Sturtevant was appointed to Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Intelligence Programs, National Security Council under George W. Bush. And this was before being named the NRO's Deputy Director of National Support from 2004 to 2006. Believe it or not, Sturtevant's resume does not stop there, but her online footprint disappears majorly around the time she joined Lockheed Martin as VP of Intelligence Joint and Science and Technology Programs. We can piece together documents and data to show she operated in this role at least from 2011 to 2015. 2011, of course, is the year of our thwarted technology transfer. But now is where I take a step to reference this conflict of interest. Gaffney and the CIA DS&T stopped Lockheed VP James Ryder from divesting UFO craft and/or materials. A fellow, very senior Lockheed VP and co-worker of this Ryder at this time was Sturtevant. Well, in 1999, Sturtevant was named Deputy Director, Clandestine Information Technology Office at the CIA, an office that formed and operated as a joint venture between the CIA's Directorate of Operations, which I have implicated in naval UFO legacy programs, and the CIA Directorate of Science and Technology. Did Sturtevant engage with Gaffney to thwart her coworker and block this technology transfer? Once an individual joins the agency, they are agency for life. Did Sturtevant's previous work for CIA, and specifically DS&T, command her allegiances far more than her position at Lockheed and co-worker Ryder? Well, this is of course unknown, but this is a fascinating new thread well worth exploring and a thesis I think is very strong. And perhaps we have more here to work with. I would like to take this moment to kindly ask for comment from Christopher Mellon on Mary Sturtevant. After all, the two formerly had a professional relationship. We can see a 1989 memorandum for record regarding the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence with SSCI members Mary Sturtevant and Christopher Mellon in attendance. Before his higher-level roles within US DoD, Mellon did serve as a professional staff member on SSCI from 89 to 96. I will preface, Sturtevant and Mellon attending perfectly normal SSCI briefings was not a one-off. We can see on screen now, at least up to 1992, the two continued to both attend various professional briefings. And through 1996, specifically the period of 1 January to 31 March 1996, the two displayed identical per diem and transportation costs, implying the two likely traveled to and attended the same series of meetings in this period. My good friend and incredible researcher Rob Jones has introduced a third party possibly involved or responsible for thwarting Ryder's efforts, with strange ties back to Lockheed. Outside of Gaffney and possibly Sturtevant, the research of Jones, the words of Eric Davis, and reporting of journalist Christopher Sharp has brought forth one Robert Cardillo as a possible final authority in blocking the material transfer. At the time of the Lockheed transfer, Cardillo served as DDNI, or Deputy Director of National Intelligence for Intelligence Integration. Cardillo served numerous, and I mean numerous, high-level positions within U.S. intelligence. Outside of his role as DDNI, these positions included 6th Director of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, and the Deputy Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency. While not definitive, and Cardillo's veto of Lockheed transferring UFO materials through a waived PSAP is still alleged, Jones details some rather intriguing and compelling data surrounding Cardillo. In his excellent work Sub Rosa, Rob Jones explores the question of, following the failed Kona Blue efforts, if Lockheed Martin still actually wished to offload certain UFO materials, craft, and parts, and what ultimately became of these materials after 2 failed efforts. Here, Jones offers a compelling theory. Lockheed sold or otherwise transferred these materials to the Psi organization. The Psi organization rose in 2010 from the sell-off of Lockheed Martin's Enterprise Integration Group, EIG, a quote, unit deeply involved in highly classified systems engineering for U.S. intelligence agencies, end quote. Veritas Capital, who is the focal point of Jones's incredible research here in Sub Rosa, and no, I won't dive too much into Veritas, as this is, in my opinion, Rob Jones's magnum opus, acquired this former division of Lockheed for $815 million in cash and promptly rebranded it as the Psi Organization, Inc. Acquisition of Lockheed's EIG allowed Veritas Capital to enjoy a significant portion of Lockheed's Black program work, including contracts with the NSA, NRO, CIA, and private defense industrial base contractors. Psi Organization was, in 2014, merged under Veritas Capital with Kinetic, rebranding this new entity as VenCore. Containing numerous legacy Black programs from the days of Lockheed EIG, VenCore was then merged again under Veritas Capital with other firms to create Perspecta, Inc. In 2021, Veritas Capital brought back Perspecta, Inc. under private ownership, forming Peraton after a transaction of $7.1 billion. Recently, Peraton even acquired Northrop Grumman's Federal IT and Mission Support Services for $3.4 billion. So essentially, Rob's theory states, in 2010/2011, after successful thwarting attempts by Cardillo, Lockheed may have proceeded to successfully offload materials through the Psi Organization, an $815 million cash transaction that saw Lockheed Martin's Enterprise Integration Group purchased by Veritas Capital. Eventually, after a complex series of business dealings, many of Lockheed's Black program projects, and possibly some UFO materials, evolved to exist under a group called Peraton. Well, here is where this gets interesting. In May of 2019 to the present day, Robert Cardillo joined Peraton on the board of advisors. So by 2019, Cardillo joined the board of the very group that may have received Lockheed's divested UFO materials. After all of this, questions still remain. What UFO materials were Lockheed trying to divest? Why did elements of the intelligence community stonewall the transfer, and what became of these materials? Well, to answer these questions as concisely as possible in a conclusion/summary to this incredibly long segment, I believe with rather moderate to high conviction, the materials in question was part to the entirety of the 1953 Kingman, Arizona crash. I believe James Ryder may very well have been a wild card, and this specific wreckage proved challenging for Lockheed to study and exploit, so Ryder wished to bring in fresh teams and fresh minds. I also believe elements of the IC, specifically the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology, likes to maintain strict organization and program oversight to UFO legacy program operations, and wish to maintain the status quo and not invite new, fresh contractors into the UFO portfolio without full agency support. Especially when these new prospective organizations are defense contractors and not agency-supported and staffed and highly trusted advanced UFO research and development experts, federally funded research and development centers. I believe Rob Jones presents a compelling theory that Lockheed severed a limb of its own in a complex business transaction with Veritas Capital to finally get rid of these specific materials. All this is to say, I do not under any circumstances think that the attempted Kona Blue PSAP would have seen Lockheed divest itself of its entire UFO portfolio. Just as I do not think that Lockheed was supposed to deliver its materials back to US DoD in 1989, per the words of Eric Davis. As many who watch my channel know, I strongly theorize Lockheed is involved in all aspects of UFO legacy program operations, ranging from crash retrieval to material exploitation to technology reverse engineering to alien reproduction vehicle prototyping, construction, and testing. I strongly suspect that Kona Blue offers us a hyper-specific look at just one slice of the Lockheed Martin UFO legacy program portfolio that dealt with a particularly complex and challenging selection of craft materials. My friends, it is Gerb, and like always, if you are still with me to this point, thank you so much for joining me on what I consider an extremely special investigation and adventure into Lockheed Martin. Now, before we do my usual rant, a thanks in order here. I need to thank Xander Jones of the Dreamland Motel channel for providing the excellent music today. Absolutely excellent. Xander Jones is super talented, and not only is his music good, but his channel's awesome as well. He's also the producer for the Night Shift channel run by Clint Weldon. You can see I'm wearing their merch right there. Clint and Xander are both friends of the channel. Love those guys. Love both of their channels, so check them out. You guys know I don't usually do or have ever done shout-outs, really. So yeah, just a huge thanks to Xander. He's really helped me level up the game with the music, and he's great. But let's dive into things now. As I said at the very beginning, we have covered Lockheed on this channel before, and in most of my videos, whether it's TR-3B and triangles or Northrop Grumman or really anything, Lockheed is always a general topic. Now, I was thinking back and I rewatched my original Lockheed video for this project, and what I wanted to do for this project was almost not touch on anything I spoke about in my original Lockheed project. As I stated, I believe that project was unfocused. I believe it was not deep enough, and I think I went the wrong routes in that project. I was looking more so at Don Phillips, Boyd Bushman, the glamorous whistleblowers, Fouché, who's, yeah, I know I pronounced his name wrong then, but I looked in the wrong directions. And for this project, I have been wanting to do this for quite a while, to get back to my roots and use the same sort of approach I have used with SAIC and Northrop Grumman to investigate Lockheed. And so I'm thrilled to have revisited this. And of course, this project is about 2 hours and 15 minutes longer than that original venture, which was already like 35 minutes, I think my longest video at the time. And I think that we have a special investigation here, and let's go through bit by bit. I tried hard, as I just said, not to kind of retread on old ground I've touched on with Lockheed, and it could have been all too easy to spend the vast majority of this video just re-talking about Fouché and Lockheed working as a prime contractor on TR-3B, but for the first part of this project and some of the initial stuff, I really wanted to drill in on the Defense Industrial Base. Now, this is one of the not first, but one of the newer times I've really hammered in on the subject of Defense Industrial Base. I, of course, discussed the Defense Industrial Base contractors with Ellen Lord and SAIC when Ellen Lord expanded DIB contractors' access to SAP scientists, SAP security, DoD assets, etc., and then she ran off to SAIC. But the Defense Industrial Base is a very, very, very wide term. Of course, it encompasses defense contractors, it encompasses MRTFBs, it encompasses RDT&E labs, it encompasses FFRDCs and UARCs. And I think that if you start to look at clandestine RDT&E, USAP, CAP, SAP, you can start to really look at the DIB from the outside and start to piece a lot of things together. As we talked about, 9 out of the 10 largest defense contractors in the world, I have directly accused or have come across information operate in UFO legacy program operations, as well as how many MRTFBs are there? I might be getting this wrong because I'm doing my rant, but I believe 23. And at least 16 of those, same thing, come across various claims or my own research or sources I trust greatly who have talked about various MRTFBs. Same with the FFRDCs and UARCs. And if you skip through the entire video and are just joining me now for some reason, which I don't know why, remember, the way that I analyze UFO legacy program operations, I try and really focus in on the missing link of these programs. When many people speak, they think that the US DoD or IC, and we're not talking about the people who use the enigmatic they as the US government here, but specific aspects of DoD or IC, whether it's the Office of the Secretary of Defense, whether it's maybe DARPA in DoD, maybe DARPA, or, you know, the NRO, NSA, CIA. And they say that there's just magical UFO legacy programs that these DoD or IC assets and agencies use with defense prime contractors like Northrop Grumman, like Raytheon, like Lockheed, like Amentum, like SAIC, and that's it. But the missing link that I try and point out are the FFRDCs, the MITREs, which is, in my opinion, the largest FFRDC involved in UFO legacy program operations, and how these subject matter experts and RDT&E ACEs kind of serve as project managers. And because these institutions are semi-private, the DoD and IC can still retain information control, access to materials that the FFRDC can then dole out to various contractors, and a need-to-know bigot list, access list, SAP cap basis. But what's interesting to me is it seems like Lockheed Martin has unprecedented access to not only UFO RDT&E, but also recovered craft, as we see in the Kona Blue. Lockheed has so many materials. Jim Ryder and possibly Mary Sturtevant can just get rid of a couple pieces of bulkhead as they see fit, because Jim Ryder wants that to happen for any number of reasons. It seems odd that a defense contractor could be so cavalier as to offload, divest materials of non-human origin. Now, why is this? The Lockheed Corporation has existed before most FFRDCs. I'm not talking about the Sandia, I'm not talking about the Lawrence Livermore, the Los Alamos, the DOE National Labs, but I'm talking about FFRDCs like MITRE, like the Aerospace Corporation. Most of these were started in 1959, 1960. MITRE 1959 after engineers on the SAGE project, which was a large radar array from, I think, Lincoln Labs and MIT started up MITRE, and Aerospace spun off from TRW. But these were started around the time that actually Phil Corso said UFO technologies were starting to be seeded into U.S. defense contractors. But it seems like even before that, Lockheed may have been sort of a subject matter expert, maybe dating back to Roswell, maybe dating back to Magenta or other crashes, maybe even Aztec. Perhaps the Lockheed Corporation, or maybe even Martin Marietta at this time, before the age of many of these FFRDCs, were analyzing some of these materials. So that's interesting that Lockheed may be, I guess, given the same weight or treated with the same respect or seriousness or access to information that something like an FFRDC or UARC would have from the DoD. So that's incredibly interesting. And speaking of DIB assets and MRTFBs, of course, and today we really fast forwarded in on the Nevada Test and Training Range, the Edwards 412 Utah Test and Training Range. Lockheed operates all over the place in these, but I think the most interesting piece here was this dive into Tonopah. Tonopah is a place that is almost never, ever, ever, ever mentioned. You might see on UFO Twitter or in a book somebody say, oh, Tonopah is weird. Tonopah is probably a program site. But outside of Richard Dolan speaking about his source at the UAP task force leaked class report talking about Advanced Group 6 and DARPA projects out there at Tonopah from reverse engineered materials, you see almost no mention of Tonopah. It is the DOE's, one of the DOE's, if not the highest DOE classified weapons testing location. And as we explored today, from 1993 to 2017, whether it be Martin Marietta or the Lockheed Martin Corporation, Lockheed had administrative duties over Sandia, which administrated Tonopah. So Lockheed worked directly with Sandia and Tonopah and the Edwards 412 Test Wing, which of course has occupied Tonopah like it does Area 51 and performed operations out there. Now, as I mentioned, I have specifically heard of the quote-unquote interesting stuff going on up there at Tonopah, and that's outside of Richard Dolan and his sources. And I would really like to learn more about Tonopah. There's not much else we can learn today because of the classification of the programs that transpire and are carried out in the weapons testing at Tonopah. But I also find the Site 4 at Tonopah quite intriguing. I have seen people try and say Bob Lazar ripped this off of Tonopah test range, but as we showed today, Tonopah S4 or Site 4, and whether it be 4, the number or Roman numerals, is kind of out in the open and doesn't really compare with Bob Lazar's description of Area 51 S4 by Papoose Lake. But a very interesting location nonetheless. I also think it's interesting that the Navy took such a special interest in Tonopah in its early days, especially the Polaris program, which we know ties into Sand Dollar and DSRV and DSSP and all of that stuff with John Pena Craven that I've been talking about for many, 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 many months now. let's shift focus a little bit on Skunkworks. Skunkworks, as we know, is far more notorious and infamous than its counterparts at Boeing, at Northrop Grumman, at probably some secret divisions at Raytheon and so forth. And I try to largely sidestep around some of the quotes by Ben Rich today. I've talked about him before. They're interesting, sure. I think the James Goodall quote when he got on the phone with Jesse Michaels and Michael Schratt is the most interesting mention of Ben Rich. But the Linda Moulton Howe and John Harzan, who was accused of some pretty heinous crimes, I don't really find an interest in searching there. And again, James Goodall. But I share so much frustration, as I kind of laid out in this video, with Stephen Greer saying that the Lockheed Martin Skunkworks created the Tic Tac in 2004. And of course, Ross Coulthart says that as well. But then stuff like that Michael Herrera's craft was out of the Lockheed Skunkworks as well. I understand if you can't provide evidence for such claims, but at least construct a thesis to explain why. And I think that's one of the frustrations a lot of people had with Ross Coulthart when he gets on Need to Know with Bryce Zabel and says, I know categorically that the Tic Tac is Lockheed Martin technology. That's already going to be a little tough for people to wrap their heads around, especially with the capabilities that Tic Tac demonstrated. So I think what would have been appropriate there is, even if Ross is going to be so steadfast in his confidence that this craft was either Lockheed Martin reverse engineered or a non-human craft being operated by Lockheed, he relies on his sources for this, and that's totally fine, but at least construct a thesis or parallel lines of research why that might be an adequate explanation for the Tic Tac, and then demonstrate that to the audience instead of just saying, I know categorically. But the Skunkworks is intriguing. I was thrilled to kind of investigate the 1986 carve-out security problems with the Lockheed Corporation at their Burbank plant, which of course housed Skunkworks, and related that to the Wilson Davis notes. That was shocking to really investigate and parse through. I mean, over 1,000 discrepancies in carve-out special access program documents, many of which were excluded from DoD oversight altogether, some of which were lost and some of which were destroyed. I think that there can be strong connections here, that perhaps this was a domino effect, that various GAO, DoD, various entities that were not read into UFO legacy programs at this time started to see enormous carve-out contracts within Lockheed Martin, within Lockheed at this time, and other competitive aerospace prime contractors, and that these class documents at the classified document control substations and descriptions of programs, accounting for funds and so forth, just completely wiped off the table. And that could have created a domino effect that eventually in 1993, UFO legacy program personnel had to reorganize the Special Access Program Oversight Committee and give enhanced strengths to the Senior Review Group, which in turn created the quote-unquote Watch Committee of the highest tier of high-level gatekeepers. If you remember, the Watch Committee served as a bit of a diverse group, including a corporate director. Perhaps that was somebody from Lockheed or maybe a Northrop Grumman type. I just think that's interesting. And I know I talked about the Wilson Davis notes, and I know that there's been some controversy around Eric Davis. In fact, I touched on some controversy around Davis in this project. I said it, I will say it again. Although things have been a bit odd with Eric Davis lately, and although I disagree with his comments about ARV, and I do think this is probably a program protection strategy he must display due to his time in OSAP, AFRL, or other institutions, I still very much like and respect Eric Davis. And regardless of kind of the questions of him of late, I still believe that the fundamental facts of the Wilson Davis notes are correct. That being that Vice Admiral Thomas Wilson was stonewalled in accessing UFO legacy programs. And speaking of Davis, I know that there were some, you could see him as shots fired in this video towards Davis and Lou Elizondo. I think it's important to, if I am going to speak about somebody or exclude them from a conversation, speak about why. Elizondo in particular, I showed that there may be some conflicts of interest with Lockheed Martin. It's the same thing that others have said. I do not think Lou has been completely forthcoming with his involvement in legacy programs and how much knowledge he has regarding those programs. You know, I think back to the 2024 UFO hearings in which he testified. I remember Nancy Mace asking, I think it was General Dynamics, about their specialty. And Lou says something about, various contractors have various specialties in this subject. And Mace retorts, what about Lockheed Martin? And you could see Lou kind of visibly squirm in that scenario. So I do think there is likely a conflict of interest there, that Lockheed Martin is an institution that requires extensive program protection, just as various other facets of UFO legacy program operations. So, that I think that was just important to include in the video, especially when talking about a beast like Lockheed. And that also leads us to the Kona Blue material transfer. Again, there were 2 attempted transfers by Lockheed Martin, at least 2, due to the work of Rob Jones and Sub Rosa, which please check out Sub Rosa. Rob Jones initially put that on a Substack to pay wallet, which I think is totally fine, fair pay for fair work. But due to some of the demand and the importance of the document, he made it free. So that will be linked in the video description. And I can't recommend reading it enough. I'm actually going to have Rob and Kermit back on for a live here pretty soon, where we're going to break down the paper. And as we kind of explored with that, perhaps Robert Cardillo was involved in stonewalling the transaction of materials from Lockheed, and eventually ended up with the same company that Lockheed Martin severed its own limb, the Enterprise Integration Group, that eventually, after a bunch of corporate transactions, ended up at Peraton, on which Robert Cardillo serves to this day on the board. But per the reporting of Chris Sharp and actually the Aero Historical Report Volume 1, there seemed to be one initial attempt to divest these materials from Lockheed Martin to possibly an OSAP-like entity, maybe a DIA program back in 2008/2009. I'm running this off the top of my head, but I believe that James Clapper was involved in shutting this down, if I'm trying to remember correctly. But then, of course, in the 2011 transfer, this was shut down by the CIA DS&T, Glenn Gaffney, and possibly Robert Cardillo. Glenn Gaffney, I know, as I'm recording this just the other day, he appeared in an interview where Davis said he would want to string Glenn Gaffney up like Jesus and essentially parade him around and torturing him. I think that might have been a little too far, regardless of how hostile Glenn Gaffney is. Treating a guy like Glenn Gaffney and getting him to speak is going to be very difficult. Of course, his program protection and allegiance to agency is probably lifelong. So subpoenaing the man, just like James Lakatsky, just like others, just like Sean Kirkpatrick, they can deflect on not answering due to national security concerns, or just plead the fifth with their lawyer on every single question. So that's not the appropriate solution. I don't know. Maybe you can find an underling of Glenn Gaffney at the time and trade up for information on him, and then be able to attack him from there, or possibly even trade up from Glenn Gaffney. But there's not a lot of people higher than CIA DS&T deputy directors. Glenn Gaffney, I think he has denied to reporters that he was involved in this material transfer. However, of course, he is going to say that. And I know I introduced Mary Kay Sturtevant today, VP of Government Affairs and Various Intelligence Systems at Lockheed Martin from 2006 to 2021. I know she worked closely with Ryder, allegedly, on UFO legacy program operations. And I wonder if she was involved in stonewalling the transfer. As we saw today, she directly had, well, her career in intelligence is quite impressive, to be quite honest, but all the way starting back at BDM with technology transfer with Russia, and then moving into various intelligence agencies, eventually at the CIA, working in a joint venture between the CIA, DS&T, and Directorate of Operations. 2 parts of the CIA I've accused of being involved in UFO legacy programs before, in my Navy video in particular, and then eventually goes on to serve as the deputy director for a various facet of NRO, to then join Lockheed Martin in 2006. One has to wonder if she still had agency obligations at that time. I know there are a lot of individuals, whether it be private, DOD, a DARPA-like entity, that some people still serve as agency liaisons or agency points of contact. I think it's quite feasible that in her role at Lockheed Martin, because of her agency ties, and of course by agency I mean the CIA, that she still had allegiance or duties for program protection for the CIA. Rest in peace to what seemed like a great man, Jim Ryder. He seemed incredibly complex. as you can see by his Lucius Trust talks after he left Lockheed Martin. I think it's fascinating that these quote-unquote graybeards, quite a few of them possibly, like when they leave service in legacy program operations, seem to pursue really esoteric and the quote-unquote woo. We can see Carl Nell doing similar things with discussions of consciousness at Archives of the Impossible. So I find that absolutely fascinating, but I wish Dr. Ryder was here today. Again, I don't think there's anything...
The woo, the spiritual, natural law, objective morality. That's what they're getting at, because these are the spiritual principles of how reality works. And that's 0 point energy, the ether, it all works on that.
Suspicious about his past.
And to know UFOs is to know natural law.
I just think it was sudden, but he seems like a truly great and interesting man. With that being said, guys, I do think I am going to, maybe in a week or so, 2 weeks, co-release the Lockheed material transfer section as its own video. I mean, that's
cool. So that's that one, guys. And I'm going to do one more big search. All right. So what do I do? I want to get into the dumbs so we can go from space to the nuts and bolts, which is what we just did, to the deep underground military bases.
When discussing...
So... let's see how this works.
In UFO legacy programs, I aim to expose any clandestine black-budget U.S. government military intelligence operation partnering with defense contractors, federally funded research and development centers, and university-affiliated research centers engaging with non-human technology. These programs seem to take many forms, including crash recovery of non-human vehicles, material exploitation of technologies of unknown origin, reverse engineering of anomalous craft, and construction of copycat vehicles famously known as alien reproduction vehicles, ARVs. On this channel, we have discussed myriad major range and test facility bases and defense laboratories and centers where such programs are likely located. We have also discussed at length contractors, FFRDCs, and UARCs that are alleged to operate alongside the CIA and NSA across Army, Navy, and Air Force UFO programs. When such clandestine and secretive operations to master non-human technology have led to, in David Grush's words, a multi-decade secret Cold War, where might these programs be located? The logistics of maintaining secrecy and strict need-to-know access for unacknowledged special access programs focused on anomalous research, development, test, and evaluation of non-human technologies and storage of non-human craft and possibly biologics are likely tremendous. For this reason, we must look underground and evaluate the decades of rumors and testimonies of UFOs and deep underground military bases, or DUMBs. DUMBs have served as a continuous focus of this channel with recent discussion and direct investigation into Dugway Proving Ground, the United States' premier chemical and biological testing range, and its alleged 1,300 square mile subterranean facility and remote entrance in the desert. For this investigation, we will be continuously referencing the work of Dr. Richard Sauter and his 3 masterpieces titled Underground Bases and Tunnels, What is the Government Trying to Hide? Hidden in Plain Sight Beyond the X-Files, and Underground and Underwater Bases. These 3 dense pieces give us keen context into subterranean bases in the form of stringent, fact-based analysis through publicly available records, FOIA documents, declassified documents, and the occasional witness testimony. Deep underground military bases do indeed exist. This is fact, and we will explore this fact today. But do these sites engage with UFO legacy programs? And if so, which DoD sites and what do they do? And could the decades of rumors regarding underground tunnels connecting these clandestine sites through an internal rail system possibly be true? Hey guys, it's UAP Gerb, and thank you so very much for joining me today as we embark into the world of the subterranean to investigate DUMBs and UFOs.
The subject of UFO legacy sites embedded into mountains with hidden hangars, sequestered a mile beneath the Earth's surface, or hidden anywhere out of the public and satellite view has long been a talking point of this channel and my investigations. Today, we finally look below the Earth's surface to evaluate the existence, feasibility, and operations of UFO legacy programs and deep underground military bases. To borrow from the title of the first chapter of Dr. Richard Sauter's Underground Bases and Tunnels, deep underground military bases are indeed real. Throughout this project, I will be interchangeably using the terms dumb and subterranean facility, or STIF, the name said to me by multiple veterans who have traveled to such underground locations. And speaking of, I should mention, I have spoken to nearly half a dozen former military personnel who have traveled to STIFs across the country. I try to shy away from inserting first-hand source testimony and anecdotes into my videos and let evidence and research speak for itself, so I will interject with these first-hand testimonies when and if necessary. In a 1989 speech titled Underground Facilities for Defense, Experience and Lessons, Deputy Director of Engineering and Construction for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Lloyd A. Dusha said, quote, "After World War II, political and economic factors changed the underground construction picture and caused a renewed interest to think underground. As a result of this interest, the Corps of Engineers became involved in the design and construction of some very complex and interesting military projects," end quote. In the same talk, Dusha would then go on to exclaim, quote, "Although the conference program indicates the topic to be underground facilities for defense, experience, and lessons, I must deviate a little because several of the most interesting facilities that have been designed and constructed by the Corps are still classified," end quote. Acknowledged military subterranean facilities do indeed exist. Publicly known sites include the NORAD Cheyenne Mountain Complex buried deep under Colorado Springs. This enormous installation built to monitor North American missile threats sits 2,000 feet underground and spans 5.1 acres. Featuring 6 3-story high and 40-foot wide tunnels and 15 3-story buildings made of steel plates. And these are just the acknowledged portions of the base. Additionally, the Raven Rock Complex, aka Site R, serves as a secure underground command center or backup Pentagon and is shrouded in mystery. This site under Fort Detrick, Maryland, includes accommodations for 3,000 people, has an inbuilt medical and dental clinic, fire department, post office, and 5 acknowledged 3-story buildings. The secrets Raven Rock must hold are endless. But existing acknowledged DUMBs are not the focus of today's investigation. Instead, we plan to pursue DUMBs that operate as UFO legacy program locations and explore the feasibility of decades of rumors of hundreds, if not thousands of miles of underground tunnels and railroads connecting deep underground UFO legacy operations. To once again quote U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Deputy Director for Engineering and Construction Lloyd A. Dusha when speaking about the Corps' involvement in the 1960s construction of the Cheyenne site, quote, "As stated earlier, there are other projects of similar scope which I cannot identify, but which include multiple chambers up to 50 feet wide and 100 feet high, using the same excavation procedure mentioned for the NORAD facility," end quote. After all, according to a 1985 U.S. Army Corps of Engineers report titled Literature Survey of Underground Construction Methods for Application to Hardened Facilities, STIFs can be built anywhere with the right amount of money and in myriad types of structures utilizing deep shaft structures and facilities tunneled into mountainsides. The report even states, quote, "Since adequate technology is available to construct hardened underground facilities under virtually any ground conditions, the main constraint in construction projects remains economic viability rather than technical feasibility," end quote. As we know from David Grush and multiple other sources and testimonies, UFO legacy programs operate on the U.S. black budget. Untraceable, deep-sixed money and contracts buried within special access, controlled access, and unacknowledged special access programs. From the excellent work of Catherine Austin Fitts I mention often, we also know that as much as $21 trillion in unauthorized spending has occurred between 1998 and 2015. And this is just within the DoD and Department of Housing and Urban Development, much of which Fitts believed was designated for clandestine military R&D. publicly denied UFO research, development, test, and evaluation underground locations would absolutely classify as such. DUMBs for clandestine and unacknowledged use is also a practice very much currently in play. One such example is Warrenton U.S. Army Training Center located in the Northern Virginia town of Warrenton. The book The Secret Team, The CIA and Its Allies in Control of the World by Fletcher Prouty identified a highly secretive underground installation that serves as a federal relocation center by an unknown agency. This was confirmed in an Inquiry magazine article titled Going Underground by Robert Walters, which plainly states the U.S. Army Warrenton Training Center is a CIA covert facility. Additionally, there's the highly secretive U.S. Navy underground facility in the mountains of West Virginia near Sugar Grove. This location is an underground site run by the Navy for the National Security Agency. So the NSA and CIA already have a traceable interest in using U.S. military bases' underground facilities as a cover for unknown usage and operations. So before discussing much of the testimony of UFOs and DUMBs, let's quickly touch on the reality and history of these impressive, often unacknowledged sites. The inception of DUMBs in the United States can actually be traced back to the Nazis and Operation Paperclip, the famous program to recruit Nazi scientists, engineers, and technicians into U.S. government employment. Near the end of World War II, the Nazis had begun utilization of what we might call DUMBs. In the book Lucky Forward, The History of Patton's Third Army, Colonel Robert S. Allen detailed Allied discoveries of Nazi underground bases. Quote, "The underground installations were amazing. They were literally subterranean towns. There were 4 in and around Ohrdruf. None were natural caverns or mines. All were man-made military installations. The horror camp had provided the labor. An interesting feature of the construction was the absence of any spoil. It had been carefully scattered into hills miles away." End quote. Some Nazi installations were over 50 feet underground, comprised of several miles of 2 to 3 story facilities. The sites were arranged like wheels with spokes, designed with reinforced concrete. The Nazis designed such locations as Ohrdruf to house Nazi high command after the bombing of Berlin, but never got the chance to populate the facility. We additionally have the Regenworm Lager, or Earthworm Camp in Poland. This Nazi sprawling underground complex beneath West Poland's full extent is still unknown today. The site featured miles of underground tunnels and electrical train lines connecting bunkers, fortifications, and other critical military facilities. This sounds familiar, no? 2 declassified documents can be discovered dating back to 1947 regarding the aforementioned Operation Paperclip. Featured in the documents are requests by Air Material Command for a quote-unquote requirement of 4 German technicians to consult on a planned underground plant program. One man named was Xavier Dorsch, director of the Todt organization in the closing of World War II. This was the Nazis' equivalent of the U.S. Navy Seabees or U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, but not part of formal German military structure. The founder of this organization, Fritz Todt, designed the famous German Autobahn highway system. Towards the tail end of World War II, Dorsch had helped with developing a series of massive underground industrial manufacturing facilities to hide from Allied bombing raids. It is indeed quite possible he also aided on the Regenworm Lager and Ohrdruf. Documents and research show Dorsch once briefed the Americans after he was captured in 1945 and again in 1949. We do not know the full extent to which he aided in these programs. These massive Nazi underground industrial manufacturing facilities possibly give us our first look into UFO legacy programs and DUMBs. I have covered on this channel the 1933 Magenta, Italy UFO crash retrieval, a case whose validity is strongly supported by David Grush.
You say it's a 90-year cover-up?
Just about, yeah.
90 years?
1933 was the first recovery in Europe, in Magenta, Italy. They recovered a partially intact vehicle.
In this case, the Nazis purportedly took control of a crashed lenticular disc from the Italians in 1943 before being recovered by the Americans post-war. Hans Kammler was a Nazi engineer behind construction of numerous concentration camps including Auschwitz and led myriad Nazi secret weapons projects. Kammler would have indeed been one of chief scientists and engineers to study a recovered lenticular craft due to his unrivaled command over Nazi secret weapons programs. Kammler went missing near the tail end of World War II. However, documents prove rather convincingly this evil engineer was taken alive into U.S. custody. Albert Speer, Nazi and Reich Minister of Armaments and War Production, claimed in April 1945 Kammler informed him he had business to offer the Americans. OSS agent Donald W. Richardson seemingly confirmed this by stating 70 years after he still couldn't fully speak on interrogating Kammler. But the Nazis had brought treasure to the U.S. that, quote, served the development of armament platforms for the Cold War and for the future, end quote. Under Kammler's command, numerous underground tunnels and bases existed, employing German companies to develop and build parts for advanced aircraft and secret weapons programs. Kammler is even said to have stashed treasures and documents regarding his think tank's top secret documents in a facility underground in the woods of Czechoslovakia. According to Hidden Nazi by Dan Reuter, 44 years after Operation Hidden Documents to retrieve these stashed top-secret documents, an American team from Lawrence Livermore Labs and Los Alamos Labs, two FFRDCs, went to a new underground cavern that had not been emptied at the end of World War II called Mednick Hill. What was found here was, quote, the key to what was hidden at the previous site, end quote. It goes without saying it stands to reason Kammler conducted early iterations of UFO legacy programs underneath Mednick Hill, as well as his numerous underground locations and tunnels, and that Xavier Dorsch was a key engineer in constructing these facilities. With Dorsch being requested by Air Material Command and Kammler being more than likely secretly smuggled by the Americans, these two men could very well be the key architects of modern-day U.S. UFO and dumb legacy programs. I am no expert in history, so to learn more about Kammler, I strongly recommend watching the documentary The Two Lives of Hans Kammler. Later in this project, we will see even more ties between Nazi Germany, DUMBs, and paperclips.
Also, go check out the Dark Occult Origins of Nazism and Communism by Mark Passio on whatonEarthIsHappening.com.
Then in the form of maglev trained systems. On numerous occasions in the 1950s, the United States proposed massive underground facilities that seemingly disappeared from public light. It is unknown if many of these facilities were built or not. One example can be traced to 1957 to Green Mountain outside Huntsville, Alabama. Huntsville is deeply enshrouded in U.S. anti-gravity research, but we are looking elsewhere. Two articles in 1957 reported the U.S. Army was planning to build a rocket factory inside of Green Mountain. The plan was proposed by the American Machine and Foundry Company, Redstone Arsenal, and the Army Ballistic Missile Agency. This location was slated to have a sort of subterranean junior Pentagon, where elaborate headquarters would be installed to direct the defense of the southern U.S. from enemy attack. Again, it is unknown if this location was ever built. However, such discussion of a junior Pentagon illustrated early private military cooperation, a theme we will touch on much later. Analysis of U.S. military and underground studies additionally allows us valuable insights into DUMBs. Take the RAND Corporation, for example. An FFRDC I have spoken about ad nauseum is a primary semi-government institution up to its eyeballs in UFO legacy programs. RAND Corporation was established in 1948 and grew out of Army Air Force Project RAND in 1946. Project RAND sought to carry out long-range research projects of interest to the Air Force. In the 1950s, USAF and RAND began working on the question of underground base construction and organized various symposiums. Let's analyze a resulting 1959 publication, Deep Underground Construction. The purpose of such a symposium, according to the chairman, was to discuss, quote, the problems of protecting military installations located deep underground or under mountains, end quote, in the event of nuclear war. The chairman also stated since 1957, the RAND Corp had been, quote, actively investigating the need for a small number of super hard deep underground centers, end quote. Additionally, in 1960, RAND published a study under USAF contract dealing 12 locations for underground sites. All sites were assumed to be more than 1,000 feet deep. Of specific interest here is Site 3 in Santa Barbara, California. Santa Barbara is located just over 100 miles from the Antelope Valley, California, we will discuss later. Research suggests a major network of UFO-focused STIF facilities exists interconnected under the Antelope. Site 3 is also located less than 100 miles away from Los Angeles, where a tremendous amount of DoD research development test and evaluation laboratories lie. We have already mentioned the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers giving in 1989 a quite frank admission of classified underground facilities. And outside of the 1987 U.S. Army Corps of Engineers report detailing construction of DUMBs boils down to cost. In 1959 to 1961, the Army Corps of Engineers published a 5-part training manual titled Design of Underground Installations in Rock. This startling series assumes the pre-existence of underground facilities. The report states, quote, vital government installations have been placed underground as exemplified by the Ritchie Project, end quote. Many of these facilities were designed as command and control centers and survival bunkers for nuclear attacks. These are known as continuity of government sites. Raven Rock qualifies as one such continuity of government or COG DUMB. Design of underground installations in rock additionally makes some statements of extreme relevance to the testimonies of DUMBs and UFOs. Some installations listed by the Army were to be shallow, while, quote, more important equipment and facilities essential to defense may be installed in deeper workings that are likely to be long and tunnel-like, occupying one or several stories, end quote. The report detailed enormous underground facilities featuring 50 by 50 feet tunnels and chambers as much as 100 feet high, even stating, quote, truck or rail traffic might be important, end quote. The Army even cautioned, quote, landscape scars, roads, and portal structures, aka entrances, should be as inconspicuous as possible. Camouflage should be considered, end quote. This is of extreme consequence when discussing testimonies such as MS, who detailed the entrance to the Dugway Stiff as a small building in the middle of nowhere. In 1963, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers published a manual titled Utilization of Nuclear Power Plants in Underground Installations. This manual discussed self-contained nuclear-powered underground facilities with button-up diesel secondary systems. Critically, in 1964, the Army Corps of Engineers, or COE, proposed 12 massive structures to be built up to 4,000 feet underground. There are 2 sites here of massive importance to our investigation. One facility below Yuma County, Arizona, to be accessed via a vertical or incline shaft. Such entry points are common amongst claims of UFO DUMBs, such as the Dugway DUMB, whose entrance is purported to be a vertical elevator shaft. In Stephen Greer's DPI archive, who fans of this channel will know I have extracted a tremendous amount of information and worthwhile investigation from, witness 10773 statement reads, quote, knows of massive research and storage facility, material of unknown origin at Yuma Proving Ground, end quote. Fascinating connection here. Yuma Test Center is also home to Yuma Proving Ground, a U.S. Army major range and test facility base. Similar to Dugway Proving Ground's Army MRTFB, the West Desert Test Center, Yuma Proving Ground is also run by Army Test and Evaluation Command. Indeed, it is no stretch to assume if a STIF exists under one of these Army MRTFBs, an equally impressive facility likely exists below the other. Second here is Site 3 in Inyo County, California, to be accessed via incline shaft. Inyo County resides on the inside boundary of China Lake Naval Weapons Testing Facility. China Lake is one of the Navy's premier major range and test facility base and a location spoken of on myriad occasions as an underground legacy program location. China Lake really needs no introduction, but stay tuned as we will discuss China Lake in much more detail along with Antelope Valley. But quickly to mention, Dr. Richard Sauter received testimony from a Navy contact who served at China Lake. The witness confirmed an impressively large and deep installation, claiming the facility extends 1 mile deep and contains, quote, weapons more powerful than nuclear weapons, end quote. Alongside the U.S. Army COE, the U.S. Navy is also deeply entwined with underground and possibly undersea bases, but that's another story for another day. In 1972, Naval Facilities Engineering Command issued a report titled Subsurface Deployment of Naval Facilities, discussing several Navy installations to be placed underground. These include administration, medical, aircraft maintenance, ammo storage, and miscellaneous storage facilities. The U.S. Navy Seabees additionally maintained underground installations between the presidential Camp David and CIA facility Camp Peary, which we will discuss later on. In 1947, U.S. Air Materiel Command requested Nazi technicians for construction of underground facilities. In 1989, Lloyd Dusha admitted numerous underground installations existed and were classified. This means stiffs of interest were built from 1947 to 1949, a 42-year period. We can also assume some facilities were built before 1961, where the 5-part Army COE document assumes the existence of such facilities. One such example here may be Groom Lake Area 51 that was built in the 50s on the site of a former boron mine. After all, a 1991 DARPA report details secret cavities may be found in conjunction with underground mines. However, due to the existence of literature on described future plans for massive bases post-1961 that really hold our interest, we can assume from 1961 to 1989, the majority of our stiffs of interest were constructed. DUMBs are not a new subject to the study of UFOs or my channel. I myself have talked a tremendous amount of the alleged DARS, Defense Advanced Research Center, a 10-story underground location built under Area 51 relayed by USAF Master Sergeant Edgar Fouché that dealt with alien reproduction vehicles, including the TR-3B. I have also spoken on the enigmatic Northrop Tejon, Lockheed Hellendale, and McDonnell Douglas RCS facilities that have since at least 1987 been accused by excellent researchers such as Bill Hamilton as housing UFO legacy programs. And don't worry, we will touch on these facilities in much more detail later. Quite recently, I've discussed the Dugway Dum as relayed by witness MS and even provided images and details of the exact alleged entrance to the facility, which exists as an elevator shaft concealed by a tiny building in the middle of nowhere Dugway near German Village. As strange as that might seem, a 1991 paper issued by DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, and U.S. Army Missile Command titled Development of Inspection and Detection Techniques for Hidden Cavities. This document served to train field nuclear weapons inspectors to identify underground clandestine test complexes in developing nuclear nations. The report plainly states buildings of various size can provide cover for shafts or other openings to a secret underground cavity. Sounds similar to MS, no? And lastly, I have relayed the testimony of Randy Anderson in the underground facility under the Naval Surface Warfare Center crane housing the alleged Off-World Technologies Division. The subject of underground UFO legacy programs rose to prominence in 1989 with the claims of Bob Lazar and reverse engineering under Site 4, as well as the Dulce base fiasco where starting in 1979 Paul Benowitz was fed disinformation of a joint human extraterrestrial base under Dulce, New Mexico. Both S4 and Dulce are worthy of further investigation. In fact, I believe S4 to be a very real location, but due to the controversy around these accounts, discussions of these sites will be largely omitted from today's discussions. The first true mention of DUMBs and UFOs I can find is from Look magazine in an article titled "Is This the Real Flying Saucer?" dated 1955. The article discussed a Canadian company constructing a flying saucer while also depicting a facility built underneath a hill with a vertical shaft to the surface allowing the departure of flying saucers. Further rumors of UFOs and DUMBs wouldn't really arise until the 1970s, so this article is indeed intriguing. Leonard Stringfield's UFO Crash Retrieval Status Reports 1 through 7 is a body of work I often praise extensively. After all, Stringfield is in my opinion one of the greatest UFO investigators of all time. His work on UFO retrieval incidents and operations span from 1978 to 1994 and relays some of the earliest mentions I can find of deep underground legacy operations. Let's briefly explore a few. One such intriguing report is an anonymous letter Stringfield received 12 February 1974. The letter highlighted secret research on UFOs taking place at a secret underground complex below Gray Army Airfield in Fort Hood, Texas. According to the witness, the complex is shared with ICBM silos built into a small mountain. This is fascinating as later in the project we will discuss how numerous DUMBs were constructed primarily as ICBM sites. The witness described a section of the mountain would open up onto a jet interceptor runway, which was once accidentally observed by a private pilot making a forced landing over this restricted air corridor. This underground facility, according to the witness, was tied with NORAD in Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Ohio, Tinker Air Force Base, Oklahoma, Carswell Air Force Base, Texas, and others. And this is where the anonymous account gets very interesting. The witness stated the complex employed a squadron of unmarked helicopters dispatched, quote, when the need arises, end quote, codenamed the Blue Boys. This sounds incredibly similar to UFO recovery rapid reaction units I have spoken about in numerous crash retrieval cases, such as the Blue Berets in the 1965 Kecksburg, Pennsylvania case. The choppers additionally carried a new type of missile the source had been informed had been used on UFOs, but a new system had been in development which would be far more efficient. This was an electronic warfare system designed to disable UFOs under quote-unquote controlled conditions. This letter would arrive to Stringfield's desk in 1974, but now in 2025, we have heard the whistleblower testimony of Jake Barber, where he discussed EMP-type weapons designed to bring down UFOs over the enigmatic range.
In your time in deployment, you met certain people from an aerospace company, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Now, it's also part of the constraints you operate under that you can't name that aerospace company.
Correct. There's no good reason to name them, even if I wasn't constrained.
What were they doing there?
Well, they were supporting us with some new weapons technology that could be used to disable vehicles and aircraft.
I can disclose this.
Yeah.
My understanding is that they were essentially using, it was actually, I think it's a matter of public record, that microwave weapons, pulse microwave weapons, were being used at that time.
Correct. There were some early prototypes that were being used at that time. And I met individuals that were there representing the companies that were providing that service to the government, made some friends, and those relationships led to opportunities later in the California desert where I began my journey.
Leonard would actually see a volume of reports regarding underground complexes at Fort Hood, including a USAF lieutenant colonel who relayed to him in 1975 of an underground project that took place at Fort Hood. In 1976, Stringfield met an individual from McGregor, Texas, who claimed his father had worked beneath Fort Hood on the UFO program. This secondhand witness relayed a quote from his father stating, quote, "The technology that is being applied in this underground complex would remind someone of a science fiction thriller. It is unbelievable what they know and what they can do from this area." Spanning the late 70s into the 80s, Stringfield received myriad reports of an underground facility beneath Wright-Patterson Air Force Base housing preserved non-human biologics. One such account was relayed from witness J.K., who worked at a Nike missile site in Wilmington, Ohio. J.K. claimed to have seen 9 alien bodies under Wright-Pat in 1966, encased in glass, frozen to preserve. J.K. also claimed recovered craft were housed at MacDill Air Force Base, Langley Air Force Base, and Seymour Johnson Navy Training Center outside of Norfolk, Virginia. These locations purportedly all housed craft and sometimes biologics in underground hangars to conceal material from military and politicians. Stringfield heard similar accounts of biologics under Wright-Pat relayed secondhand from one T.S., who allegedly witnessed bodies in the early 1950s. T.S. were amongst a handful that relayed such stories. Leonard Stringfield would also once receive an anonymous, undated letter from a U.S. airman who was stationed at Kirtland Air Force Base, New Mexico. The source relayed rumors and stories of UFOs being stored in the Manzano storage area in remote Kirtland. Remember, if you will, Kirtland is home to Sandia National Labs, FFRDC, which, ranging from the Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit report to accusations of reverse engineering a propulsion device for the TR-3B by Edgar Fouché, has stood as a high probability candidate in UFO RDT&E programs. Manzano Mountain Underground Facility is no myth either. While researching for his 2001 book, Underwater and Underground Bases, Sauter received FOIA documents of 2 underground facilities below Manzano. While these documents of course say nothing about UFO storage, it is fascinating to see Sauter confirm the rumors of an underground installation beneath Kirtland. Lastly, I want to reference an anonymous letter to Leonard Stringfield I have covered before. This is dated March 14, 1975, which claims to recount the testimony of one Lieutenant Colonel Sims, a pseudonym. I previously discussed this letter in reference to the project on ED. An Edwards Air Force Base 412th Test Group electronic warfare test director who claimed to the existence of a joint UFO reverse engineering program operating between Edwards Air Force Base and the Nevada Test and Training Range. Viewers of this channel will know I consider Ed to be one of the most critical UFO legacy witnesses of all time, and as a quick side note, Ed also referenced attending the S4 site. This letter was referenced due to the mention of Hanscom Air Force Base and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, an air base and university where Ed worked from 2002 to 2005 on foreign military assets. Amongst the intriguing mentions of contractors, FFRDCs, UARCs, and air bases involved in UFO research and investigation, the source relayed Lieutenant Colonel Sims speaking of several computer banks hidden within underground installations scattered across the U.S., housing sophisticated computer equipment, electronic instrumentation, and mobile radar units. According to Sims, these underground installations employ, quote, squadrons of unmarked helicopters which have sophisticated instrumentation on board that are dispatched to UFO activity to monitor these craft or airlift them out of the area if one has malfunctioned, end quote. This sounds quite similar to the Blue Boys Rapid Reaction Unit relayed to Stringfield, does it not? But perhaps we have other confirming evidence, so let's also reference the book Trinity's Children Living Along America's Nuclear Highways. The authors of this book state, quote, there are more Cray supercomputers in New Mexico, an Air Force computer expert once said, than anywhere else. They're here at the Weapons Center, referring to Kirtland. They're across the street at Sandia. They're at Los Alamos up the highway. And they're at the, quote, underground places nobody knows about. Intriguing, as we already know Kirtland and by extension Sandia employ at least 2 underground facilities in the Manzano Mountains. Los Alamos National Labs additionally employs a deep underground installation. Dr. Sauter had quite an interesting engagement with Los Alamos. He repeatedly attempted to FOIA the Department of Energy for information on underground facilities and tunnels beneath Los Alamos. The DOE continuously responded there were none. Eventually, though, the DOE provided Sauter a badly blurred phototastic copy of an article by Earl Zimmerman titled LASL's Unusual Underground Lab, which described an underground facility built in the late 1940s. This article was undated and of uncertain origin, however, Zimmerman can be found labeled as a Press Bureau member from 1963 to 1965 in a 2020 Los Alamos organizational chart. Dr. Sauter additionally met with a businessman who relayed his experience in visiting Los Alamos in the company of a highly cleared associate. The businessman was privy to wherever his esteemed colleague went without question. The individual claimed 75% of Los Alamos' facilities are underground and extend as far as 1 mile underground. In relation to TUOs and UFOs, so far we have covered very real stiffs under Kirtland/Sandia and Los Alamos while also discussing the possible existence of facilities existing under Wright-Patterson, Fort Hood/Gray Army Airfield, Yuma County, China Lake, as well as the Nevada test site under the Nevada Test and Training Range. Now onto one of the most critical areas of my research, the Antelope Valley, California. For this section, we will reference the work of both Dr. Sauter as well as the late Bill Hamilton, a tremendous UFO researcher. Hamilton served as a true pioneer of the field, serving as the first researcher to ever produce the term and a public image of ARV, and even handed incredible witnesses such as Mark McCandlish and Bill Uhouse to Stephen Greer. Hamilton's excellent book, Cosmic Top Secret, an ultra-rare early 1990s recorded for VHS titled UFOs and Underground Bases, offers us keen insights into Hamilton's research on DUMBs and specific area of interest, the Antelope Valley. In fact, Hamilton produced a map relayed to him by sources of connected underground UFO facilities in the American Southwest. We will compare this map to existing DoD laboratories and RDT&E locations later on in this video. China Lake Naval Air Station is also quite close to Antelope Valley, so we will discuss that enigmatic facility here as well. Since the late 1980s, Hamilton's work focused on Antelope Valley, California. Many will know this region as one of the chief centers of aerospace technology, housing the infamous USAF Plant 42, Lockheed Skunk Works, the former Norton Air Force Base, the legendary Edwards Air Force Base, major installations for Northrop Grumman, Rockwell, and McDonnell Douglas, as well as numerous intriguing radar cross-section facilities in the form of Northrop Tejon, Lockheed Hellendale, and McDonnell Douglas. I have spoken on all of the aforementioned facilities in prior work. Palmdale, California within the Antelope has served as an unrivaled U.S. military/private contractor classified aircraft production and maintenance location. The region has produced many of the United States' most famous advanced aerospace platforms such as the RQ-4 Global Hawk, B-2 Spirit Bomber, B-21 Raider, F-117 Nighthawk, and F-35 Lightning. The Antelope Valley and the city of Palmdale have also served as a critical pillar of my research. Whether this be Norton Air Force Base serving as the location where primary witness Brad S. observed the Fluxliner alien reproduction vehicle, witness Ed disclosing his work for the 412th Test Group serving as test director for reverse-engineered vehicles out of Edwards, Edgar Fouché, who stated pilots of the TR-3B reverse-engineered Triangle ARV were plucked from the Edwards 412th Test Pilot School, or the alleged Project Red Light out of Edwards, which served to act alongside Area 51 to test reverse-engineered vehicles, very similar to the claims of Ed. Antelope Valley is the most consequential location that has ever come up in all of my research. The late Hamilton was obsessed with the radar cross-section facilities mentioned above, specifically the Northrop Tejon installation, sometimes referred to as the Tehachapi facility or anthill, due to the rumors of incredible amounts of underground tunnels beneath the installation. In my video on Northrop, I investigated this RCS facility in great detail. Thanks to the research of Dr. Sauter, we know the Northrop Tejon RCS does indeed have an underground facility, just as does Hellendale and McDonnell Douglas. The question is how big, how deep, and what do they do? Some rumors persist of up to 42 levels with underground tunnels connecting the facility to Edwards and other installations. The concept of a corporate dump should come as no surprise to anyone. In 1981, the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, yes, AT&T, revealed several underground emergency centers. Believe it or not, AT&T itself has been historically implicated in non-human technology transfer, but that is not our topic for today. These underground centers exist 40 feet below ground and feature 3-story centers with databanks, dorms, and kitchens. One such location is reported to exist in Catrone County, 180 miles near Sandia National Labs. This is not surprising. Seen from 1949 to 1993, AT&T and its subsidiary Western Electric ran Sandia National Labs at Kirtland at the order of President Harry S. Truman for the Department of Energy. Indeed, as recently as 1970, the Standard Oil Company of New Jersey operated an emergency center 300 feet underground near Hudson, New York. This location that more recently held corporate reports featured dining halls and 50 sleeping rooms for key company officials. But back to Tejon, and quickly, for those who don't know, what exactly is a radar cross-section facility? To summarize, these facilities utilize high-frequency radio waves to test aircraft's radar signatures. This military testing aids in the development of stealth technologies by reducing radar cross-section. The site features large runways and pylons raised from underground on concrete diamonds as mounting pads to blast aircraft and materials with radar. Many RCS facilities, including the 3 in Antelope Valley, saw construction during the Cold War. This led the majority of the installation being built underground to hide RCS pylons, equipment, models, and technology away from Soviet spy satellites. Numerous researchers over the years have accused the Northrop, Lockheed, and McDonnell Douglas RCS sites as integral legacy program locations focused on the downing, retrieval, and storage of non-human craft. The contentious Dr. Stephen Greer even claims to have both knowledge of the entrance for the Anthill Dome, as well as personally been flown over these sites and observed the electromagnetic pulse weapon systems that are used to down craft.
Now, interestingly, the Senate Intelligence and Armed Services Committee and other senior officials had no idea of this. The top people in Special Forces who are outside this illegal black project system didn't know about it. I had known about it since the 90s, but I'd never, of course, flown directly over it because it's classified airspace and very sensitive. So you can see what looks like a trough and a runway. It's just where the man-made UFOs that we've been building since 1954, 55 come out. They go up and they hover. They're silent. They're electrogravitic, anti-grav. The diamond on the left, you see that looks like a runway with a diamond. It's not a runway because they don't need to run and get, there's not an aerodynamic. They just go boom up. But they're placed over different diamonds. I have a whole series of video and pictures of these we don't have time to go through. And that's where they're put at various elevations and then struck with an electromagnetic weapon to see if it's hardened enough to withstand conflict, right?
When discussing the RCS facilities, and in particular Hamilton's obsession with Tejon, some may remember the XF-131 Super Sentinel. This incredible triangular ARV was drawn by forensic artist Bill McDonald and later featured in Season 1 of The X-Files. According to McDonald, the craft design was relayed to him from 2 Northrop Tejon and 2 Lockheed Hellendale engineers who were jaded from the intense secrecy from which they operated. I personally have spoken to McDonald on numerous occasions regarding this triangular ARV out of the Antelope Valley and put much credence into this testimony. For years, Hamilton compiled first-hand witness testimony regarding Antelope Valley and specifically the Northrop Tehachapi site. Let's briefly investigate a few of these testimonies. A local man with property on 170th Street, west of Tejon, reported to Hamilton of the ground opening like a missile silo where a flying saucer took off. Edwards Air Force Office of Special Investigations silenced this witness. UFO researcher Dr. Richard Boylan, alongside the first-hand source of Bill McDonald, have additionally accused Tejon as a manufacturing site for reverse-engineered vehicles, including the XF-131 Super Sentinel and anti-gravity disc dubbed by Boylan the Great Pumpkin. A contractor named Chuck relayed his experience digging the underground tunnels beneath the anthill to Hamilton. This source claimed tunnels in the Dome had round doorways with few doors and red and green lights for ID and entry. An intriguing source of Hamilton claimed to have worked on Project Star Talk at Tejon. This project involved lasers in a big building underground for the purpose of constructing systems to quote-unquote bring in UFOs. The source mentioned scalar technology, a concept Stephen Greer would later on discuss for decades as a weapon source to down UFOs. The Star Talk informer also claimed to work at McDonnell Douglas Stiff, where he observed a UFO held in an underground hangar. This name was very hard to make out by a 144p documentary, but one Hamilton informer went by the name Goburn, who claimed to work at Tejon, Hellendale, and the Nevada Test and Training Range. This source relayed to Hamilton he worked with alien technology that deeply frightened him. According to the source, on-site personnel would rotate every 14 to 16 days, living and working on site. And there existed a command center under Haystack Butte, which connected to the anthill. Hamilton had numerous other informers who would discuss experimental discs being flown out of Edwards Airfield, extraterrestrial discs being held under Edwards, and underground UFO work below a hangar on Edwards North Base. Many of these informants would discuss ground vehicles like electric cars within the domes and maglev train systems connecting the base to others. We will of course discuss this much later on. From his data and sources, Hamilton learned of a supposed massive complex of underground facilities in the Antelope Valley engaged with UFO testing, storage, and material exploitation, all connected via tunnels and transport systems. These facilities included Tehachapi, McDonnell Douglas, Hellendale, George Air Force Base, Edwards, the NASA rocket test site, and China Lake. A network of joint USG and corporate facilities all connected in the Antelope Valley dedicated to the storage and exploitation of UFOs has proven to be quite a common theory since the late 80s and early 1990s work of Hamilton. I'd once again like to reference Stephen Greer witness AH. I have discussed in multiple projects AH, a Boeing insider with numerous connections to UFO legacy programs, has historically and likely to this day served as a primary source of information for Greer. In his 2000 tape testimony, AH delivered to Greer much of the information Greer still discusses to this day, including reference to a massive facility existing below Dugway. AH additionally discussed a complex of underground facilities near Anzo, California, just south of Antelope Valley, while also addressing a critical Northrop underground facility named, of course, Tejon.
Did he share with you any other information on other facilities that dealt with this issue in U.S. or abroad?
Yes, he mentioned there's a base here in California near Anza, California. And there's another base in the deserts of, I believe he said Tajon or Tajon. I believe he said Tajon, I believe. I believe that's the word that he used. There's a base near Lancaster and Palmdale area. And near, this is very funny, it's near Northrop. There's an underground area out there too that he was aware of. And but he particularly mentioned and stayed focused on Anza, California. There's some underground areas up there too that they're researching some of this technology, and at March Air Force Base through Project Red Light.
Of this network of proposed facilities, one possible DUM stands out from the rest: Edwards Air Force Base. As mentioned in nearly every project, Edwards serves as home to the 412th Test Group, a major range and test facility base. Witness Ed, a vetted and accomplished USAF veteran, claimed Edwards and the Nevada Test and Training Range, specifically Nellis Air Force Base in Area 51/Groom Lake, which is actually run by an Edwards 412th detachment, runs a joint UFO reverse engineering program. Outside of the claims of Hamilton's informants regarding Edwards and craft stored in underground installations, there are many fascinating testimonies and avenues of research we might pursue. Remember how one source of Hamilton claimed to have worked on the anthill installation under Tejon in Antelope Valley. The source claimed the installation's command center existed under Edwards' Haystack Butte. This sentiment is shared by the controversial and enigmatic whistleblower Dr. Michael Wolff, who claimed as a UAP consultant to the National Security Council he heard live extraterrestrials were kept under Haystack Butte, Edwards. Test facilities are built into and on Haystack Butte, east of Edwards. Indeed, these facilities are run alongside a primary field lab at the remote northeast corner of Edwards by the Air Force Research Lab's Aerospace Systems Directorate. AFRL, Edwards 412 Test Wing, and NASA Flight Research Facility work together at Edwards to plan, conduct, analyze, and report on all flight and ground testing of aircraft, weapon systems, software, and components, as well as modeling and simulation for the USAF. Since facilities are built into the Butte, it is no stretch to assume locations are built under the Haystack Butte. And remember, this USAF AFRL Rocket Propulsion Division and their rocket test labs on Lumen Ridge were named by Hamilton and his informants as featuring a stiff location connected to the wider Edwards underground complex. This lab features a number of underground missile silos, but the extent to which the Air Force Propulsion Laboratory sprawls underground is unknown. However, and very interesting, numerous studies out of the Air Force Rocket Propulsion Lab have shown a heavy interest in anti-gravity propulsion. Is this location definitely UFO legacy related? Unknown. But a strong argument can be made from witness testimony. And lastly, a bit north to Antelope is China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station. As we showed in a 1964 Army Corps of Engineers study titled Feasibility of Constructing Large Underground Cavities, Inyo County, which shares territory with China Lake, was considered for underground purposes. The underground cavity of interest was 4,000 feet deep, and it is unknown if this facility was built. However, numerous witness testimony may give us some idea. As we also discussed above, Dr. Sauter had been given testimony by Navy veterans stationed at China Lake who not only claimed the facility goes 1 mile deep, but weapons work is conducted on, quote, weapons more powerful than nuclear weapons, end quote. Hamilton himself also had a source who allegedly served as an aerospace engineer, consultant to NASA, and colonel. This unnamed colonel claimed he worked at an underground installation at China Lake, Edwards Air Force Base, and the Nevada test site. These locations were, according to the source, connected via a maglev train system from which he would often enter through a dome beneath White Sands missile range. I put stock in this testimony due to speaking myself to a witness who claimed to travel via underground train system from a fort in Texas to White Sands. This source, an Army officer in the 2010s, claimed the train's speed and acceleration were so great it reminded him of his fear of flying. We also have Ed and the mention of Edwards and the NTTR. China Lake is not mentioned in his testimony. However, it stands to reason the very near China Lake, which serves as the Navy's largest single land holding, representing 85% of the Navy's weapons and armaments RDT&E programs, could likely see crossover TUO programs with the USAF. If these programs exchange non-human craft, materials, and research, it stands to reason such transactions would be conducted underground to maintain secrecy. I would in the future like to do an entire video on China Lake, so hang tight. Corporate and military installations do indeed exist below Antelope Valley. Again, the question is, do these sites deal with technologies of unknown origin and exploitation programs? Antelope and Palmdale are home to aerospace juggernauts and myriad DoD, RDT&E, and MRTFBs, and have for decades featured numerous testimonies of ARV, underground installations, and claims of UFO legacy programs. Due to these factors, plus witnesses who have told me they have traveled below the Antelope Valley, I am inclined to conclude such an anthill, if so to speak, does in fact exist to work on UFO legacy programs. The vast majority of our focus today is the American Southwest and endless claims of underground UFO research in RDT&E, but quickly, I do want to look east. We have already discussed stiffs used by the CIA and NSA under cover of the Army and Navy respectively, but what about UFO stiffs? For this reason, I would like to look to the United States Capitol and address the Deep Underground Command Center. The DUCC was a stiff below the Pentagon that was never built. However, I am not sure just how true that statement is. Now, an acknowledged stiff under the Pentagon does indeed exist, the National Military Command Center, responsible for generating emergency action messages to missile control launch centers, nuclear subs, and battlefield commanders. This NMCC was set to serve as an interim facility for the never-built DUCC. The Deep Underground Command Center was first proposed in 1963, 3 weeks before the assassination of JFK. Declassified top-secret documents dated 7 November 63 detail former Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara proposing meetings to discuss the National Underground Command Center. These plans for the National or Deep Underground Command Center detailed a complex command center built 3,500 feet below Washington, D.C. This location would be built to withstand direct hits of 200 to 300 megaton warheads that penetrate 70 to 100 feet below the surface before detonation. Two separate facilities were proposed, an austere facility with 10,000 total square feet and 5,000 operating square feet accommodating 40 people at a depth of 30 feet. This would cost over $110 million or $1.1 billion today. The second was a moderate-sized facility with 100,000 total square feet and 50,000 operating square feet accommodating 300 people at a depth of 3,500 feet. This would cost $310 million or over $3.2 billion today. The Joint Chiefs interestingly proposed the austere facility to be too small. The operation capsule of the center would be near the Pentagon, and an access elevator would descend 3,500 feet underground from the Pentagon to the installation. This may seem like a massive undertaking. However, the memorandum stated, quote, "There is little argument that the construction of a DUCC is technically feasible," end quote. To quote the memo again, quote, "The nature of the DUCC, regardless of the initial size selected, lends itself to later expansion," end quote. Once Lyndon B. Johnson took office, a second memorandum was issued 16 January 1964 from Wal Rostow to McGeorge Bundy stating that...
I'm going to see if I can pause this, guys, and continue in the morning. Alrighty, guys, just a quick interruption to your viewing here. It's the next morning. Yeah, I got really tired there towards the end, and yeah, went off. And so yeah, just 45 minutes left to listen to here. Yeah, I mean, I know that this is a lot of information to bring in, and one of the reasons why I wanted to go through this information is because it's very straightforward, it's very factual, and we can use it as a basis for our worldview. And I've said this multiple times, but my intent here is for bridging natural law and objective morality with the UFO and breakthrough energy fields. All the right people are saying that it's an inward journey and that it's spiritual in nature. Salvatore Pais is referencing the 7 Hermetic Principles. Dave Rossi, who builds zero-point energy devices, is talking about the interlinked nature between spirituality and ether. So all roads are leading to the same place. So to understand the UFO field is to understand natural law. So if we really want to bring about real disclosure that's not reliant on government, because government is slavery. All right, so let's continue on with the rest of it, guys. And if you made it this far, good on you for sitting through it. And I kind of crashed out last night. It's 7 hours, and after a big day, it's a lot. Let's continue on here, guys.
Technically feasible, end quote. To quote the memo again, quote, the nature of the DUCC, regardless of the initial size selected, lends itself to later expansion, end quote. Once Lyndon B. Johnson took office, a second memorandum was issued 16 January 1964 from Wal Rostow to McGeorge Bundy stating the DUCC concept should proceed. Rostow served as a senior advisor to both Kennedy and Johnson. An additional memo followed the same day from McGeorge Bundy to Carl Kaysen, showing planning for the DUCC had been going forward since the early days of the Johnson admin. Kaysen was Deputy Special Assistant for National Security Affairs to Kennedy and possibly stayed on to advise on the DUCC program. The memo additionally stated Kaysen having spoken to Harold Brown re the DUCC. Brown served as Director of Defense Research and Engineering from 1961 to 1965. A last top-secret memo dealing with the DUCC was issued by the Bureau of the Budget, estimated between 1963 to 1964. 40+% of this document is redacted. Was the DUCC ever built? Conventional sources would say no. However, I would argue indeed it was. This confidence of mine is from sources who have described to me firsthand encounters within an enormous cavernous facility below the Pentagon. But how does such a proposed facility deal with the subject of UFOs? If the DUCC was indeed built, it is a publicly denied site. Therefore, we can feasibly reckon if the site does exist, it deals with subjects critical to U.S. national security. Since the 1954 Atomic Energy Agreement, materials pertaining to UFOs have been misclassified as transclassified foreign nuclear materials. As relayed by physicist Robert Sarbacher in 1950, UFO programs exist and their classification resides even higher than that of the H-bomb. On this channel, I have spoken in depth that UFO legacy program operations are the ultimate secret, deep-sixed, clandestine set of programs deeply embedded within special access programs. The Pentagon resides near Crystal City. Crystal City features 8 of 10 of the U.S.'s top defense contractors, and the small neighborhood is where 2/3 of federal contracts are awarded by value. This location holds primary offices held by Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Raytheon, General Dynamics, L3, Aerojet Rocketdyne, and more, all contractors I highly suspect engage with UFO programs. The neighborhood also holds or is in close proximity to numerous FFRDCs I believe are up to their eyeballs in UFO programs. These include the Center for Naval Analyses, Institute for Defense Analysis, Aerospace Corporation, and RAND Homeland Security Operations Analysis Center. Additionally, Crystal City is home to myriad DoD research agencies, including DARPA, Office of Naval Research, and Air Force Office of Scientific Research. I do believe, similar to the Antelope Valley, Crystal City's amalgamation of DoD entities, FFRDCs, and contractors is a major center of operations for UFO legacy programs. Perhaps due to limited airspace and usage of MRTFBs, unlike the American desert and Southwest, Crystal City is where the majority of UFO-related USAPs are created, maintained, and kept secure. This is a thesis I will continue to explore in depth in the future. If Crystal City does indeed majorly engage with clandestine UFO unacknowledged special access programs, it stands to reason such a classified effort involving DoD, private, and semi-private entities would require a massive underground facility. The idea of a major network of underground tunnels connecting DUMBs nationwide is often scoffed at. I have no idea if the entire nation's STIFs are connected via tunnel system, but a strong argument can be made complex systems of interconnecting STIFs exist in the American Southwest and East Coast. After all, in a document obtained via FOIA by Dr. Richard Sauter, we even have hard numbers from the military-industrial complex of the estimated number of total personnel needed to build and operate a deeply buried hundreds of mile-long tunnel system. And this is the order of 7,800 to 8,700 people. And we also have a hard estimate for the total expenses associated with constructing, operating, and maintaining such a system, the neighborhood of $17 billion over a 10-year period. Many such acknowledged tunnel systems exist, like the Department of Energy's sprawling tunnel network below the Nevada Test and Training Range. But let's continue to explore the feasibility of massive tunnel systems connecting bases dozens or hundreds of miles apart. The technology for such undertakings does indeed exist. The most likely candidates are nuclear submarines and tunnel boring machines. Tunnel boring machines are huge cylindrical mechanical boring machines that tunnel through rock and soil, chewing out circular tunnels that may range in diameter of up to 35 or more feet. These Goliaths are powered by electrical motors that have a cutting head equipped with various metal attachments made of super hard alloys that cut through rock as the head rotates. The head rotates and the cutting tools dig into the rock, ripping and gouging it away. The excavated rock or muck is then passed by a conveyor assembly to the rear of the machine where it can be hauled away by truck or train. According to the Pacific Gas and Electric Company, utilizing a Robbins Company TBM to bore a 22,000-foot long, 24-foot diameter tunnel, it took a rate of 5 to 6 miles per year. However, in better conditions, some TBMs could bore at a rate of 10 miles per year or greater, roughly double the rate of the Pacific Gas and Electric Company. This would mean dams below China Lake and Edwards could be connected in as little as 5.5 years. Nuclear submarines were originally designed by Los Alamos National Lab. Sound familiar? The patents for such machines were filed, technical documents were written, but the project seemingly faded into obscurity. These fascinating machines work by melting through rock and soil, leaving neat, solidly glass-lined tunnels by vitrifying materials. Heat is supplied to the system via compact nuclear reactors that circulate liquid lithium from the reactor core to the tunnel face, melting rock in front of the machine. Cooled liquid lithium then circulates to the back of the machine alongside the exterior of the machine to cool surrounding rock as the machine is forced forward. Patents were first proposed by the Atomic Energy Commission and U.S. Energy R&D in 1972 and 1975. Further nuclear submarine patents in 1975 detailed tunnel systems of 12 meters or more in diameter. All but one of the inventors listed in the 3 patents above were from Los Alamos. Additionally, a 1973 Los Alamos study titled Systems and Cost Analysis for a Nuclear Submarine Tunnel Machine, a preliminary study, concluded nuclear submarines to be a cost-efficient solution to satisfy U.S. transportation tunnel demands. Similar to how we deduce numerous dams were built around 1961 to 1989, we can make similar deductions regarding connective tunnel systems. If such an enormous tunnel system exists, it likely saw construction beginning around the early 1970s, 1974 to be exact. The Bechtel Corporation is an American engineering, procurement, and construction management company founded in the U.S. Bechtel has often been targeted as one of the U.S. corporations responsible for dumb tunnel systems. In 1974, Bechtel released a report titled Research Program Plan for Meeting Tomorrow's Needs in Tunneling and Excavation Final Report. This report states, quote, "The demand for tunneling and underground excavation for national defense needs is believed to be large. Some examples of underground defense facilities include hard rock silos, command posts, communication systems, personnel shelters, storage, and power generation facilities," end quote. Interestingly enough, the same report shows a massive list of novel ground disintegration techniques in R&D stages. In 1972, the governing board of the National Research Council formed the U.S. National Committee on Tunneling Technology. This committee functioned as the, quote, United States focal agency in the field of tunneling technology, to assess and stimulate improvements in tunneling technology applications and to coordinate U.S. tunneling technology activities with those of other nations, end quote. By 1977, this USNTT had 6 major subcommittees, including the Deep Cavity and Tunnel Support Systems Committees. USNCTT partnered with numerous corporations, agencies, and academics of particular interest to this channel. These include both Sandia National Labs and Battelle Memorial Institute. I have accused Battelle of engaging deeply with UAP legacy programs, including operations at the Dugway alleged dump. In 1981 and 1982, the USNCTT sponsored a project called Workshop on Technology for the Design and Construction of Deep Underground Defense Facilities. This was done at the behest of the Nuclear Defense Agency, and co-sponsors included the Bureau of Reclamation, Army, USAF, Navy, DOE, and National Science Foundation, including others. The 1982 report of the workshop detailed the need for 400 miles of tunnels ranging from 2,500 to 3,500 feet for various purposes, including housing nuclear missiles. These tunnels were to be up to 16 feet in diameter with, quote, interconnecting passageways and adits, horizontal passageways, for storage, living quarters, and other needs, end quote. The location of such a network of tunnels, according to the New York Times, would be, quote, probably in the desert of the western United States. Such tunnels and installations were to be powered via fuel cells or nuclear reactors, and as we saw in 1963, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers was very serious about nuclear reactors powering self-contained underground installations. Fuel cells may also be of special interest here, seen as in 1984, Boeing published the results of a study that set forth plans for power generation in deep ICBM bases using iron chlorine fuel cells to generate power. The USNCTT called for mobilization of this plan in the late 80s and early 90s. The committee called for tunnel boring machines to be utilized starting in 1985 for carving tunnel systems. By 1988, USNCTT was publishing reports titled Tunneling and Underground Space Technology, discussing underground missile systems ranging between 3,000 to 8,000 feet underground. During this period in the 80s, numerous contractors I have directly accused of being involved in UFO legacy programs would aid in the construction of deep underground missile bases and tunnel systems. Of course, we must assume some, if not many, underground nuclear missile bases may have served as clandestine RDT&E facilities. This should not come as a shock, as we have already discussed U.S. intelligence agencies utilizing underground military sites for secret operations. Such corporations include BDM, who was awarded in 1985 a contract to conduct, quote, intercontinental ballistic missile deep basing communication study, end quote, as well as TRW, who had since 1968 been involved in studies into high-speed ground transportation tunnel design and cost analysis. Both corporations were later on bought by Northrop Grumman. The 1985 BDM study is of particular interest here. Remember, if you will, earlier that same year, 20 to 25 May 1985 to be exact, BDM McLean also held the Advanced Theoretical Physics Conference. The meetings of this exclusive group were classified utilizing DOE controls. Notes of this conference were released by attendee Oki Shannon, who formerly served as manager for special projects at Los Alamos National Labs. This McLean, Virginia secure facility group discussed myriad aspects of UFOs, including legacy programs and a major engineering project under Bobby Ray Inman. Viewers of my channel will absolutely recall Inman mentioned often as a senior UFO legacy operations member. At this time, the vice president of BDM was former Major General and founder of U.S. Army INSCOM Albert Stubblebine. Stubblebine will be mentioned again in this project, including how he was accused of engaging in UFO craft storage and material exploitation while head of Army intelligence at Fort Huachuca, Arizona. Interestingly, the Advanced Theoretical Working Group was spearheaded by U.S. Army Colonel John B. Alexander, who from 1982...
I've told the story in another video. I hung out with this guy. He showed up to the first ayahuasca retreat that I did.
To 1983 reported directly to Stubblebine. Additionally, recall how Philip J. Corso claimed a UFO working group was established in the mid-80s. According to Corso, this group saw ample from U.S. Army INSCOM General Stubblebine. It is interesting to think of possible ties between this ICBM deep basing communication study and Albert Stubblebine and the Advanced Theoretical Physics Conference and a possible UFO working group accused by Philip J. Corso. Throughout the 1980s, U.S. industry and government additionally demonstrated a keen interest in life support systems for massive tunnel systems, underground ICBM installations, as well as deep, and I mean deep, underground bases. This can be demonstrated in a November 1985 contract to Unitech Technologies, Hamilton Standard Division, for life support and chemical biological agent mitigation system on small ICBM deep basing programs, end quote. U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, as well as USNCTT, have even discussed provable technologies, times, and prices to construct such massive tunnel systems. Yet no data exists on any large-scale tunneling project. This may force us to look deeper, like at the low-profile records of the Bureau of Reclamation, who during the 20th century excavated hundreds of miles of tunnels up to 28.5 feet in diameter, at depths of hundreds to thousands of feet. Quite often, the Bureau would utilize classic tunnel boring machines. Numerous inside sources to Dr. Richard Sauter have informed him that some of the Bureau of Reclamation's tunnels have doubled as cover for other clandestine underground tunnels. To quote underground and underwater bases, quote, "From a hypothetical point of view, what is to stop a tunnel boring machine from tunneling off of an aqueduct tunnel deep underground and striking out secretly to make a clandestine tunnel? It takes about 10 men to operate a TBM, and in good rock you can count on as much as 15 miles of tunnel per year," end quote. For decades, rumors of underground railroad systems, specifically maglev trains, have been inseparable from testimony regarding DUMBs and UFOs. As we discussed earlier in the Antelope Valley section, such a concept was relayed to UFO researcher Bill Hamilton by some of his many informants. But just how true are these rumors of a high-speed electromagnetic railroad system often described as a pneumatic system, aka a train system operating in a partial vacuum tube? To begin, what is maglev? Maglev trains are a type of rail system levitated by electromagnetics rather than employing wheels. Maglevs feature numerous benefits to conventional railroad systems, including higher speeds, superior acceleration and deceleration, lower maintenance costs, improved gradient handling, and lower noise, but are much more expensive compared to traditional systems. Maglevs have even reached top speeds of 375 miles per hour. And pneumatic tube trains are an early form of transportation or air vacuum to move containers or vehicles through tubes while minimizing friction. New York's first subway system was an underground pneumatic tube transport line created by Alfred Eli Beach. Earlier in this project, we spoke of Nazi scientists being sequestered by Air Materiel Command in the US to work on underground complexes. I would also like to draw attention to Hermann Kemper. Kemper was a Third Reich engineer who created a concept for the Rohrbahn. The Rohrbahn was a system of magnetic levitation trains designed to speed through underground vacuum tunnels at hundreds or even thousands of miles per hour. Suspended passenger cars on magnetic fields would be propelled through tunnels, negating any friction of wheels, rails, and air. Kemper's research began in 1934. By 1938, he envisioned Berlin connected to other European cities with cars traveling at 600 to 1,000 miles per hour. It is unknown how far the Nazis pursued this concept, nor is it known if Kemper was recruited by Operation Paperclip. A feasible hypothesis here is Kemper was contracted by the US to help build early iterations of maglev pneumatic systems. Maglev, UFOs, and DUMBs are often lumped together as conspiracy. However, maglevs are not a niche concept. Since the 1960s, maglev technology has seen numerous patents, and by the year 2000, even Lockheed Martin entered into agreements with Trans Rapid International USA to develop maglev technology in the US. In fact, by the early 1990s, an acknowledged multi-agency National Maglev Institute was formed. This joint effort by the DOE and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers sought to, quote, define the role maglev could play in U.S. transportation system, to assess the potential for maglev in the domestic market, to recommend a strategy for the introduction of maglev technology, and to identify the most appropriate federal role, end quote. This NMI published a report in the early 90s titled Compendium of Executive Summaries from the Maglev System Concept Definition Final Reports. This series of reports sought to determine nationwide maglev system availability by the year 2000. Some interesting players appear in this document. This includes a joint project with Bechtel, Hughes Aircraft, and MIT, which employs a UARC for the Army. A second report saw work by Boeing Aerospace and General Dynamics to study superconducting levitation. To top this off, a third study saw joint efforts into superconducting magnets performed by Grumman Corporation pre-Northrop, Battelle Memorial Labs, and Honeywell. All contractors mentioned above in above-board maglev technology research I highly suspect have for decades attempted the reverse engineering and material exploitation of non-human craft. However, rumors of clandestine maglev systems far precede the 1990s and 2000s. Dr. Richard Sauter as well as Bill Hamilton first heard whispers of such systems in the 1980s. Sauter himself referenced reading reports of underground rail systems to Area 51 from Mercury, Nevada, and the Naval Surface Warfare Center Corona Division. Discussion of these rail systems would even pop up in online UFO forums around 1997. Look at the name on the top of these testimony reports, A.J. Craddock. And discussed in the Dugway Project, Craddock is an oil tycoon operating in Libya that helped Stephen Greer in the 1990s with Sea SETI. Craddock brought Greer, in my opinion, incredibly valuable and relevant information regarding Area 51 moving many UFO operations to Dugway. So if maglev systems existed far before UFO legacy program defense contractors engaged with the acknowledged National Maglev Institute, where and when might these systems have been developed, and of what technology? The mid-1960s saw established engineering professors from the Office of Naval Research, Army Research Office, and Booz Allen Hamilton establish the International Society for Terrain Vehicle Systems, or ISTV. Real quick, in the mid to late 20th century, I believe Booz Allen Hamilton was as involved in UFO legacy operations as Northrop Grumman is today, but that's another project for another day. The ISTVS working group coordinated research around high-speed underground tube train systems. At the same time of the ISTVS, the U.S. Department of Commerce established a multi-agency panel focused on high-speed underground tube train systems. The panel produced a 1967 report titled R&D for High-Speed Ground Transportation, which states, quote, "Regardless of the system adopted, it can be assumed that extensive tunneling will be involved. It is recommended that the department cooperate closely with other agencies in planning and funding research into this area to provide an extra stimulus for rapid development," end quote. Of massive consequence to this investigation, in 1972, Robert Salter of the RAND Corporation published a study titled The Very High Speed Transit System. In this study, RAND set out a continental deep underground concept that was described as, quote, "electromagnetically levitated and propelled cars in an evacuated tunnel," end quote. The study makes some truly shocking statements, including, quote, "Speeds as high as 14,000 miles per hour have been examined in studies by the RAND Corporation." In an example case of a direct link between Los Angeles and New York requiring only 21 minutes of transit time, "the speeds required will certainly be on the order of thousands of miles per hour on long-haul links," end quote. I believe Salter additionally makes a critical statement that lends strongly towards the subject of UFO legacy DUMBs. Salter states, quote, "Because of the rather considerable expanse of the tunnel, it is probable that the first VHST will not rely on a direct non-stop LA-NY link, but rather one that stops at two intermediate staging points," end quote. These intermediate staging points are apparent when throughout this video I have made and will continue to make in the Hamilton map segment the argument that UFO dumb networks feature central hubs. These hubs, if so to speak, are connected to one another and branch to local smaller dumb facilities. Think of a railway central station connecting to other major stations while also featuring alternative lines to small local stops. Much of this technology was based on work conducted by Robert Goddard, father of modern rocketry's 1945 vacuum tube transport system, as well as Michael Minovich, the physicist behind introducing gravity-assisted propulsion around planetary bodies' 1961 work, Deep Underground Tube Shuttle. Salter and Rand strongly recommended placing the VHST underground to remove interference with environmental factors such as grade crossings, weather, and infrastructure, and also observed that it was not appreciable harder to tunnel at great lengths underground than at shallow depths. Within this study is a map of the proposed VHST that corresponds strongly to Bill Hamilton's alleged Western State Dumb Network, but more on this later. Around a similar timeframe to this RAND study is the High Speed Ground Transportation Initiative. This group became operational in the 1960s, performing most of their work in the 1970s before slipping out of public view in the 1980s. For a period of 10 to 15 years, the United States saw enormous efforts into R&D and feasibility and desirability of high-speed underground tube shuttle train systems. Entities involved in this program are countless, including TRW, General Dynamics, MIT, Southwest Research Institute behind Project Stargate, General Electric, NASA, Army, Navy, and Battelle Memorial Institute. I have mentioned some of the work published under this initiative before, including TRW's 1967 study titled Abstracts of Concepts of High-Speed Ground Transportation Systems. Remember, TRW was purchased by Northrop Grumman and long considered as the contractor behind the Majestic 12-like entity, Project Zodiac. For the High Speed Ground Transportation Initiative, TRW additionally prepared a study titled State of the Art Tube Vehicle System in 1970. This study discussed tube systems and tunnels as deep as 3,000 feet underground using trains that would travel at speeds of 450 miles per hour. Similar to the dumb tunnel concept, no admission of maglevs connecting stiffs is publicly available. However, there is an overwhelming body of historical evidence the U.S. and defense contractors have had a keen interest in high-speed underground transit systems traveling at least as fast as a commercial airliner. To close off our investigation, I would like to return to 1992's Cosmic Top Secret by Bill Hamilton. In this masterpiece of a book, Hamilton provides a map of underground facilities and tunnels provided to him by one TAL in 1990. Some data here is from Thomas C., aka Thomas Castillo, which is an extremely controversial source with the Dulce, New Mexico story, so instead, let's go ahead and analyze the map. This network spans the American West and Southwest with major installations listed in Southern California, New Mexico, and Colorado. As expected earlier, we find Edwards Air Force Base connected to myriad locations including numerous small marks labeled R&D. We also see a supposed underground base marked CAT. This is of course Catalina Island. Fascinating how in 2023 and 2024, discussion began to swirl of an underground extraterrestrial or human base off of Catalina Island. We also see Area 51 as a major reference with connections to Tonopah, an installation infamous in UFO lore as well. We also find interesting solo mark domes not connected in this alleged system, including Fort Huachuca, Arizona, a location I estimate is involved heavily in UFO programs. Remember, if you will, Fort Huachuca holds a defense agency major range and test facility base, a critical core facility called the Joint Interoperability Center. Army intelligence at Fort Huachuca was previously run by
Didn't that just like randomly come up in the Charlie Kirk case in regards to his wife going there and all that kind of thing?
U.S. Army INSCOM founder Major General Albert Stubblebine. Stubblebine and INSCOM have been accused by myself in numerous projects amongst others as engaging in UFO crash retrieval, storage, and material exploitation. Therefore, it is really no surprise to see Hamilton's map designate Fort Huachuca as a dumb location. On the map are many locations in New Mexico, including the controversial Dulce, Los Alamos, and Sandia/Kirtland. The latter two we know have underground facilities. Indeed, the same extends to Cheyenne in Colorado. Intriguing to note here is an installation in Chihuahua, Mexico. This subject wouldn't be touched on again until Jake Barber's Romana Clay called Sentinels of Ether. This project describes a 2004 blue-on-blue UFO retrieval team fire operation in which the clandestine team flew into a disguised base hidden in the mountains of Chihuahua. What happens when we start to compare this map to others? See now a comparison between Hamilton's dumb network and RAND's VHST. See the interesting direct route shared across the two maps through the northern area of Arizona and New Mexico. Additionally, observe how Southern California sees routes split to both Southern California near San Diego and Northern California near Sacramento before continuing north to Portland and Washington. Also notice connections to Denver on both locations. Outside of Cheyenne Mountain Complex, Denver, Colorado is home to an enormous underground FEMA complex. This is likely a continuity of government or COG complex. My true interest lies in comparing the Hamilton piece to
And Denver just happens to be one of the most linked, if not the most linked, like city towards like Satanism and dark occult kind of stuff.
Defense laboratories and centers across the United States. Here we will not find Groom Lake amongst other select facilities, but I believe this comparison is of critical importance. If you will, please forgive the maps not lining up. The 1990 map is scaled differently than the 2019 DoD map, so the two are not merged to scale perfectly. Aligning the two maps brings extreme interest to both dumb locations as well as markings on the Hamilton piece that are labeled R&D. Since this map pertains to connected underground UFO installations, we can assume by the map's legend these locations do not employ dumbs but are still focused on UFO legacy R&D. As expected, Southern California brings a massive amount of locations of interest. Even outside of the Antelope Valley to the southwest in Los Angeles lies a tremendous amount of DoD RDT&E labs, FFRDCs like RAND and Aerospace Corporations, and UARCs like the USC Institute for Creative Technologies. Numerous other locations outside of the Antelope line up between the two maps we have discussed throughout this investigation, including Fort Huachuca, Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado, Dugway and its two MRTFBs, Los Alamos, White Sands Missile Range, Sandia, and Kirtland Air Force Base. From referencing DoD labs, we can also learn Kirtland and its proven underground facilities stand out even more. Kirtland additionally holds the Air Force Research Lab's Space Vehicles Directorate and Directed Energy Directorate. Of note shared on these maps, albeit slightly shifted, is the 4th Defense Estate microelectronics activity in Northern California. In DoD terms, 4th Estate describes non-military parts of the DoD. These include the Defense Contract Audit Agency, Defense Contract Management Agency, and the Defense Finance and Accounting Service. 4th Estate agencies and field activities all watching this video might recognize are DARPA and the Defense Missile Agency. Prior to this investigation, I had never come across mention of a DUM below the DMEA, so this is a terrific point of research moving forward. Let's also reference more of the non-connected R&D locations on Hamilton's map that exist as acknowledged DoD RDT&E facilities. In Nebraska, on both maps, we find identification of the U.S. STRATCOM University-Affiliated Research Center, the University of Nebraska National Strategic Research Institute. Viewers of my work know UARCs and FFRDCs are cornerstones of UAP legacy programs, so it is interesting to see Hamilton identify a UARC as a UFO R&D location all the way back in 1992 that would not be founded until 2012. In Oklahoma, we observe Fort Sill as UFO R&D and the Naval Surface Warfare Center Indian Head Special Weapons Division McAllister Detachment as UFO storage. I have come across both of these locations in my research. However, it is interesting to see an NSWC location labeled as storage, especially after the testimony of Randy Anderson and the Off-World Technologies Division at the Naval Surface Warfare Center, Crane. In northern Kansas, we observe overlap of a UFO research facility. This facility is the U.S. Army Leavenworth Research Unit. In Texas, we find Fort Hood Army Research Unit as a UFO research location. However, it is interesting to see this facility is not marked as a STIF, especially after numerous testimony relayed by and research done by Leonard Stringfield. The Hamilton map deserves an entire investigation of its own, and possibly I will do so with Dr. Sauter. Because after all, this map does accuse DUMs of existing at all locations we have previously discussed, as well as many that warrant further investigation, including Fort Stockton, Fort Irwin, Vandenberg AFB, Chocolate Mountains Aerial Gunnery Range, 29 Palms, Hutchinson Air Force Station, and Peterson Air Force Base, as well as the cities of Kingsley, Nebraska, Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Riverton, Wyoming. I have spoken to Dr. Sauter, and he has spoken directly with Bill Hamilton regarding this map, so just maybe he can aid in further dissecting of these locations. Hey guys, it's Gerb, and if you're still with me, thank you so much for joining me in this, at this point, hour 20, hour and a half investigation into DUMs. As many of you know, and as many people have been looking forward to this project, DUMs are a passion project of mine. I speak about installations under Dugway, under the Antelope Valley, under the Northrop Tejon and Helendale facilities in numerous videos. I think probably my last 4 videos straight, I've mentioned one, if not multiple of these locations. As we made it to the end of this video, I'd like to thank again Dr. Richard Sauter for all of his excellent research. Now, this video is going to be doing things a little bit differently. Of course, in every single one of my videos, I include my show notes in the video description or a link. Please bear with me a couple days here, as I have not only compiled my research links for this video, but also every single document that I can find that Dr. Richard Sauter has included in his 3 books. So every single defense technical document, every single Army Corps of Engineer document, every single document I can find, which there's hundreds. So please allow me a couple days to compile.
Yeah, and of course, go check out UAP. Gerb's channel says it a few times. Go get the show notes and follow his work.
All that and deliver that, because I think it's excellent to read through all of those. And please read through Dr. Richard Sauter's books. They're excellent. As we know from today, the subject of DUMBs is very vast. It's almost impossible to know where and when to start. There's a tremendous amount of literature on deep underground facilities for continuity of government use, for ICBM silos, for just general underground installations accessible by vertical or inclined shaft.
Breakthrough energy.
There's also a tremendous amount of information, specifically starting post-1974 with Bechtel, on large-scale tunneling systems and conventional and unconventional,
beyond just the US as well, Australia and around the world.
Blasting methods. This would be a tunnel boring machine or a nuclear subterrane as a conventional method, or explosives or possibly nuclear detonation as unconventional. And also a lot of literature on maglev technology. I know these three subjects of interconnected dumb bases are often scoffed at without a lot of research. But this is a very serious subject, and at least I would say focused in the Southwest and the American desert and the East, there are probably large networks of DUMBs. This would include New Mexico, Arizona, Southern California, possibly up to connecting to Dugway and Colorado, and then a network out east, including the Warrenton Army Training Facility.
Catherine Wilson Fitz said that she had someone do a report and they calculate at least 181, I believe.
Camp Peary, Camp David, the DUCC, which I wager highly exists, and so forth. Now, of course, let's treat this video as a part one. A part two will be a project with Dr. Richard Sauter. I spoke to him the other week for about 2 to 3 hours, and he graciously agreed to come on the show and talk more about DUMBs. I think what's really interesting here is there are numerous informants, just like Bill Hamilton had, that have told him about installations and facilities, and perhaps he can tell those on our project together and relay them, because he said some to me in our conversations that he hasn't repeated publicly that are indeed quite interesting. Also, when Bill Hamilton was still alive, Dr. Richard Sauter talked to him at length about his network of DUMBs maps. So possibly for an hour, hour and a half, we will dive into that. So please look forward to a Dr. Richard Sauter project. That be testimony to Sauter, to Hamilton, to my include. I've spoken to individuals who have been in networks under the Antelope Valley, in location under Texas that connected via underground train that went so fast, it reminded this Army veteran of his fear of flying, to White Sands Missile Range, as well as the what we might call the Deep Underground Command Center out east. This is a location deep under the Pentagon. How deep, I don't know. However, I have good insight. This is a facility, or at least there are facilities here that are run by the CIA Directorate of Science and Technology. If that sounds familiar to you, that was the CIA office that blocked the material transfer in 2008 from Lockheed Martin to the OSAP program, and that was the 1953 Kingman crash. But the networks of DUMBs are what are so interesting to me. For example, hearkening back to the story of Ed and the Nevada Test and Training Range and Edwards Air Force Base, there's other testimony about connections in bases in Southern California to Area 51, Tonopah, the Nevada Test and Training Range. If I could ever get Ed to sit down in a room, and believe me, I've tried to speak to him, the first thing I would ask him if there's connective tunneling systems and what type of vehicles, if there are, that connect these two places. Now, absent in this video, of course, I talked about in the beginning, are the stories of Bob Lazar, the stories of Dulcie Bass and Thomas Castillo, and the story of Phil Schneider. I believe that these witnesses, these subjects are very controversial, so I didn't include them because of their controversy, but because when I have such controversial claims, I think it prudent to investigate those and vet those and try to determine any sort of objective information from those when we can. So, you know, S4, for example, I do believe S4 is a facility that does indeed exist. Does it have extraterrestrial or non-human technology? I don't know. An individual I've spoken to that went to S4 talked about colored lines where to walk, but he didn't see anything that would say non-human technology. But then again, he was not privy to the entire base. But because of that, I would like to focus on subjects like S4, maybe Dulcie Base, and maybe other locations as well. And I will do those in a separate project. With this project, I wanted to take as objective of an approach as I could. I wanted to combine the facts we know about DUMBs, about tunnel systems, about maglev systems, and relay those to stories of the Antelope Valley, stories of locations out east. I mean, there is a tremendous amount of facilities I didn't get to cover here that I would like to revisit. So again, as I spoke about in the project with Dr. Richard Sauter, this is just kind of a taste into DUMBs. I do think this is one of the most consequential subjects of UFO legacy programs. You know, like I said, and I'll say it again, most underground facilities, as we see from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and other documents, were first proposed as a continuity of government, a COG, or a ICBM silo facility. And we know that is partially true in the large FEMA underground center near Denver, Colorado, which everybody knows. I'm from Colorado, so that's near where I am. So the clandestine operation, when did these start? As we talked about the DUMBs, there's a good argument that in post-1961, when the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers really started to look into underground facilities, massive ones ranging up to, in some documents, 8,000 feet underground into the late 90s. I think this is when the vast majority of underground installations were built. When were the connective tunnels built? If these do exist, which I believe many locations do feature connective tunnels. This, of course, as we saw in the Bechtel report with conventional and unconventional tunneling methods, probably started around 1974. Between 1972 and 1974, a whole host of tunneling committees and institutes were set up to investigate massive tunneling systems. And of course, following in the 80s into the 90s, we see the same thing with maglev technology. So I think the order of operations here is likely the DUMB is built. Maybe a decade later, connective tunnels are built. And maybe a decade after that, the full train systems are implemented. I mean, in the 90s, we see the National Maglev Institute, and we see corporations like Grumman, like General Dynamics, like Battelle doing above board maglev research. So this could likely imply they have been doing clandestine research into similar projects into electromagnetics long before then. So it's an incredibly fascinating subject, especially when you start to look at the Bureau of Reclamation and what Dr. Sauter has relayed from his informants about the Bureau of Reclamation. This was possibly an above-board tunneling system in the American Southwest that featured clandestine secondary tunnels to bore out whatever was needed. And as we saw in the list I scrolled through, there are hundreds of tunnels from the BOR that in the mid to late 20th century. And some of these are hundreds of miles long. Some of these are thousands, and they range in depths from just underground to up to near 1,000 feet. So when Dr. Sauter's informant relayed to him that 10 men can operate a TBM, and a good TBM in good conditions can chew through up to 10 miles per year, I do think this is a likely candidate. You know, this harkens back to other UFO legacy program funding operations, how what we get can make educated guesses via IRADs, sole source contracts, IDIQ, and utilizing legitimate contracts to skim off funds for UFO legacy programs. Now, again, I want to know what everybody thinks. If there are people here who have been to underground facilities, massive, deep underground facilities, please reach out to me. I would love to hear about your experience. I will respect your anonymity. But if you have a location, a facility to describe, or an experience in such a facility, please reach out to me. I would love to talk to you. But again, guys, let me know in the comments what you think. This has been a long spiel, almost 11 minutes. I think I've rambled quite a bit. Please remember to like and subscribe on the video. And remember, guys, I do have a Patreon. I don't gatekeep my content. In my opinion, this might be stubborn or this might be a bit narcissistic. I think the content is important to view. So I'm not going to gatekeep anything because I would like all of my research, all of my projects, and all of my research materials to be publicly available to anybody. So the Patreon is there to support what you think the channel is worth, not to lock off any content. So with that, guys, I have a couple projects coming up. I'm really, really, really darn excited.
Well, there you have it, guys. Yeah, I mean, thanks to UAP Gerb. Hey, I mean, this is I find this information invaluable, and the quality of the content is just phenomenal. And we might do some more. And again, in case you're new to the channel, go back and watch the previous episodes. Part of the reason why I'm doing these watch-alongs, even though I'm not talking a lot, is so I can refer people to this content. Because part of the reason is I got tired of just flicking people a link, and they may or may not watch it. And so this is foundational knowledge to build upon, and it directly related to natural law. So thank you, and this is a Cosmic Service, and I will see you next time. Bye for now.